What's up, guys? Welcome to the Fresh Shit Podcast, number one men's podcast in the fucking world. We're on a special episode.
Rollo
Tomassi.
Yes.
Roe v. Wade overturned by the Supreme Court, guys. We got a lot to talk about. We're here
Today we cook.
Today we cook. Let's go.
And we are back. What's up, guys? Welcome to the Fresh Shit Podcast, man. We're here with Rollo Tomassi. We're going to talk about the Roe v. Wade overturned by the Supreme Court. But a quick announcement, guys, before we get into the show. Number one, patreon.com/freshshit. Get all the behind-the-scenes content there. I'm going to upload the 2 Twitch streams I did where we were basically testing the sound, which is why you guys got this great sound right now. Yeah. I'll put them on Patreon because I said a bunch of controversial shit that probably will get us canceled, and I'd take it off Twitch. Yeah, bro, it was bad. People know I was talking about the regime, but that's a whole other situation. Oh, God. Yeah, check us out over there, guys. Patreon.com/freshshit. Also, Fresh is, I think, going to go on a boat today, so we'll have some more content for y'all. So,
behind the scenes.
Boats and hosts, you guys get the behind-the-scenes stuff that ain't
on Patreon.
Boats and hosts.
On Patreon, all right? So, we got you guys. And also, we got a bunch of videos on there on fat loss, getting girls, getting in shape, getting your Instagram up.
How to make money.
So, we did a fantastic episode yesterday with George Gammon, Robert Kiyosaki, and Ken McElroy. It was fucking awesome, man. Like, we talked about gold, real estate, cryptocurrency, using bulls to make money and inseminating other cows. Fucking wild, bro. Brought a whole other term to why buy the cow when you can get the milk for free. A whole other fucking conversation. It was great. Go check it out, man. It was probably one of my favorite shows.
Where else do you get that kind of content?
Nowhere else.
You guys are just about ratchet ass 304s and brick. No.
That is a part of it.
We bring it together.
Exactly.
We bring it together.
You gotta level up, man. Have to.
And then you guys also get episodes like this where we're here with Rollo and we're going to talk about something very serious that's going to have crazy implications on the sexual marketplace. We, as you guys know, earlier in the week, what kind of inspired this episode, we had Dr. RedPill on from Turkey, and he's a plastic surgeon. And me and Rollo, prior to our show, had sat and talked for like 3-4 hours. And we were, kind of talking about how, how do I say this? The dark future that awaits a lot of modern day women, right? And we took a bunch of notes, etc. We talked about plastic surgery, whatever.
Good shit.
It was great. Yeah. But then we do the episode and we have all these sound issues, right? And it fucked it up, but we didn't get into that. But however, it was like a blessing in disguise because now that Roe v. Wade came in and it's overturned, it's actually changed and added more to what we were going to talk to you guys about in the fucking first place. So it was like a sign from...
We would like to thank the Supreme Court of the United States
for fucking dropping this in such time while Rollo's in town, and we had already had our other episode canceled anyway. So now we're here and we're going to fucking break it down for y'all because this adds more... How do I say this? Wood to the fire of what we're going to talk about, man.
Gas on the fire.
Yeah, facts.
So is a good or bad thing is going to happen? Or we're going to discuss it now.
We're going to discuss it right now. We will for y'all. Okay, and then real quick, guys, Google, Apple Podcast. Check us out over there, man. Anchor.fm/freshfit. We're there. Every podcast is a platform you listen to. We're there, man. So check us out. Also, get the merch at podcaststore.com. Also, where are we at, Chris? Also, check us out on our other YouTube channel, Fresh Fit Clips, guys. Yo, 75% of the people that watch that channel are not subscribed, guys. So do me a favor. Go ahead and subscribe to that YouTube channel. Also, check out Fresh's vlog.
Guys, for behind the scenes, check out the vlog channel. 100K on the way. I'm telling you, man, we did drop a vlog today regarding the new jewelry, some more lifestyle in Miami, and we're going to have some more yacht footage today as well. So check it out. And some behind the scenes Rollo as well. So fire.
Yeah. And then also, guys, check out my other YouTube channel, Fed1811. Tomorrow, I'm gonna do the Breonna Taylor case. Okay, guys. A lot of things that people don't know about that case. And yeah, I'm gonna have to expose some truths for y'all. They might be uncomfortable, but we're gonna get to the bottom of it. I have all the police reports, all the stuff. I actually have the entire internal affairs file that was done on that investigation. And there's a lot of things that the mainstream media. The mainstream media didn't tell you about that. investigation. And Breonna Taylor is not as innocent as you guys think. So we're going to talk about that tomorrow on FedEx. Okay, I'm going to bring that down.
Yes.
Yeah, man. So,
and real quick.
Yeah, please.
Real quick.
Well, this is your part.
I am at the Rebel Capitalist convention, which is here in Miami. It's not at Brickell. It's up in downtown Hilton. So I'll be there. If anybody wants to talk to me live, I'll be there for the mixer, which will probably be about like 7:30 or 8 o'clock tonight.
Bam.
So, come on down. If you want to meet me in the lobby or something, I'll be just like, shaking hands and kissing babies. So,
Bam. Fantastic.
You're a brave man, bro.
And that transitions perfectly.
It's all right. Come and get it. I'm here for a reason.
The author of the Rational Male series has the #1 dating book right now on Amazon. Rollo Tomassi, shout out to you, bro.
Thank you very
it's always
much.
great to have you here. I think you've been on the show now a million times.
I have been
Like
here.
pretty much a third mic at this point.
I know, right?
We're happy to have you.
I've been here once a month. I've been in Miami once a month since December. Seriously, because
That's true though.
Yeah, it's true. I feel like I should be paying like a mortgage at the Hyatt Centric over here.
Dude, it might be, at this point, it might be cheaper.
Might be
to just get an
cheaper.
apartment.
We're
here.
gonna need to talk about that because I know you got rental properties.
Yeah, something. At least.
something,
exactly. But I have been here since December. We were on with Andrew Tate.
I'm literally about to evict 2 of my tenants, bro.
Justin. Yeah.
I'm literally about to evict 2 of my tenants, so we could talk about that.
If it works out,
I'll take a little bit less and put
the
you in
amount
there,
of
then
money
some
that
idiots.
I pay down, downtown here is I'm here once a month at least. And seriously, since January, December, January, March, April. I mean, we did the promiscuity show.
Yeah.
We've done bangers.
We did the Drew Afwalo show.
Yeah.
We did
Great.
I was here for the CME.
Yeah.
And then now of course this is Rebel Capitalist. I have literally been here once a month for the last 7 months.
And I want to thank you too, because today is going to be one of those iconic episodes too, but we've done so many iconic episodes when it comes to understanding the sexual marketplace on a very deep level. We talked about how rape culture is a myth. That was a great episode. I don't think anyone has ever come out with a more bulletproof presentation as to
we do our homework.
It's bullshit.
We definitely do our
homework.
homework.
Out the Bureau of Justice statistics, man, which no one does that, and debunked all the basic stupid arguments. 1 in 5 women is raped on a college campus, blah, 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 all this other bullshit.
Yeah, we're still clinging to old, and we'll talk about that today, I'm sure. We're still clinging to a lot of old school, tropes and just language, I guess, that we just simply can't get rid of. And we're going to hear about a lot of that today too.
Yeah,
so.
and that was one of my favorite episodes. Doing that with you was great.
We do some serious stuff. Like every time I come in here, it's like, okay, school's in session.
Yeah, but, body counts matter.
Notes.
Yes.
Body counts matter. We talked about rape. The rape culture is a lie. We talked about Me Too. We talked about
Twitch.
So many different.
Come on
over YouTube, guys, and Twitter.
Like,
come on over.
Look, another sound issue.
Search us on Fresh Affair on YouTube, guys, please. We talked about so many different things, and like basically I'm gonna probably make a playlist where it's like debunking bullshit feminist propaganda, and we've done a bunch of different episodes on it, man, whether it's promiscuity, that was a big one.
Yeah.
Like we talked about why a woman's past does actually matter from a biological sense and from a reproductive sense and also from a marriage
sociological sense.
Sociological sense as well. So
and we did the Avengers episode as well.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Those are always good. Lifestyle ones are always good as well.
A lot of bangers, man. So I guess
I know.
I guess
man. I feel like the fifth Beatle or something.
Yeah. So today's episode, man, I know a bunch of guys were hitting us with this saying, yo, you guys need to talk about Roe v. Wade, Roe v. Wade on the after hours show. And me and Rollo had already been like, as soon as it dropped, he texted me, we need to do an episode on this. I was like, yeah, I'm way ahead of you. I'm already looking at the stuff.
We already did this show. I think it was when I was here in May, as a matter of fact. We were talking about, the first thing that came out of my mouth was like, abortion is the ultimate expression of hypergamy.
Yes.
And people were doing clips and sending it back to me today, like saying, remember when you said this? I'm like, yeah, it was last month. Because we were talking about the leak at that time from the draft opinion from the Supreme Court. And I go, watch what happens here within the next month. And I hate being right all the time.
And it's not, and to be honest, it didn't change that much. So the leaked version was only 98 pages. The official final was 108.
Yeah.
So all they did was like the controversy of it leaking. They probably just added some more facts in there to substantiate their arguments.
Yeah.
But the reality is that it was coming, guys.
Yeah.
When is Rollo ever wrong? Hardly ever.
Well, I was wrong, and because if I don't say this, John's gonna just run me up to flagpole. But like, I was wrong about Kamala Harris. I thought she was going to be president by now because I thought Biden, because Biden it's dementia. My father passed away from Alzheimer's dementia, and I see Joe Biden. I go, yeah, that's dementia. I mean, anybody who has had to care for an Alzheimer's dementia parent, an elderly parent, they see that and they go, yeah, he's definitely cognitively not there. So.
Yeah. Wow.
But I bet him $350 that Kamala Harris would be from vice president to president by August of last year, and I was wrong about that. Yes, occasionally I am wrong.
It's because she sucks so bad that she can't take it.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
Why, so you actually overestimated her ability.
Yes, it was from over. And you know what? She was actually president because there was a while where he was. I think they put him under anesthesia or something. They put him out for a bit, and she was president.
Yeah.
I just missed the date. I just missed the date.
They had to, right?
They had to. For the time he was out.
The time he was under, they had to swear her in.
Wait, but it's possible though.
Right, kind of.
You were right. Technically, you were right.
Technically, I was right. I was wrong about the date.
Yeah. All right, cool. So I'll read the chats real quick and we'll get to today's topic, guys. And I'm really excited to do this one, man. We got F&F gang, we up. Does this mean no more hot girl summer for the ones that are reckless?
No, it's feral girl summer now. We have to unleash the furry women.
So I'm not gonna lie, man. That's a good point. All the hot girls that want to get lit for summer, they gotta drive to Timbuktu?
Here's the
Washington D.C.
Here's the thing. So I haven't, and we'll break it down, but I'll tell you guys this: hot girl summer ain't going nowhere, and I'll tell you guys why in a second. 2 Real Terror, $10, appreciate that. Scott Aragon, $50. And the homie clicks earlier from that, and then we got Scott Aragon. Big shout out to F&F fam and Rollo for doing this and educating everyone, especially us men, on all this. Learning from Rollo has taught me how to respond back to females on this matter and being able to provide actual statistics. Yeah, man.
You heard debating chicks?
Yeah. You crazy though if you debating chicks, bro. Someone messaged me today saying, Myron, you inspired me to debate girls. I said, no, bro. Save your hair. Yeah. You don't want to have to go and do hair restoration surgery.
Never debate women with the red pill that you in any way would ever want to sort of get in a bed with, because you can you can either love women or you can understand women, but not both.
Yeah, bro. Don't
be out here debating chicks on a date, bro. That's weird, bro.
Don't do that shit. I've lost girls for just not wanting to bite my tongue, and I'm telling y'all, don't do it, bro.
Learn the knowledge and apply it, but don't speak it.
Yeah. Please create a F&F playlist of all Rollo's vids. I'm gonna probably do that because we did a bunch of literally iconic videos that debunk a lot of the fucking status quo female propaganda, guys.
That's not bad. I might do that on my channel. I might do that on my channel too.
Please take the videos full and put them on your channel. Yeah. Let's see here. Okay. Hey, F&F, love the show. When you get a chance, can you react to Candace Owens' 11 minutes video on her IG about Planned Parenthood? Stay blessed. Okay. Pushes the limit.
If they don't, I will.
All right, go ahead. And that was from Mike Simon earlier. And then we got
Gum Pistol,
Gum Pistol, and then Sebastian here. Fresh. Keep it a buck. Does this decision being overturned impact your current dating strategy in a negative or positive way?
You guys aren't going to be able to find women. They're all going to be all the ratchet bitches that you have in here. They're going to be in Washington D.C. It's like, oh man, it's a drought of women.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. Nothing's really gonna change that much, bro. We'll talk about it later.
Yeah. Question for Rollo. You have normally been ahead of the curve in terms of seeing this future, but you never once said this would happen. Do you see massive shifts like this occurring more? It's over 9,000. That's from Black Wolf. And don't worry, we're gonna
cover that.
Will Tacular. Hello, John. I'm 18 years old and I'm studying to be a doctor. I've been hitting the gym and studying female nature. I thank you 3 so much. We got you, my friend. Then Simply Too Awesome. Please, with an extra, please create an F&F playlist of all Rollo's appearances with you guys. Like every man needs to watch all of them in order. Okay, I'll do that today. I got y'all. I'll do that today. Black Wolf Inc. $5. It's so funny how after the Me Too movement began, so many RP moments occurred in a row that ruined all of women's progress in society. Awesome, dudes. All right, Black Wolf Inc. And then we got $20 if us. Simone is here. Mine, I believe I have an awesome rental application that I created with critical questions that mitigate evictions. If you're interested, I can email it to you, one landlord to another. I appreciate that, bro. It's because I took the property over from another owner and he had tenants in place and they're fucking Section 8, and I hate Section 8 tenants. I'm probably not going to rent to them again. But
I don't do it either.
Yeah, bro, that shit trash.
I avoid it like the plague.
Uncle Luke, 1980s, F&F up in his bitch. Been waiting for you guys to continue on the topic from earlier this week and want to touch on Roe v. Wade. Hit him with the facts, Rollo. We got y'all. Are DNCs affected by Roe v. Wade? They are needed to in case of emergent miscarriage. Hearing conflicting info. Okay, abortion is evil, period, and that's from Mike Young. Okay, and then we got Caney P. 179, The Godfather and Godson reunite. Okay, and then we got Blackest Panther, Roe v. Wade. That doesn't actually affect women since we can't actually define what a woman is. However, people who menstruate.
Yes, technically, I can get an abortion.
Oh my god! And then last thoughts, $2. Just don't nut in these 304s. Thank you, last thoughts. So guys, just real quick before I go ahead and continue on with here. From this point forward, we're going to read 20 and up, guys, because we got a lot to cover. I want to make sure that we get y'all this sauce. Yeah. And then also. I'm going to go ahead and just give a quick little preamble here. This is not going to be a political podcast. We're not going to necessarily say, oh, we're pro-life or we're pro-choice or any of that other stuff. We're just going to present you guys the facts of what happened with the Supreme Court decision and how it's going to affect the sexual marketplace. We're going to take our own political ideology in this topic and kind of move it away from this and keep this objective and talk about how this is going to affect you as a man in the sexual marketplace in the future. Okay. Yep. I am the great prostitute, prepaid plan, girlfriend, monthly subscription plan, wife, lifetime subscription, penalty fee if cancellation. Okay. And then last one here, buy one BBL, get one free. I haven't seen you in a minute, bro. Do you think they repealed abortion rights because birth rates are so low and dropping? That's a good little conspiracy theory right there. My man's on the Alex Jones wife.
No, absolutely not. But we will get to Elon Musk in this, I'm pretty sure.
So I guess, should we start with defining what the Supreme Court is?
Yeah, that's the best. Chris, can you put up that quote from the actual order from the decision? There we go. Okay, I've got it up here, so I'll just read it to you. I'm just going to read the begin. A lot of this is just sort of a lot of legalese, but says that this is from the actual decision to quote unquote overturn Roe v. Wade. Okay. It's the district court granted summary judgment in favor of the respondents and permanently enjoined enforcement of the act, reasoning that Mississippi's because this was brought. By the way, I called this as early as I think it was August or I think it was June of last year when this Mississippi case was to be brought before the Supreme Court. I thought they were going to do it in the fall. I'm starting to sound like Andrew Esquire. I thought they were going to do it in the fall of 2021. They didn't. Now they saved. Now I see what was happening. They saved it for a midterm election year. Yeah. And so that's why we're getting this right now. So as far as like the Alex Jones stuff, that's about as far as I'm going to go with this. Yeah. So the Fifth Court affirmed before this court, petitioners defend the act on the grounds that Roe and Casey, Roe v. Wade versus Casey, that's the Mississippi one, were wrongly decided, and the act is constitutional because it satisfies rational basis review. Okay, and this is where I really need Andrew. Held. Now, this is the important point here. The Constitution does not confer a right to abortion. Got that? Let's read that one more time. The Constitution does not confer a right to abortion. Roe and Casey are overruled, and the authority to regulate abortion is returned to the people and their elected representatives. That's the decision. And everyone and their mother is going to lose their minds because of this, because they think that Roe v. Wade is done. Yeah. That oh my God, they're legalizing or they're overturning it. No, they are not. Yeah. They are returning it back to the states. Yeah. That's what they're doing because they're returning it back to the people. And in this instance, I mean, they're going to give it state by state. Because we got a lot of international viewers that is states' rights too, by the way. So real fast, so you guys understand, the Supreme Court is pretty much the highest court in the land in the United States of America. And within the Supreme Court, you got justices, and these justices pretty much sit there and interpret law, and their job is to interpret the Constitution, which is exactly what they did. Exactly. So, so in this case, guys, so to kind of understand this, how this started. So you got the Supreme Court, right, which is the highest court in the land. Then you got something called the 14th Amendment. Okay, and the 14th Amendment, guys, to sum it up for y'all without getting into a bunch of legal jargon and boring you guys and putting you to sleep, it protects your privacy. What that amendment did was it was the foundation for Roe v. Wade, because they argued that according to the 14th Amendment, you have a right to privacy. And they argued that your ability to abort a child falls into that bucket of privacy. Basically, what the Supreme Court literally ruled is, listen, we understand and respect your right to privacy under the 14th Amendment.
However, this abortion thing does not necessarily fall into privacy. Okay, because now we're talking about potential loss of life, and again, this is not my political opinion. This is what
what it says in the document.
Yes.
We're reading it to you. We only work here. I just work here.
We're summarizing it for y'all because it's a lot of legal jargon, blah blah blah. I'm just gonna put y'all to sleep if I sit here and read Clarence Thomas's fucking opinion. But which was one of the Supreme Court justices that ruled in this case that a lot of people hate, by the way. And I'll get to him in a second because he also has some other things that has the left very scared. But when it comes to abortion or whatever, basically the feds are saying, yo, this ain't our fucking problem because the 14th Amendment, it protects privacy. However, Roe v. Wade, which was sitting on this privacy 14th Amendment as a foundation, it doesn't necessarily qualify because we're talking about lives here, and that doesn't necessarily constitute privacy. Now, is that arguable? Absolutely. That's why it's been able to stand the test of time for 50 years. Roe v. Wade has been around for a very long time, but they just overruled it, and they're kicking it back to the states. So the government's like, we don't want to deal with this shit, the federal government. So they're kicking it right back to the states so the states can go ahead and decide on it. And that's why everyone is up in arms because it's no longer their right to be able to do it protected under federal law. Now the states can regulate. And we know at this point, about 50% of the states in the United States are against abortion. So you have a 50% chance of not being able to, get your child aborted if you live in a certain state. You know what I mean? So you might have to go interstate, you might have to travel, etc. And that's what has so many people.
Multinational corporations were already planning for this because we talked about it last month when I was on this very show.
And to clear up some misconceptions also, because a lot of people are, scared about, well, what about contraceptives? What about gay marriage, etc. Because Clarence, right, one of the Supreme Court justices that ruled in this thing was saying we should revisit contraceptives, gay right marriages, gay marriages, all this other stuff, which has people scared because they're looking at it like, yo, since they took down Roe v. Wade, this opens up the door for them to go ahead and attack other social justice issues. Okay. And he's the only person on the panel of the justices that thinks this way. I don't think they're going to go after the other stuff that we discussed. So guys, this doesn't affect contraceptives yet. But that's why everyone is scared because it's opening the Pandora's box in their eyes.
It's setting precedent.
Stuff could be like taken away. But the Plan Bs ain't going nowhere, guys. Don't worry. It's all right for now, at least.
Yeah, trust me.
So I also want to.
So all my niggas in the Raw Dog team, what they gonna do?
Order off Amazon.
Order off of Amazon. What you've always been doing, stroking off to like Pornhub. That's probably what you're going to be doing.
So storm all CVS's and get your care packages.
I want to point out one more thing because we're saying because you're going to hear this constantly from every pundit and especially every like gynocentric mainstream, like what I call the femstream media. As I said last month, they're going to amplify this and amplify it and amplify it up until we get to the midterm elections. So when we have a presidential election, it's all about race issues and it's all, well, Antifa's out there, running around in the streets now too, but it's all about racial issues and inequalities and stuff like that. Now we're in the midterm, so we need to get the ladies involved. So we're going to use that as our impetus to, drive women to the polls. But one thing you're going to hear in the coming months is a woman's right to an abortion. No, you have no right to an abortion. Okay. The Constitution does not confer a right to abortion. There it is, right there, black and white. And you know what? The only real job that the Supreme Court has is to interpret the Constitution. I don't know if you took
which is federal
U.S. civics in high school, because I don't even know if they teach that anymore. But if you had taken a civics course, this is what would be part of it. Like how to, it's funny to me is like I have friends of mine who are naturalized citizens here, and they have to take the immigration test to come into the United States. This is part of that. It's like understanding the Constitution and the amendments and the presidents and stuff. So they have to take a test on sort of like U.S. history and civics to actually be eligible to enter the country and become a naturalized citizen, right?
They do,
and we had this.
Immigrants know American law and Constitution better than Americans.
They
sometimes
do. And we are saying, well, could the average American who was born here pass this test to be an American citizen in here? And this would probably be part of that. What does the Supreme Court do? What's the main job of the Supreme Court? Interpret the Constitution. That's what it's supposed to do.
The Constitution is a federal document.
You know what? All these women shrieking in the streets right now clearly never had a civics course ever, because they would know that this is what it is. So whether you're on the left or you're on the right, okay, I've been talking about this for forever. You're going to hear emotional argument versus emotional argument. So you've got the tradcon conservative religious right, where they're just everything is a moral issue, which is based in emotion. Then on the other side, you've got the wokesies and the leftists and the feminists and everyone, like all the women that are just shrieking in the streets right now. And their argument is all emotional. Right here, this is the rational male, right? This is where we start looking at things from nuts and bolts. I am not pro-life. I am not pro-choice. I am not neither. What I am is pro-facts. So that's what we're going to be talking about here today. So I will say this as I question the timing of this, because I think that you have to remember, and again, here's some facts, is the largest voting bloc in the United States is women. More women vote than men vote. Okay. And there are more women who are registered to vote than there are men that are registered to vote. So you've also got to remember that if you can get the female vote, you can most likely, swing an election, assuming you even believe that elections are even valid these days, allegedly. So right now, to get the ladies to the polls, I said this in the last time we were here, is that nothing gets women to the polls like the idea that they're going to lose their right to have an abortion. So and again, and what's the basic function for that? I'll just repeat this one more time. The latent function of abortion is as a fail-safe for bad reproductive choices. You do not get around that, ladies. You do not. If you say, what is the function? What is the purpose for abortion? Well, a woman should have a right to choose. I'm not talking about that. So she chooses an abortion. What's the point and what's the purpose of doing that? Why is it so? Why is it that 98% of abortions are elective? Why? I've already heard. I heard President Biden just repeat this not too long ago. He said something about, well, we want to make sure that women who are the victims of incest and rape are going to be, we want to have the right. That accounts for a fraction, a minute fraction, not even of 1%, actually. 1%. If a woman's, if the pregnancy puts the woman's life at risk, that is a higher incidence of abortion than incest and rape.
It's extremely rare.
And I've got the stats to show you here.
And the other thing too, because I did see Biden's, response to the Supreme Court's decision. And, he basically bashed the justices and said, this is a terrible day for America, blah, blah, blah. And, he kept saying, my administration won't allow this. My administration is going to fight, etc. So, of course, there's going to be political undertones. I'm not going to lie, though. I do find it very interesting that that they would make a decision like this, knowing that the voter bloc is mostly female, but Supreme Court justices are lifetime. They're pretty much lifetime until they retire. So they're not swayed by voting. So they go ahead and say with their chest for real, 10 toes down. They don't have to sit there and which I think is a good thing, because if they're there, it's good and bad, I guess, because they can't necessarily be swayed by the public to try to get a vote. But at the same time, it's like, okay, well, if you're there forever, are you going to become dated or whatever it may be?
Now, here, let me ask you this. Riddle me this, Batman. They're kicking Roe v. Wade back to the states.
Yes.
What's the primary interest of a midterm election? The states, governors, senators, congresspersons, whatever. So as Biden also said, and reading from his script, also mentioned that the Roe v. Wade is on the ballot this year. Like, don't forget, ladies, Roe v. Wade is on the ballot this year.
Voting numbers this year for the states.
Oh, I'm sure.
We're gonna have historic, because no one gives a fuck about state elections. Let's be honest. But I'll tell you this: because I also want to. I don't know if you guys caught this yesterday when we were doing our podcast. We asked the ladies what their thoughts were on Roe v. Wade being overturned. And even we had a couple of ladies on the table, which I'm kind of surprised were actually pro-life. But you know what these ladies said that were pro-life? I still respect the woman's ability to make her own decisions. So technically, they're really pro-choice, even though they personally think they should be pro-life. I'm pro-life, but I think women should have the choice. So my thing is that even if women don't agree with something, it's that collective mindset. They're going to fight
Hivemind
to be able to allow other women to be able to exercise certain types of things. I've come to realize this in general when it comes to women. Like, even if you take a girl that's not promiscuous, right? She's going to say a lot of times, not all the time, right? But a lot of times she's going to say, listen, if you want to have a hot girl summer, or I know girls that do it, whatever, you go ahead and do it. You do your thing, girl. I just don't do it. Women will always fight tooth and nail to be able to allow each other to get away with fuckery. I hate to say it like that, but that's just what it is. So it's always the hive mind wins, not necessarily what they want. Personally, it's what's going to benefit women overall. Well, pro-choice benefits women overall because they're going to be able to pick and choose what they want to do, even if their personal belief system doesn't adhere to that.
I just find it funny because on the show, right, one of them mentioned, oh, you know what? I would never do that. It's murder. I understand. It's a moral choice that you're making. However, the next question, what if it's a one-night stand or somebody, I don't know, raped you? In that case, it's okay for them. And I'm like, what is it? Are you choosing not to do it because it's murder, or is there a reason when you can do it? So my thing is like, just choose one.
Yeah.
But
but I just find it interesting that even girls that are like, for themselves, pro-life, they're not going to necessarily push that upon other women, which I thought was very interesting. It's very few women actually, if you notice, like a lot of these pro-life clinics and everything else like that, like, it has women, but those women are very aggressive and like telling other girls like, no, you should keep the baby, whatever. Like they have to go to like another level because it goes against their nature to be, how to say this, adversarial of their own female counterparts. That makes sense.
I was also going to point some, there's also a socioeconomic aspect of this as well. And
let's talk about
we've got this one link up. You don't have to put it up right now, Chris, but I'll just read it out here real quick. Single women who earn $47,000 or over $47,000 a year abort 32% of their babies. Okay. Okay. So single women making $11,670 a year or less abort 8.6% of their babies. So those are some facts. Like there's a socio.
So one more time for people,
so
like that's actually very like.
Yeah, I got the other stats.
Run that back one more time because I don't know if the people caught what you just said just there.
Okay, and again, this is from the Brookings Institute. Single women who earn $47,000 a year or more abort 32% of their babies. Okay.
1/3.
Single women making $11,670 a year or less, which is like the poverty line. Okay.
Way below poverty.
Yes, so way below poverty line, abort 8.6% of their babies.
Wow.
So that is a qualifiable difference right there. And I don't think you need emotional arguments to win this debate. As far as like, what should we do? What's the best practices essentially is what really, that's why we have the Constitution. What's the best practices? This is the Constitution. These are the best practices. This is how we're going to organize society and run the country. Right. Okay, great. How do we come to that? Well, we've got to have facts. We got figures. We got to figure things out. We live in a time right now. We have unprecedented access to stats just like this. Yeah. Like a schmuck like me can actually figure out that, what those stats are there. But what that says to me is there's a socioeconomic factor that goes into abortions as well. A very strong one.
I mean, you're looking at someone. So I want you guys to put this in perspective. A woman that essentially makes $47K a year, which is like right around what an average man makes, by the way. Okay. So that's above average for a woman.
Independent.
Her chances of aborting a baby is basically 1/3. Okay, versus someone who is poor, 90% chance they're going to get pregnant. So
why do you think that is? Why do you think that richer women will tend to abort their children?
Here's my speculation. Going off to school, making money, they have to push that clock back, and they have to go ahead and focus on their career. And a lot of women know deep down having a child is going to hurt your ability to be able to advance your career, etc. So I would argue, I guarantee you, if you put like a woman that's at the $70K, $80K, $90K, $100K, $150K, more, whatever.
The more educated.
As the more education and the more money they make, the higher the likelihood that they're aborting children.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The other factor I've got, like, you can't just take one data set and just say, okay, here it is. You have to correlate these data sets together. So the other thing, and I've mentioned this on this show several times, the rise of the she economy, where we have like Morgan Stanley is projecting that by 2030, women between the prime working demographic ages 25 to 44, I believe is what it is. It's 45. I think it's 45% of women in the prime working age are going to be single and childless by the time they get to when they're in that demographic by 2030 right now. Now, why is that? Right. We have Elon Musk, who has been talking. And this was in our notes, actually. We were talking about this on Thursday. Elon Musk has been talking about the declining fertility rates. Now he owns like Twitter, so he can say whatever the hell he wants to on Twitter. But like, so what does he start with? Declining fertility rates, which is kind of ironic because on this show in May, I used him as an example of one of these companies that's saying, don't worry, ladies, we got your back. If you want to have an abortion and you happen to live in a non-abortion state, we're going to give you a stipend as part of your benefits package to cross state lines, go get an abortion, flush the kid, come back here and come back to work. Now, of course, the way I sort of framed that is that that's a business decision. That's because it costs them less to give you $4,000 to cross state lines than it does for them to give you pregnancy leave and to hire somebody else and do it's probably a whole lot more than $4,000, right?
Yeah.
So it's in their best interests for them to give you that stipend or that benefit, ladies. And then how many women are going to actually go and do something like that?
And something else, and sorry,
that's okay. No, I was just gonna say that. So that's the socioeconomic reasons for that. But the thing is to listen now. That's Tesla is doing that, right? Starbucks is doing that. Disney is doing that. Morgan Stanley is doing that too. A lot of big major multinational corporations, Amazon, are doing that. They offered that before this even happened. Months before this even happened, they were already saying, well, if it goes back to the States, almost like they knew it was going to go back to the States.
They knew it was gonna happen.
We would talk about Alex Jones. There you go. But now here we are, but also, we have Elon Musk talking about declining fertility rates right at this same time. And it's like, okay, well, if you're going to talk and say, well, we need to have more babies, I'm exempt from that because all I do is breed. That's all he does. But if you're going to talk about declining fertility rates and then at the same time talk out of the other side of your face where you're like, okay, but don't worry, ladies, we're going to give you an abortion stipend to cross state lines. To me, that sounds a little bit, that's some cognitive dissonance going on right there.
So the other thing I wanted to say as well, and I'm really glad that you mentioned that stat where if a woman makes, basically if she's in poverty, the likelihood of her having an abortion goes way lower versus a woman that earns more money. I mean, hell, $47K per year, and it's a 1/3 chance of her aborting a baby.
I have a graph for that, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, let's pull it up real quick. Yeah. Can we show that real quick?
Show me that one. It's the bar graph that's in there, Chris.
Yeah, because I think with the people, if they can visually see it, and it'll add a little bit more credence to what I'm about to say here in a second.
It's funny because all these independent boss babes that have all the money that they can exercise to like have abortions and stuff like that, they don't want kids early on, so they're gonna, like you said, postpone it. However, at the same time, it's like, okay, when they make bad choices, they can correct it. Versus if someone's poor, they can only make those choices to like correct. So
yeah,
scroll down a little bit there. I think it's down toward the bottom. Keep going. It's underneath. Let me see where I have it in the stack. Now keep going down. No, keep going.
We got a lot of graphs.
Yeah, I got a lot of data. I come with a lot. I come prepared. You will always. I always do my homework. Keep going down. Almost there. Next one after that.
Oh, sorry. There we go.
You're right there. Keep going. No, not well. That's a good. That one right there. Put that one up right
let's
there.
share this on screen.
Okay, so that's it right there.
Okay, so enlarge it on my end real quick, Chris.
Yep.
On our end.
Okay,
all right, so it goes here. Abortion rates by income group. Bam. So there you go, guys. You can see it.
That's from that same study where I was just reading you a minute
from
ago.
Brookings.
Okay, so as you can see, the more money they make, the higher the likelihood that an abortion is going to be conducted.
So let me explain those bars for you real quick. Percentage of single pregnant women age 15 to 44 who had an abortion in the year prior to this survey. Okay. So if you're looking at the income level as percent of the federal poverty line, which is why we were using the poverty line there, you can see where the percentages are. The 8.6%. That's the stat that I was just looking at for what is it? The 8.6 is the 11,760 that figure, and then the top one there, as you can see at the end, the 400% right there. That is what accounts for most of the abortions in this country, and
that's
it
only
is
at
at 47K or above.
That's the scary part.
Yes.
That's for someone that's only making $47,000 per year. So, like I said before, from this data, you can pretty much extrapolate that the more money you make, right? Typically, higher earners, what do? They work more.
Yes,
and if you work more, you're going to have less time for children.
You're a better employee.
Yes.
Your multinational corporations want you barren.
Yes.
They want you to be infertile.
So for you to make more money, we know a component of success is more time, more diligence, etc., which does what? Goes against your ability to be a mother. So the more money you make, the lower. I mean, how many single women have we brought here that are career women that don't have kids? Okay.
A lot.
And I'll tell you guys this, I just know from being in college and dealing with women that are educated, etc. I've dated plenty of women that have higher end degrees, etc. A lot of women in the professional world, as you guys know, I used to work in the government. They are all either on birth control or have had abortions in the past. Okay. It is what it is because to chase their career. Yeah. A couple. And it's very common, guys, and educated women. But if you look at girls that are, don't have as much money, maybe not educated, whatever.
Yeah.
They're those are the single moms a lot of the time.
I hate to say this, but that's very true.
Yeah.
The single moms you see today, most of them are broke. Yeah. Uneducated. And as a result, they can't really.
Chris, can you go to the next slide that's above that one?
And before we go to the next slide, I just want to say this too, because this is really important data. Because a lot of a lot of people were saying, hey, well, Roe v. Wade being overturned, this is going to hurt the poor women the most. This is fucked up, etc. Yes, it is going to affect women that are, of a lower socioeconomic status, but we already know from the data anyway that they have kids regardless. It doesn't fucking matter. So the women that actually make the money can still travel interstate to go ahead and get an abortion if they wanted, okay? Yeah. Because you guys got to remember that Roe v. Wade being overturned does not impede a woman's ability to travel to a state that allows abortion. And keep in mind, guys, that half the United States, is still going to allow women to get abortions. We know Massachusetts is one of them, New York, California, pretty much if it's a blue state, they're going to still allow abortions, okay? You got some of these states here that are kind of in the purple range, like Florida, may or may not, ban it or whatever it may be. But if your state does ban it and you have money, you can travel and or you could take a plan B or whatever else, because emergency contraceptives still haven't been banned.
When people say this is going to affect the dating market in a bad way, I just say, look, they will find ways to get around it. Like you said before, they could travel out of state, either maybe a different country if they wanted to, or for example, they could even do plan Bs, birth control. So it is what it is, bro.
Yeah,
they'll find a way,
because this is going to affect the poor women. But my argument is that the poor women are having the kids anyway, and you guys just saw it literally illustrated in the graph. The lower of associate. I mean, think about it. A lot of
you get more benefits if you're a mother, a single mother, and you're below the poverty line than you do if you're a woman.
Kids. They do. Like there's women that actually have multiple kids because guess what? You get government funding, you get food stamps. It's like. You can actually survive off of having kids.
Have benefits.
So it makes sense for poor women to do it.
Exactly.
Yeah. And a lot of them do it.
Chris, we can pull that one back up again real quick. This is the Agency for Healthcare and Administration. This is, I believe this is out of Florida as well. The reason why I keep using Florida, these are 2021 stats. Okay. So this is current year stuff. These are the reasons reported induced terminations of pregnancy by trimester as well, which is interesting. Elective abortion, you can see that is the lion's share of the reasons for abortions. Now, abortion performed due to social or economic reasons. Still, elective.
Chris, can you hit Control Plus a few times to make it larger for the audience?
Yeah, sure.
So they can
bring it up a little bit.
and open it on our side, and then also larger, and then a larger for the audience too.
Yeah, there you go. Perfect. All right, and so then you've also got performed due to emotional, psychological health of the mother. Still elective. Abortion performed due to a life-endangering physical condition. Now, this is where we start losing, we start tapering off. We got 119 of those during the year of 2021, okay? Then you got abortions performed due to serious fetal genetic defect, deformity, or abnormality. This is usually when it's a danger to the pregnancy is a danger to the mother, okay? So you see that spike up a little bit right there. Then you've got abortion performed due to incest. What does that number say there? 8 of all of
Chris,
those.
Can you enlarge it a little bit more?
Of 80,000, of almost 80,000 abortions performed, 8 of them were performed due to incest. Now, we also have abortion performed due to rape. Of almost 80,000 last year, 118. Okay. So I'm not saying it doesn't happen. It does happen, but it happens at such a low rate that you can't, all we're doing is looking at this at rape and incest, because if you say those words, women lose their minds.
Yeah, you get that.
Okay? If you go and you
triggered immediately,
how dare you? Exactly.
You will incite an emotional response that will drive them to a certain type
of of these reasons, due to rape, due to incest, or serious fetal genetic defect, right? Okay, so danger to the mother. Of those, you're actually looking at under 1,000 of the 80,000 were performed, or close to 80,000 that were performed last year.
Yeah.
So you're at
this is the state of Florida, guys.
Fraction of 1% for all of those.
Damn.
And you can reasonably say that many other states are going to be similar to this, maybe like not the same kind of numbers, because Florida does have a fairly large population.
I also want to point out that there are, like, Florida is one of the few states that is allowed to ask you what reason you have. Most states won't allow you, because here's the thing. What's funny to me is we are supposed to have this federal right to an abortion, yet state by state, you're not allowed, don't have a right to collect the information as to why you had that abortion.
Hold up.
States' rights. So states' rights for when you're reporting reasons, federal right to actually have it. That's the difference.
Damn.
How about this? What if we did this? What if we said, okay, ladies, guess what? We're going to write, you're going to have a right to a healthy, safe abortion into the Constitution, but we have to have every state, because it's a federal mandate now, we have to record why it is that why you had the abortion.
Damn.
Do you think they would go for that? Probably not.
They want
because they don't want to give you the reason.
The right without the responsibility.
Anonymous
Yeah.
effect of it.
They want the right and the responsibility because, to be honest with you, like it's not personally identifiable information. So it's like, yo, you're just simply putting in your number, statistic, whatever. It's not like people are ever going to know who you are, whatever. But this is a perfect example of wanting the benefits without necessarily paying the cost from the said benefits. If you want it to be federally backed, well, guess what? That comes at a cost, baby. You got to be able to go ahead and report on the numbers, and you're going to be anonymous. It's not like anything's going to happen. You're going to, you can go ahead and fill out one of these sheets or whatever where you don't put your name or anything. You're just going to say, this is why I did it, etc. Done. Boom.
Yeah, you don't have to give your social security card. You want an abortion, you have to fill out.
Can you imagine? Form. Oh, I'm here for an abortion. Why is that? Oh, I had a one-night stand. Oh, he told me that he loved me. It's like, bro, maybe stupid reasons like that.
You don't even have to get that detailed. You could just say, I'm just doing it because I'm electing to do it. Yeah. There's no danger to me or the pregnancy. That's simply that's all it would have to say.
And that's powerful data right there, because that shows you guys, because the thing is that, and going back to what you were saying earlier, which I thought was perfectly put, the left is going to make an emotional argument saying, yo, this is taking away from women's rights. And then the right is also going to make an emotional argument where you're taking someone's life.
And nothing gets done.
Both of them are emotional arguments. But when you look at the objective fact right now, because, not to beat up on the left here a little bit, but they're going to go ahead and make the argument, yo, we need to be able to allow women to get abortion because chicks are out here getting raped and incest and all this other stuff, and they need to be able to abort that child. Well, we just showed you guys that that's like an extremely small minutia of the data. So it's not as prevalent as they tell you. And what else isn't as prevalent as they tell you?
So what can we glean
Rape
from
culture
this?
as well?
Yeah.
We debunked that as well. This is more feminist propaganda. Sorry.
So I was gonna say, what can we glean from this information? Like, we know we have the data. Okay. I just work here. Okay. I just give you the stats. Okay. But how do we interpret the stats here? Okay. So we don't want to get too political. We don't want to get too moralistic or anything like that. But we still have this pile of forensic data that's sitting in front of us. So how do we connect the dots that go along with this? Okay. The only conclusion that I can come to as being the rational male and talking about what I've been talking about for 20 years now is that there's one function to abortion. It is a fail-safe for bad reproductive choices. That's what it is. Here it is, black and white. I don't make the rules. I don't make the stats, ladies. You do. So what does this say? What does this say about the function, the latent purpose of abortion? It's not about, a woman's right to choose and blah, blah, blah. And you don't have a uterus, so you don't get a seat at the table, gentlemen. So it's men trying to control women's bodies. No, you've been controlling your bodies, and here's the stats to show what you're doing with your bodies. Yeah. So the only conclusions that I can come to is that the purpose, the function of abortion, it is the ultimate statement. It's the last statement in hypergamy, and it is a fail-safe for bad reproductive choices. You want choices. I want to protect women's right to choose. Okay, what are you choosing? Well, we see what you're choosing right here. Yeah. What does that say about you? What does it say about the society? What does it say where we're going forward from turning all this back to the states?
And it's very interesting too, because if anything, abortion has made things equal between the two genders.
Yes.
And this might be a little bit of a controversial take for me to say this, but last time I checked, for the past 50 years, women have had universal control over who gets born and who doesn't. Now they don't. They're in the same powerless position as who? Men. So now they can't necessarily go ahead and terminate a pregnancy if the guy wants to go ahead and have the child, because we know a man might want to have a child and a woman doesn't. She says, fuck you, and goes and has an abortion anyway. Now she can't necessarily do that. Now she's basically equal to the very man who was allegedly oppressing her under the patriarchy. This is equality, baby. Again, I'm not rooting for Roe v. Wade being overturned or anything, because my personal take on it is nothing is really going to change. Ta-da! No, because all the feds basically did, guys. Okay, because a lot of people are taking this Roe v. Wade and fucking blowing it out of proportion. The feds basically said, "Yo, this ain't our fucking problem no more. Representatives, do your fucking jobs. You guys go ahead and deal with this shit at the state level. We don't want to be dealing with this shit no more. We got other stuff to worry about. God damn it."
All right, now let's bring this down and distill this down to something that's usable, or what can you expect in the future, that's coming here. Okay. So I'm going to play devil's advocate here because we just said this. Okay. The hypergamy is the reason for abortion. Okay. It's like nothing says he ain't the right guy than the universal right to end the pregnancy, end his genetic legacy in utero. So, I don't want to, now you're a little too beta for me. I'm not going to have your babies. Oh, you're alpha. I'm going to have your babies, but I'm going to pretend that it's going to be, what is it? Myron's illegitimate children on Instagram, right? Yeah. And so we're gonna pretend like I'm gonna have Chad's baby. I'm gonna pretend it's your baby. Like cuckoldry is something that is not too difficult to get away with these days. However, okay, so you've got hypergamy. We've already established that that abortion is a fail-safe, but okay, also it is a way a man does not need to assume any responsibility. You're gonna hear this. Well, what about the guy? If you just would have kept his pecker in his pants, then that's the easiest way to avoid an abortion. So if you guys could just, right? Yeah, well, it's a fair argument. But the thing is like when you look at the stats, like when we talk about the GSS study and how like it's like guys between the ages of 18 and 29 aren't having sex at all. They're virgins or they are just simply they're incels. And we go, oh, you're an incel. But the thing is like, women are the ones that are still having sex at relatively normal rates. It's guys who are not having sex. So that's another data point we can correlate with what we've just been talking about. But here's my thing is, a man does not need to assume any responsibility in his actions. He does not need, or does he not need to wear prophylactics, but to force his partner to abort. It's easy for him. People are going to say that those abortions that were elective it's men strong arming these women into having those abortions, or they'll say, well, if you would just keep your dick in your pants, then we wouldn't be having this conversation. So responsibility without authority. Once again, here we are. So we've got the responsibility for the pregnancy, but the problem is that's putting the cart before the horse. So once you get a woman pregnant, you're powerless. Yeah. The decision is no longer yours. So the decision to have sex might be the man and the woman, but the decision for the abortion is on you. That's it. Yep. It is on, only women get to decide that. And they are very, very outrageously vocal about that because they want everyone to know that you stay out of my government, out of my uterus. Okay. Well, the problem is that when people ask me like to explain, responsibility versus authority. And I've always said, responsibility without authority is slavery. And thank you, turd flinging monkey, for that one. I ripped you off. But it holds true. Okay. So the responsibility of the pregnancy might still be the two people coming together, but the responsibility for the abortion is all on the woman. Yeah. So what they're doing is they're trying to conflate those two. Well, if we could just head those guys off at the pass and keep their guys are just walking around with random hard-ons and women are just slipping and falling on top of them or something like that. That's not what's happening. Okay. Once the sperm leaves your body, you are 100% powerless at that time. And so whether or not a baby gets born is the decision of the mother. One sex, only one, not both of them. One sex gets to decide that by law, now by state law, but only one sex gets to decide that. Once the sperm leaves your body, you're effectively powerless at that time, and that's the discussion. So gentlemen, whenever you're faced with this argument where they're saying, well, if you would just kept your pecker in your pants, that's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about the sex that happened that caused the pregnancy. We're talking about the pregnancy once the baby's in the uterus and the woman decides to terminate the pregnancy. So, and that's where like the TradCon argument kind of falls apart, because they'll say, well, abortion is murder. Okay, well, if it is, then are you prepared to prosecute women for murder one? Because it's premeditated murder. It meets the definition for premeditated murder. So Matt Walsh, are you willing to prosecute women who get an abortion for murder one?
Wow.
Answer me that. Riddle me that, Batman.
I told you guys we're going to be impartial on this one. I told you guys. Even the conservatives, we're talking to them too.
What is a woman? Okay, what is an abortion? Is it murder? Because if it is, you got to be ready to prosecute for that, because we would prosecute anyone else for the same thing.
Prior abortions, everyone's going to jail.
Yeah.
And you can't, that's after the facts. But now from here forward.
Okay.
No, but I mean, that is a good point though, that abortion is the literal definition of premeditated murder, because if there's a heartbeat and everything else like that, or, it's pretty much a human being at this point, and you
if
decide,
you kill a pregnant woman, you're on the hook for
it's
two
premeditated
murders.
murder. It's conspiracy. The doctor's involved as well.
Yeah.
You know, so it's
he's the hitman.
Yeah.
You hired the hitman. you're still on the hook for murder one.
We can have fun with this one. It's murder for hire. If you call the fucking clinic and you say, I'm going to come in on this day and we're going to do it, that could be federal. You use the telecommunication device, affected interstate commerce, went over to the fucking clinic, paid them.
I just had a good idea for your. I had a good idea for your Fed. Have you seen these videos where like the federal agent is there and he's talking to the woman who's trying to hire the hitman, and the hitman is actually the federal agent to kill her husband?
I did a case.
I was gonna say you break one of those down, because it's more like instead of the federal agent, now it's the abortion doctor that's in the car and they're plotting it.
So I did a murder for hire case when I was in Texas, and normally how it gets done, and this is just a quick little deviation from whatever. So real quick. Murder for hire, you basically, you get the information as someone's trying to kill someone and there's a contract on someone's head. You put an undercover in there and or a confidential informant. A lot of time you get the information from an informant, and then you put that informant and or you put an agent in there, and then bam, they're the ones that go in and carry out, allegedly carry out the hit. They accept the payment, they make they make the plans, everything else like that. And a lot of the times is they'll commit the murder, allegedly, send pictures, hey, he's done, here's the pictures, whatever. And the person will respond, oh yeah, that's awesome, and pay maybe the other amount or whatever else it is. And then bam, that's all evidence, and the person was really alive the whole time, but you can stage it. ATF did a case like that years back. But yeah, I had a case like that, and we put an undercover in. And
so the person the person who hires the hit is still guilty of murder one.
Yes,
even if they didn't pull the trigger, if they're not the trigger man, but they were the ones who paid for the actual
if it's
hit.
Federal, it's murder for hire, right? Which is its own like statute essentially, right? But if it's on the state level, then it's the murder one, premeditated murder. But the feds don't really have a murder statute simply just for murder. It's typically got to be tied to some other crime, whether it's conspiracy, racketeering, whatever. But the state 9 out of 10 times always takes the lead on murder cases.
So maybe it's not murder one. Maybe you could be guilty of murder for hire.
Murder for hire. It could still be murder one though, because it's premeditated murder. It just comes down to, do you want the feds to prosecute or the state? So if the state prosecutes it, 9 out of 10 times is going to be murder one. And they also have a murder for hire statutes as well at the state level. But the reason why they typically like to do murder for hire at the fed level is because you're going to do 80% more. You're going to do 80% of your time, and you're going to probably get convicted because the feds don't lose. So that's why people like to do a murder for hire at the federal side.
I also want to, but before we move on, before we get to super chats next, I also want to point this out as well, is that I've done a lot. I've actually watched these classes on like why it is that men want to control women's bodies. Like a lot of the times women want to conflate like the quote unquote mythological patriarchy with men wanting to control women's bodies and to tell them what they can do. And you have to remember that when you hear that argument, it's usually because of what I call the existential fear of women. Okay. Yeah. The existential fear of women is that they would be forced to have the baby of someone who is not of their choosing. Okay. Yep. Because if you think about it in evolutionary terms, to have that forced upon you, and now usually it's EPAR or rape. We've been saying rape right now. That's fine. But that is a very brutal, very horrible. I'm not endorsing this, but I'm just saying that is a very brutal mating strategy for guys who got nothing else left to lose. Okay. Yeah. So when you look at the incidents,
terrible as it sounds, it is
when you look at the incidents of rape that accelerates during times of war, it's because the soldiers who are out there performing the rape don't know if they're going to take a bullet a half an hour after they have already, ejaculated in some woman and hopefully pass on their DNA, and then their kids get to live, but he gets shot. Right. So there's almost this like cognitive, like hindbrain understanding that I've got to take desperate measures because of desperate times. Right. Yeah. So again, not saying it's right, not saying it, not an endorsement, but that's the mechanics of that. So
never thought of it that way.
Exactly. And so when we talk about when we're talking about, these old white men in the government want to take control of your body, that's the fear that is playing upon. So when we want to get women to the polls, there's nothing that gets women to the polls like, abortion, but we're taking away that fail safe so that women would be held accountable for their for the choice of either having the child or not having the child. That's the difference in all of this. But the fear, the emotionality that both sides of the ideological spectrum use it's a fear that is based on the existential fear of women, that choice to have sex and to reproduce with the man of their choosing is removed from them. That's why women hate the idea of like religious strictures on premarital sex or prearranged marriages. They don't want dad to tell them who they get to have a baby with. They want to have 100% authority over their reproductive decisions, but they don't necessarily want 100% responsibility over those, because otherwise they wouldn't fight tooth and nail to maintain Roe v. Wade.
Yeah.
So it's playing on this evolutionary, visceral, lizard brain fear that evil men somewhere are going to suppress their sexuality and suppress their sexual choice. Because remember, even when a woman made a good reproductive decision back in our hunter-gatherer days, back in 100,000, 200,000 years ago, even if she made a good choice, it's still possible that guy would either leave or he could get killed. And even a good choice was still a dicey situation for them, not to say nothing of a bad choice, which is why women are much more hesitant to have sex. That's why they're much more like cautious. That's why quality means something to them. For us, our reproductive strategy is unlimited access to unlimited sexuality, right? And so we have to sort of buffer that ourselves. And women used to have a compromise on their own strategy, which they no longer have now that we have hormonal birth control and a fail-safe against bad reproductive choices.
Yeah. So real quick, I'll hit the chats. And guys, I want to just say this real fast. We got 6,000 plus of you guys watching. I think we only got 2,000 likes. Guys, we're dropping. I got a swollen face here. I'm all fucked up still. Got a scar on my head. Rollo's here on a Saturday. We're giving you guys an extra show because this is an important situation, man. Chris is there. He just woke up. Guys, please like the goddamn video, man, because we're giving you guys a lot of size. We're talking about fucking murder for hires, telling you guys how that law works and shit. We're talking about abortion. We're breaking down the Supreme Court justice ruling from an objective standpoint. We're looking at it both from, we're making fun of the libs and the conservatives on this one. We're staying objective, and we're going to talk about now. We're going to segue over to how this is going to actually affect the sexual marketplace. All right, so please like the goddamn video.
This is the important point.
And I'll read the chats real quick. Or Fresh, can you read the chats real fast?
We got Kidnapping X. Twin Work says the future is clear. Pro-aborts move to blue states and shrink in size. Pro-lifers grow in numbers in red states. They move out and take over blue states. Will take decades, but we can fix society, at least in the U.S.
Yeah, and, that's a Tim Pool argument, by the way, because they're saying that what we're doing is we're balkanizing the United States right now, and so we're doing it now. We couldn't do it by political ideology, so we're going to do it by abortion ideology right now.
Lovely. 123. Twin Buck says overturn. Oh ho, here comes the coochie hats. Brooklyn Kings, Twin Bug says, how many forms of contraceptives are there? I think it's like
okay, for 21? Men there are two. Vasectomy and wrap the rascal.
Yeah.
Okay. For women, I believe there's something like
19 or 21?
Something like that.
Yeah.
I know there are at least 10 that I actually got this question one time. I tried to list them. I came up with at least 10 for women. There's probably more like 20, I think.
I think 21 or 19 or something like that.
But you also have to take into consideration hormonal birth control is not just one pill, like the pill, right? We think like guys don't know any different, but there's different versions of the pill as well. So so you could also make an argument that there's different varieties of
Tommy Sotomayor said as many flavors as Baskin Robbins, which I think was 31.
Yeah.
At least that's what he said.
Well, it's like an IUD, hormonal birth control, Norplant, the patch, you could just go on and on and on.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie. These white girls got it right.
So I watched
whatever they use not working, bro.
I watched this one video this because of the whole Roe v. Wade thing. It spawned a bunch of, as you might guess, spawned a bunch of videos right now. One of those was like why we need male birth control right now. And what I thought was interesting is that he did that. He said, these are the amount of birth control methods there are for women, and for men, it's wrap the rascal, abstinence, jerk off, I guess. And then you could get a vasectomy. Yeah. Those are the ways you can have contraception for men. And then he made this comparison. He says, we can have, how many landers do we have on Mars right now? And, and we have genetic manipulation of like mosquitoes in the Nile River so we don't get, dengue fever. But we can't figure out how to like make a guy, reversibly, infertile or fertile, And I'm just like, there's a reason for that. It's not because they can't, it's because they won't.
Yeah.
Because they make more money by the way that things are right now. All the shit that we're talking about at this moment, there's a reason why we're having this conversation. Yeah. Because remember, hormonal birth control has been available since, I think 1962. It started taking off right around 1965. And you can see how the downstream effects of society has changed as a result of that. But if you go and I think what would be a real game changer right now is if we could come up with something where a man could take a male pill, right? Like, and just, and he doesn't have to worry about like, you know, growing hair out of his ears or something like that, or something happens to the guy.
Yeah.
If we can have something that's a reliable thing, so you can just feel like a normal dude and you can have sex and you not have to worry about getting pregnant, guess what happens then? You want to talk about the fertility rate declining even more? That's when that's going to happen, because now it's men and women have to both agree to come together and say, okay, I'm going to go off my pill. I'm going to go off my pill, and we're going to have a kid together. Right. It's no more, oh, is the baby mine? Is the baby not mine? None of that's, I mean, getting to that point would be really tough. I mean, this is theoretical at this point. This is like, ideally, that's what should happen. What will probably happen is there'll be guys who are just like, I'm not going to take the pill. I can't afford it. I don't want to have anything to do with it. And they'll be the ones that women will go, oh, well, I need a baby, you know, or you have these guys right now. You want to talk about artificial insemination, or you talk about like fertility clinics or sperm banks, like women can very easily just go and inseminate themselves anytime they want. It's to the point now where you can go on Facebook or you can go on social media and you got guys there who are like, I'll be happy to impregnate you. It's $300 a cup and I'll meet you on the train over here and I'll give you, and then you're good to go. And you know, don't ask no questions and I won't, you know, give you lies.
Whoa. I knew guys when I was in college, you guys know I used to row in college, and they would like, you know, pause, like guys that were tall, you know, Caucasian guys, whatever, and they would literally just go and donate their sperm in Cambridge and make
rub one out and you get some money.
So
working my way through college.
So I'll say real quick. So they had no problem doing it anymore. Do we have more?
We got more.
Okay, go ahead. First,
we have certified professional. $20 says the only thing that will change is that you can no longer slide the girl $300 for the scoop. You need to give another $1,500 for a Cali vacay for the scoop and a trip to California. So he's saying basically no more $300 for abortion. Got to split them out as well. That's a very good point. Omar Quantina, $20 says, would you say events like this, past event and even future, are in a way on purpose so the Democrats have something to back up so people can get back to on their side? Love the show, boys. It inspires me every day.
Yes, and it is inspired by fear. Yeah, as I said before, it's nothing gets the ladies to the polls like thinking that they're going to lose their right to their right to an abortion. But also I made the case that they were also talking about student debt forgiveness as well. And I don't know if maybe Myron knows, but I think they were going to do like kind of a half measure. They were going to do kind of like a stimmy check for like people who had like outstanding debts on their they were going to forgive like $5,800 of your $400,000, you know, student debts. But I think they were just trying to throw a bone, and everybody has conveniently forgotten all about the student debt forgiveness that, by the way, Elizabeth Warren was just screeching and hemming and hollering about back in I think it was in March or April. We don't even hear about that anymore because now it's all about it's the fear of Roe v. Wade. It's direct. I mean, they openly state this. They say Roe v. Wade is on the ballot this year. You might as well just say, you know what? If you don't go to the ballot and vote for us, then your guys are going to be screwed. That's essentially what the message is.
Biden might actually win again,
or not screwed.
So we have here Scott Aragon. $20 says, just to clarify, I never start any type of discussion with females on this subject. Just what happened last night was on a date, and the chick asked me about it. I responded accordingly. Needless to say, when we're seeing her.
Yeah, that's why we're saying don't do that shit, bro.
Yeah, bro.
That's exactly.
I responded accordingly by saying way too much.
Save your time.
Yeah, bro. Like, yo, guys, let me tell you guys something right now. Even if a chick is pro-choice and pro-life, and you tell her this shit, like, yo, you know, we shouldn't be killing babies and all this other shit, bro, they're gonna get mad, bro. I'm telling you. Even the most conservative girls are gonna get mad at you for saying that.
Here's why you don't do that. By the way, 1 in 4 women ages 32 to 38 with at least a bachelor's degree were unmarried when they had their first baby. New research shows. So, like, even women who are with a bachelor's degree or over, they're 32 to 38 years old. We're having babies when women do have babies. Okay, this is a really good data point here. 32 to 38. They couldn't have those babies when they were 22 or 28.
Exactly.
No, they could. But remember, what did we just say? If they earn more than $47,000 a year, odds are by what, 32%, close to 1/3 are aborting their kids. And so, wow, lo and behold, 32 to 38 is when women are having their babies finally without a man.
Yeah.
No man involved.
And we know that a lot of girls are having quite a bit of sex, especially if they go to college. So you're telling me from all those sexual encounters, you've never had an abortion, you made it to 32 years old? That's cap. You probably had at least maybe one abortion, one pregnancy scare, whatever it may be. So
and remember these IUDs.
Remember these stats, gentlemen. Remember these stats when a woman says, I don't need a man, but I want a man. Yeah, you don't need a father. Clearly, 32 to 38 had a bachelor's degree and were unmarried when they had their first baby. That right there is, I don't need a man. I want a man. What do you want him for? To impregnate me between 32 and 38 when I'm ready to finally have a kid because I can't find Mr. Right and I can't lock you down.
And they want either one or two, no more than that.
Yeah, them's the facts right there. So when women say, I don't need a man, but I want a man, all you're saying is men are superfluous. And I thought feminism was because you wanted equality between men and women. No, Feminism has never been about equality. It has only ever been about restitution and retribution. And here's the facts and here's the downstream effects of it in 2022 right now.
Yeah.
Bam.
No. All right. So we got
the Sorrel show.
Rollo, I believe for pro-life with this debate, they have to blame the mom too. We blame the doctors, Democrats, nurses, but never the mom. It should start with a mom.
She's the one making the decision.
Murder. Because life starts at conception. Okay, fair enough.
Effective diesel.
Where we at? Oh yeah, the lower income women also need the kid for more government programs.
That is very true, bro.
Bro,
we know, bro. When I had the property in the hood, right?
Yeah.
Like there was a whole section of women that had a bunch of kids. I'm like, why are they having 4 or 5 kids taking care of them? Like they have no life, bro. What are they doing? Then I found out it's because they get funding and they get housing. So it's like, bro, they go shopping for grocery stores.
Do you?
Nah, bro. Nigga, you poor, bro. go by coconut tree. You want coconuts? Put that shit. Mangoes, eat that shit.
You can always go out in the bush.
Over here, you got it good over here.
The Supreme Court decision on Roe v. Wade has turned a logical argument for abortion into an emotional one. Women will swear the rights have been infringed, but will fail to see if it has actual equalized genders' rights. It actually has equalized genders' rights. Now they're in the same powerless position as men. Anton Type 1, $50. Thank you so much. And then we got Cryptic Coil. No pro-lifer or right-winger calls for women to be arrested for abortion. You can't find people on that side of the aisle who want that. They do, however, think that doctors or performers should be because doctors know better. Fair enough. You know, like I said, the murder for hire.
When you hear the conservative, the TradCon case against abortion, it's if you bring up if abortion's murder, then why are we not prosecuting women for murder? They don't want to talk about that, right? Yeah. Instead, what they do is they try to reframe the argument and they say, well, it's because men. And if men weren't so predatory and they just didn't take what they wanted and they impregnated these women like fiendishly, put their seed inside of them and these poor women couldn't help but to have their babies. And now we need this, or now, they're all put out. All they're doing is they're making appeals to that responsibility versus authority thing. Once again, what they fail to acknowledge is the fact that once there is a baby in the uterus, it is the mother's choice, not the man's choice. The mother's choice. It might be the man and the woman's choice to have sex, but when there is the product of that sex is a baby in that uterus, man doesn't get any say whatsoever. There's a responsibility. He's got all the responsibility for the financial for 18 years and for paternity, but he has no authority over whether or not that kid lives or that dies, or even the authority over whether or not he wants to be invested in that child, either financially or emotionally or whatever.
All right. So let's go ahead and give our thoughts on how this is going to affect the future. Then we're going to transition over to the dark side of what we have for modern women. So I'll say this. Here's my prediction, and then I'll go to Fresh, and then Rollo, you can can it off, and then we'll go into the next topic. I don't think much is going to change. No. And what's going to happen is, I think, for guys that are, for women out there that are like casually having sex or whatever it may be, it's going to make it a little bit more difficult, maybe, because their insurance might not necessarily cover birth control, or they might not. It might be a little bit harder to get an IUD or whatever else. But in general, I don't think it's going to change much. The party girls that are out here fucking and sucking and everything else like that, they're going to continue to use Plan Bs. They're going to continue to do the IUDs. They're going to continue to do what they got to do to be able to live their best life. And these are women that we know typically from the numbers that are higher earning anyway. Okay. And then you got the girls that we know that make less money or whatever. They're more prone to have children. So I don't think too much is going to change, especially since 50% of the United States is still going to allow abortions to a degree. So if you live in an area where abortion isn't allowed, okay, you will be able to travel. Now, who I think this is going to hurt the most is women that are in that middle ground area. What do I mean by the middle ground area? I think women that are in that area where they're making like 30 to maybe 50, 60K per year, is going to put them in a weird spot because they can't necessarily just pop down to the clinic down the street and pay for it. They're going to have to actually travel and put some resources into it if they make it to that level where they actually have to go and do a formal abortion. But all the emergency contraceptives, Plan B, whatever it may be, I doubt they're going to touch those. And the people out there that, are talking, because there's a lot of misconceptions. Oh my God, Roe v. Wade, they're going to take away the emergency contraceptives, Plan Bs are gone, whatever. Does this open a door for them to potentially take it away? Yes. Do I think it's going to happen? No. The only person that even mentioned this or uttered that was Clarence Thomas, right? And he's probably one of the most conservative justices on there, but a lot of people there, he don't necessarily agree with him. So I don't think contraceptives are going to be affected. People are still going to be able to do what they need to do. Birth control, etc., is probably going to still be widely available. It's just that for those people that don't plan ahead and don't take a Plan B or don't use contraceptives and get pregnant, and then they find out a couple months later that they're pregnant, that's who's going to fuck up the most. Those people that are in that middle ground of socioeconomic status where they just have enough money to kind of live somewhat of a hot girl summer, but they don't have enough money to necessarily travel interstate to go ahead and get an abortion if they live in a state that doesn't offer it, it's going to fuck them up. But I don't think it's in general, it's going to change the sexual marketplace that much. So for you guys out there that are saying these girls are going to have to stop being hoes, blah, 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 it ain't gonna change.
Trust me, they're not gonna start making you toast. Yeah, they're not gonna start cleaning your house.
This is just my prediction, guys. Who knows? But that's what I think is not gonna affect too much because we're still gonna have the emergency contraception.
Here's my prediction, right?
Okay, tell me.
And this is experience talking as well, being in the field. So from what I can see, most girls anyway go to the guy to pay the abortion bill. They either pay for the actual surgery itself or for the pill itself. Yeah. My thing is, what's gonna happen is,
hell, I've done it.
Those guys are gonna have to pay more money because either they got to pay for the travel, pay for the accommodation. Because think about it, right? If the guy has that value for the most part, because women are hypergamous, they'll probably choose the best guy that they can. The guy that they choose should have some resources. You know what, babe? Oh, I'm pregnant. He's like, hell no, get rid of it. So he'll pay for the flight, pay for the hotel, pay for maybe the surgery or whatever, and he'll have to pay more money. That's what I think is gonna happen in the future. Because right now, bro, think about it. Most girls that are broke, they ain't paying for it. You go to some other dude. So that's what I think. And then secondly, regarding women having the right to contraceptives, look, there may be some more IUDs, some more patches, whatever. Because you know what? I save time and money. I'll do this instead. So it's a give and take. But responsibility wise, man, they can do whatever they want.
It's gonna. I would say it's gonna make more women proactive in the front end. It's gonna make them be prepared to either take a Plan B or make you wear a condom and or be. Or maybe they'll pick a better guy
they'll be very careful about who they have sex with unprotected now.
Yeah,
on some level.
Especially if they live in a state that is that's not going to allow for abortion. But if you live in like a New York or a Massachusetts or a California, bro, these bitches ain't going. I was just saying,
imagine you're a woman and you want to get an abortion and you're like 2 states away from an abortion state. Now you got to fly across.
Girls in Illinois are fucked. Like the entire Midwest essentially is about to make it where abortion's illegal.
I'll say this. I'll end with this: is that I think that on November 9th, you'll hear crickets. That'll be just, you will not hear anything else about this, simply because this is a midterm election. They're ramping this up because they want to, at the very least, whether they rig the elections or they don't rig the elections, they still want that mass hysteria. And this is the topic, the emotionally charged, meta message between now and the election and now the midterm elections. Okay. So this is just, honestly, I think this is just to sort of power that hysteria up until that point. That's number one. The other thing is I think that once we get up to that point, you'll see that some smart guy along the way, because all you ladies, if you really want an abortion to be in the Constitution, guess what? Petition your senators or whoever's your lawmakers, have them draw up the law, say, we want to put an amendment in the Constitution. And I know that requires you to actually learn something about civics. Was it the bill on Capitol Hill and in Schoolhouse Rock back in the day? Go watch those things from the 70s and you'll figure out how to do this. But you can actually do this. You can say, I propose that we want to have abortion as a federal law. We want to add it to the Constitution. information. Somebody's probably going to, I would argue somebody's probably already figured that stuff out. They're going to find some way to sort of reverse this. I don't know how legally, I don't know how that's going to happen, but that reversal will probably happen between now and November 8th, or like right after November 8th. And it's like, yay, we won. It's like wag the dog meets, social media kind of thing. But I think that, I think this will be a great big nothing burger by the time we get to November. Possibly. But we have to, but between now and then we're amping everything up, and we want the emotions, and we want the charged, like the feels before reels going off. The other thing I wanted to point out really quickly here is that one of the things you're going to get, and I've already seen this argument on Twitter. So, because a lot of guys are like, how do I respond to this? How do I respond to this? One of the things that women will bring up, and I've heard with female politicians say this, like, what law is there that controls a man's body? Right? What is it? Because here we have abortion, and men want to control women's bodies. What law is out there that will control a man's body? And of course, the natural response is, well, Selective Services does. Signing up for Selective Services, it's actually almost worse than abortion if you think about it, because it puts you in harm's way. It literally, if you would have to sacrifice your life, and you're actually choosing which service you want to die in. Should you be called up for duty in an active war or something like that. And furthermore, women go, well, I'm against war, and if women were running the country, we wouldn't have any wars. And of course, you have this emotion versus emotion. But here's the facts: is if you are, as a man, if you don't sign up for Selective Service, in some states, you can't get a driver's license, you cannot vote, you cannot hold elected office, you cannot get a federal job, you can't get a federal job,
federal loans,
and you cannot get federal loans, you can't get student financial aid, and then and you cannot become a citizen. I didn't realize that until I did this. I did the homework on this.
Well, you can get fined by quite a bit of money.
And if you are and by the way, jail time up to 5 years or $250,000.
Yep.
So let's deal. You want to talk about unfair laws that control men's bodies? Let's bring it. Bring it.
Yeah, because there's a couple out there.
Yes.
Okay, so next topic, I guess. Are chats still or no?
No.
We're good? Okay. So we're going to transition over to the next topic.
Yeah.
So for some of you guys, that we had an episode on Monday with Dr. RedPill. It was a fantastic conversation. We talked about open hypergamy and plastic surgery, but that conversation was also supposed to go into the dark future ahead for women. And we already talked about Roe v. Wade, how it's going to affect things with women. But now we're going to talk about the overall sexual marketplace. So Rollo, you want to take it first?
Okay. So I think the first place we were starting off was there's an interesting, I actually talked about this with Adam Sosnick not too long ago, which is Zoom dysmorphia.
Yeah,
that was good. I kind of wanted to start with Zoom dysmorphia.
Start with it. We'll give the people a quick.
And I had no idea that this even existed up until about last week. And Zoom dysmorphia is this, like, during 2020 lockdowns. What happened was a lot of people had to do telecommunication, right? They had to go on a Zoom meeting so that they could do work from their home because they were in lockdown, and nobody wanted to get the beer bug. So what happened was, as you probably know, and I don't think you guys do it on this show, but if you use certain cameras, and if you use Zoom, you're probably familiar with the term facial smoothing.
Yeah.
And so what happens is on the actual settings in Zoom, you can say, oh, I want to look, I don't want my wrinkles, and I want to look much more smooth. I want to do something like that. Or there's an app called Face App. Everybody on Instagram knows what Face App is. If you don't, go look it up, because everybody is using that to the point where women have been using these the facial smoothing, or they'll use Face App to make themselves look beautiful, to the point where they think that their online personality, their online image, is who they really are.
Yeah.
Until they're actually in live in person with somebody, and they realize, and they get this what's called Zoom dysmorphia, which is they think, or they want the desire to look like they do on Instagram, on Zoom, and it's become a psychological disorder recently, I guess, because of 2020 and the lockdowns, and people become more and more aware of it. And
I love how we make up these dysmorphias, or we make up like these little psychological terms for people that, quite frankly, and this goes to show, Dr. Sean Smith talked about this, how the American psychologist community in general is extremely femme-centric, and they will sit there.
It's an ideological board.
Yeah, someone will basically, and like, you have some kind of disorder. It's not that you're just a fucking idiot or stupid. It's you have this disorder, and we're able to label people and give them kind of an out for their stupidity. And my thing is like, it's not you know, I mean, we're calling it Zoom dysmorphia for the purposes of the pod, so you guys kind of understand what we're talking about. But we're laughing at it because it's just like, no, you're just a dumb narcissistic hoe, man. Like that doesn't understand that you don't really look the way you
because
think you do.
They believe because who their online personality, who their persona is online is who they are.
Damn.
And I don't look like this. I look like that on Instagram. That's the me. That's me. That's the real me. That's the one that's the influencer that everybody likes, that everybody gives me social proof and, you know, pre-selection and social rewards for.
Yeah.
And so they'll go. That's why we had Dr. Oz on here, and we're saying we were asking him about that. And he was saying, I no longer want you to make me beautiful. I want you to make me look like I do on Instagram.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I want to be younger. I don't want to be beautiful. I want to look like I am 21, not 41.
And I think that was one of the most profound things from when we had a discussion with him originally, was he was saying women don't get plastic surgery to become more beautiful. They get plastic surgery a lot of the times to be more youthful. And I think, you know, that, and if you kind of look at how girls edit their pictures or the filters that they use or whatever, a lot of the time the filters remove creases, wrinkles, whatever it may be, which creates a more youthful appearance, which by default increases your aesthetics, which makes you more beautiful. So women know deep down that youth is almost, you know, it's tied to beauty.
Not
a lot of the time.
Not to mention the benefits you get, because think about it. If you're hot on Instagram, you're getting flown out, you're getting offers, you're getting money paid to you.
It's an investment.
So literally it's an investment into your future, because guess what? Guys want beauty. They want girls that look good. They want girls that are in shape.
Yeah, I was going to say that the cosmetic industry is in a multi-bajillion-dollar juggernaut because women want to look older.
Yeah, I mean, during the pandemic, women were running fucking nail salon speakeasies, bro. You know what I mean? So that they can get their nails and hair done. Like, this is how serious it is for women. They know that their value comes from the way they look. That's why I laugh at women when they say, I wear makeup for me, or I dress like this for me. No, you fucking don't. You do it for the approval of other men predominantly, and then on top of that, to also compete with other women and let them know that they're not as bad as you. That's why chicks say, I'm a bad bitch. So they know and let other girls know, I am better than you in the sexual marketplace totem pole, and other men find me attractive. Dudes don't walk around and say, I'm a bad nigga. Men know deep down that their
unless
looks
you're Andrew Tate.
but here's the thing though, but Andrew isn't basing it off of his looks.
Yeah,
he's basing it off of his status, or in his words, status. So shout out to Andrew. That's a good friend of ours, guys. That's a good friend of ours, man. So with women, when they say I'm a bad bitch, they're referring to their looks. When men say I'm a bad motherfucker, 9 out of 10 times they're referring to their status that they've had to earn. So even though women will sit there and say, oh no, I do it for me, I do it for me. No, you fucking don't. You do it for men predominantly, you know, whether you want to accept it or not. It's for certain men, it just so happens that other guys come in because you're attractive. So bam, everyone comes in, but you want that 1% guy. And then on top of that, you also do it to assert your dominance against other females in the mating hierarchy that we have here, which is why I always laugh when women say, I don't compete, I am the table, and all this other fuck shit. Because bitch, you are competing. When you put that makeup on, when you put those heels on, when you go to the gym, when you exercise, when you fit into that tight ass dress, or you put yourself through that BBL surgery, whatever, you are fucking competing. And I would argue you're competing at a higher level than the men do, because you put yourself through physical pain, right, to a ridiculous degree, day in and day out, to look good for what? Men. And if you don't believe me, none of these bitches are going to sleep with makeup on every night, okay? And wearing heels to go to bed. None. You go to a chick's house, when she ain't getting ready to go to the club or whatever, she's dressed like a fucking bum. But you go ahead and catch her in the club, she dressed real good.
I don't know. I've had girls wear heels to bed.
Really?
No, just kidding. I just want to throw this out there right quick. Is you could see like 80-year-old women who are still putting on makeup. Like, for what? Yeah, for what? You're 80 years old, but they still do it. Yeah, because they understand on the hind brain, they still understand, I want to look good. They don't say, oh, I want to look good for men. They just know that that's them. Yeah. I am me with this makeup on. I am me in this clothing, in this outfit. I am me with this hairstyle. That is the women's appearance becomes part of their ego invested like persona of who they are. The problem we're running into now in the social media age is who you are offline is not who you are online. And that's where Dr. Oz comes in, is like he's trying to sort of blend those two, because women say, I don't look like that on make me look like I look on Instagram, fix my nose, fix my boobs, fix whatever you give me a BBL, whatever it is, because I look like I have a big ass in this filter here. You don't actually have a big ass, but you put a filter on there to make it look like you actually do. And now I want one in real life, so that like guys will actually want me when they finally meet me on Tinder after looking at my big ass that I used a filter to.
And I'll say this too. what Fresh said as far as like girls getting surgery and everything else into them investing and allowing it opportunities is 100% true. I know a girl, and Fresh gonna know who I'm talking about here, and I'm not gonna mention her name, but but she got surgery done, got her teeth done, got her body done, everything else like that. She's came to the United States, has different from somewhere else, and ever since she got the surgeries, now she's on music video sets. Now she's in certain social situations.
Rewarded for it.
Now she's getting flown all over the place, finessing, traveling, all this other shit, right? And that came as a direct result of improving her appearance. And it allowed her more leverage in the sexual marketplace to allow her opportunities to be around higher status men. Women know if I look good, I'm going to be around higher status men, and that's going to present me with, how do I say this? Hypergamous opportunities. Okay. So, and that's a byproduct of the open sexual marketplace that me and you discuss, open hypergamy, where women now have access to men, an unprecedented level of access.
And they're open about it. They could care less about it.
The same way how guys get their money up, they get in the gym, get a money mindset right as well, maybe spiritual as well. A girl can do her body and get doors open up for her. It's kind of like she's using her body to get open doors for opportunities. Guys use their leverage, maybe their money, maybe their status to get opportunities. It's the same thing, pretty much.
Okay, so here's the dark future aspect of this whole thing. We go,
make a prediction now?
No, it's not a prediction, but it's well, okay, it might be a little bit of a prediction. In my 5th book, which is the Players Handbook, please buy it. It's on Amazon. I mentioned in this one part where it's I have a chapter in there called brand management and how everything is sort of churn marketing today. Like Tinder is absolutely churn marketing. It's in Tinder's best interest that you don't have a healthy relationship, that you never find the one, that you never find your quote unquote soulmate, or you never get married. Because what does that do? It takes a client out of the system. They want you to keep looking and looking and looking and looking, especially for men. It's what's called churn marketing. Okay. Same thing for Netflix. We don't watch a movie anymore. We watch series. I know I was very much addicted to Ozark when Ozark was out. I love that show. But you know what? You'll watch, like, there's 4 seasons of Ozark, and I think there's probably like 10 or 8 or 10 of those. That's 8 or 10 hours of commitment that you have to that one season. Now you've got 4 of them. So now you're about 40 hours into this thing because it's churn. It keeps you sucked into the series and going and going and going. And so that we don't know how to like watch a 2-hour movie anymore. We only know how to watch series because of churn marketing. So, but what happens is, what do we got?
No, sorry. That's Myron.
They're guessing into the chat who it is. I ain't gonna tell you.
Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah, but I see the chat.
We're not gonna sell her out. I know. Yeah. So, anyways, as far as
cool,
so what happens is in that chapter I mentioned this is that it's a story about David Bowie. Okay, and David Bowie used to do this character called Ziggy Stardust, and Ziggy Stardust was supposed to be this alien from another planet he was a rock star, of course, and he came down from heaven above to present his message and everything. And the problem with that happened during that time, and he's done before David Bowie died, he was doing some interviews. I think it was with Rolling Stone magazine or something, and they said, "Why did you stop doing Ziggy Stardust?" He says, "Because I was becoming Ziggy Stardust." He didn't want to be Ziggy Stardust, so he would actually go and do these shows, and it was so absorbing, and people were there, and the music and the lights and the stage presence and everything else, that they stopped calling him David Bowie and they started calling him Ziggy Stardust. And he was like, "I'm not Ziggy, I'm David Bowie. Ziggy is actually a character that I play when I go on stage," kind of thing. But it was to the point where people actually believed that the David Bowie, who is Ziggy Stardust, actually was an alien from another planet. And this is like back in 1973, 74. And so at the end of that tour, David Bowie said, "Okay, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm not doing Ziggy anymore," because he said to the interviewer, "I felt like I was actually becoming Ziggy Stardust."
Yeah.
Like my personality, it's almost like, being bipolar or having like a multiple personality, schizophrenia kind of thing. But it wasn't because of him. It was because all the people expected him to be this person, to have that persona of Ziggy Stardust. He's like, "I had to kill it because I didn't want to be Ziggy Stardust. I wanted to be David Bowie," right?
Yeah.
And good thing, because he was David Bowie, right? So, but I use this as an example because I see this happening online in social media right now. You're Myron Gaines. I know that that's not your real name. My name is Rollo Tomassi. That's not my real name, and I know damn sure his name's not really Fresh Prince CEO. Okay,
yeah. Walter Weeks.
Okay, but our personas when we're here, we create mine is at least 20 years old. I've been going by Rollo Tomassi for a very long time now. but I can make the separation between Rollo and who I am for real and who you are, like when you're offline here and stuff, and you're trying to get your real name on your credit card.
Yeah.
What's his real name? What is my real name?
Yeah.
Because you're not Myron Gaines, you are your real name, right?
Yeah.
And so that separation, what happens is, I think that like we can do this because we make money off of this. This is our performance and our lifestyle and just who we are as people. But what happens is, I think our online personas start to become the Ziggy Stardust that take over who we are for real. And so that's why you see a Zoom dysmorphia, because women go, I'm not me. I'm not David Bowie. I'm Ziggy Stardust that's here in Instagram. And Dr. Oz, I want you to turn me into Ziggy Stardust because I don't actually look like that in real life. I only look like that in the digital realm, in the metaverse. That's I want to actually look like that in the real verse. And I need you to fix my nose, fix my boobs, fix whatever else it is. And that's a very dangerous place to be, because you're becoming what you're an influencer. Like Drew Afawalo has something like 7.5 million followers. If she comes around and they turn her fan base turns her into something that she's not who she not actually is she really who she was, or is she now a product of what her fans expect her to be?
That's why that's the dark future. Laugh. Yeah, that's why she keeps doing that annoying laugh and all the nonsensical arguments.
She keeps, because she's rewarded for that. That's positive reinforcement for the that kind of shit, right?
And so I want to say this real quick too, because what you were saying, right, is you kind of lose your identity or whatever. That's kind of what's going on with a lot of women with Instagram, right? So they have an image on Instagram, and then if they look at themselves in the mirror like, damn, I don't look like this, and then they're going to Dr. Oz and saying, yo, you know what, I want you. Those girls literally, and he said this on the pod, will go up to him and show a picture of themselves and say, I want to look like this, when it's like, wait, that's you, what the fuck? But it's so enhanced that he has to adjust it to make them look like the person in the picture when it's supposed to be them. So that's one thing as well. And I would argue, because a lot of girls put pressure and say, well, men put pressure on us to look this way. No, they do not. It is other women that are the predominant aggressors when it comes to who's pushing you to look a certain way, because men are very content with average women. This is the truth.
Oh yeah.
If you put an average girl in front of a guy, he's going to sleep with her and potentially even commit to her.
Most men are in a state of sexual scarcity.
Exactly. So so where's the pressure actually really coming from? It's coming from other women. How's it coming? Well, let's look at a girl's phone. If you look at a girl's phone, most of her followers are men. Okay. I've done this an experiment where I've looked at attractive girls, especially models, Instagram, look at their metrics. 80, 70, 90% of their followers are typically men. But who the fuck do they follow? They follow other beautiful women. And when they follow other women and they see how they look, that's like, it's kind of like a double-edged sword where they love and admire her for looking good, but at the same time they hate her because they're like, fuck, she's got to put me on my game. And guys, unfortunately, right, women aren't like us. They don't understand that you got to do what's required to win. So some girls get mad about it and complain and say, these fucking stupid bimbo models, and talk shit and get mad. And then some other girls say, you know what? Fuck it. I'll compete too, but I'll go under the knife. I'm not going to go to the gym, whatever. So it affects different women differently, but a byproduct of the open hypergamy and the globalized sexual marketplace is it puts women in a situation where they can now see international beauty as well. Now they have unprecedented access to men, but they also have unprecedented access to attractive women that they're competing for those same very men. So it puts pressure on them to look good. Now, that brings me to my next point, where do I see things going? So we had a discussion, Rollo, a really deep one on this woman. Her name is
Paulina Porizkova.
Paulina Porizkova, and we have an article that we're going to pull up here for you guys in a second. But just to give you a quick little summary, actually, you know what?
I can explain who she is if you'd like.
Woman, you go ahead.
Not personally.
Can you tell the people about this chick? Because what she's dealing with right now is a microcosm of what's to come from this globalized sexual marketplace that we're in and open hypergamy. So go ahead.
Okay, so about 2 months ago, I want to say like maybe April-ish, Paulina Porizkova was in the news, and she was talking about how she felt like she was sexually invisible. Now you have to understand who she is. Paulina Porizkova was the widow, I guess, of Rick Ocasek, and Rick Ocasek is the bass player / lead vocalist for the Cars from the 80s. And so they got married when I believe she was in her 20s or so, and she still continued to do modeling and everything. I think she was a Playboy centerfold at one point, and she was a quote unquote supermodel. And so her identity is really sort of centered on her looks and what she was doing, and how good she looks. And now Rick Ocasek is in the grave, and she's back, and she wants to feel in some way relevant at 56, 57 years old, something like that. And for her age, she looks pretty good. I mean, she's certainly above average in looks
for you guys in a second,
because she's, I mean, what do we say? 75% of the American population is overweight, and 40% of women are morbidly obese. She does not qualify as any of those. She's definitely within weight, and she looks pretty good. But her complaint is that she is sexually invisible, and people don't. It's like ageism, is what she's trying.
Chris, can we grab her IG as well, please?
And so, anyway, she's been in the news. Actually, I think she came at God's side for a while, or she would they had a sort of a back and forth between Paulina and her. But the fact is that she is 56 years old. She cannot compete with her 26-year-old self, which was 30 years ago, right? She cannot compete with women who are 36 or 46, even in the sense of the sexual marketplace. Now, does she look good? Yeah, absolutely. She looks great for her age. Yes, but the problem that women have, I think, today, and then also this sort of dovetails back into the dysmorphia thing here, is that women conflate their sexual market value with their personal worth
all the time.
And so if I say, well, she's 57, she's why are we even having this conversation? They go, she's a wonderful woman, and she's a high quality. And it's like, yeah, but that's not the conversation we're having. The conversation we're having is like, she says she's sexually invisible. Well, if we're going to say, well, she's 57 years old and she still looks good, I don't think she's sexually invisible, but I think that in terms of averages, certainly I can understand why she would be and why she would think that way. But what she's saying is, I shouldn't be sexually invisible. I should be desirable at any age. I should be desirable at any weight. I should be desirable at any socioeconomic class. And what's happening here is again, we go back to men are superfluous. I don't need men. I want men. Well, what kind of man do you want? I want the guy who's going to forget about reality and accept me as being hot and acceptable and sexy at any age, at any weight. And again, she's not a bad looking girl for her age, but now she wants to get back into sort of like making up for missing out because she was married for so long, and now she wants to sort of get back into the swing of things.
Yeah. She belongs to the streets. Yeah, and you guys can see, she has the scantily clad photos,
Yeah, she wants to be an IG girl, and she's like, oh, it's never too late.
And the thing is that you guys got to remember that in her age, this didn't exist, okay? The ability to market yourself internationally like this. Via the internet, it didn't exist, and this woman was on the cover of magazines. She was on the cover.
I want to say she was a centerfold, but I'm not sure.
Okay, dating a rock star, etc. So she didn't have access to this, and now she's starting to feel the pain of, how do I say this, aging. And my point from this also, guys, is can we pull up that Yahoo article real quick, Chris?
Yeah, sure.
Just so you guys kind of have an idea of who this woman is, so y'all know what she looks like, right? And me and Rollo we're talking and discussing this, so I want you guys to just like really set the stage here, all right?
Yeah.
We have a woman that's in her 50s that grew up in a time and was at her prime before the advent of social media. Not only that, she was married to a rock star. She was on magazine covers. She was a model, etc. People knew who she was back then.
There you go.
Okay. Obviously not to the same level as girls now, but what I want you guys to know is that she's made a bunch of videos being sad and depressed and all this other shit for being older. Okay. And the wall is hitting her pretty damn fucking hard right now. All right. And where I'm trying to go with this is simply this. This woman had a rock star, had fame, had money, was getting attention. Now she's sexually invisible and it hurts her feelings. She probably got not even 10% of the attention that a girl, right? She probably got not even 10% of the attention that a modern day woman gets today, thanks to the advent of social media like Instagram, Snapchat, etc. This was a internationally known model. she ain't going to be able to compete with a regular bitch today. There's girls that probably come on our podcast that are extremely average and or potentially even mediocre. They get more attention on a daily basis than she did in her entire career. You guys know what I'd see for coming? A lot of these modern day women, they're going to be this woman times 10 when it comes to fucking sadness. This is the future of a lot of modern day women, because as they become older, they're going to have to deal with the uncomfortable biological fact that, you are going to become more and more sexually invisible as you age, because there's always going to be a girl that's younger, tighter, and hotter. And thanks to social media and the internet, who's picking these chicks? It's the higher status men. There's a reason why guys like Leonardo DiCaprio fuck 25-year-olds and below. There's a reason why Future only has young baddies in his music video. There's a reason why Drake ain't around old hoes like that or doesn't take them seriously. Drake, he might have a date with one at a fucking field, but he's with another bitch that's half her age the next day. So men are always going to be attracted to youth and beauty, all right? Not necessarily their income and everything else like that. And Ken McElroy, George Gammon, and Robert Kiyosaki, all three of them multimillionaires, extremely successful. One of them controls $3.5 billion worth of real estate, or $3.5 billion worth of real estate. So the numbers don't lie. Women nowadays get more attention than ever gotten before. This Porizkova woman got a lot of attention back then, but it pales in comparison to what a modern day woman gets now. So what I foresee, and if we got a woman that is suffering from this right now, 57, I foresee a lot more Paulina Porizkovas in the next 20 to 30 years that are going to go fucking nuts when they don't get the same level of attention that they're getting now, because they're getting older. And thanks to Instagram, it's a double-edged sword. There's always going to be a new 21-year-old bitch on Instagram that everyone's going to go follow.
Well, we know that Instagram is the biggest dating app in the world.
The devil.
And we also know that girls are being put on the Explore page, which means an average 18-year-old girl that's somewhat attractive and hot, like you said earlier, gets way more attention than she will, because guess what? That Explore page, everyone sees it. Rappers, celebrities, football players, basketball players, businessmen, entrepreneurs.
It's a resume.
Rolling Stone magazine can't compete with the fucking Instagram discovery page, bro. It can't. And even you go back 20, 30 years, whatever, when people were still reading magazines and print copy, whatever, it does not compete with the reach of social media today, because guess what? Rolling Stone is only really available in Western first world countries, really. But Instagram is fucking everywhere.
And let's not forget to mention, she actually was kind of famous back in the day. I'm talking about an average girl now, right?
Right.
18 years old, like you said earlier, get way more attention. Now get this. The woman that's 50 years old, that's nobody, no attention like back in the day, she's going to be hella depressed, because guess what? She's super invisible. So at least she has some relevance because of back in the day. But the average woman that's 50 years old plus,
and let's look at this article real fast. Can we pull it up real fast, Chris? So this is a Yahoo article, right, from one of her Instagram posts. Paulina Porizkova feels invisible at 56, even though she's a supermodel. As her life goes on, Paulina Porizkova has been consistently outspoken about aging, about the way our society becomes even more unfair to women as they get older.
Unfair.
Which
so
is hilarious.
Unfair. Reality is unfair, patriarchal bias.
Yes. And in a new interview with The Times, the supermodel shared more of her thoughts. Chris, can you highlight it so the people can find it?
Reality is sexist.
Shared more of her thoughts and personal experience, including how aging has affected the way people interact with her. At 56, Porizkova says she feels invisible when interacting with men in particular, even though she herself feels confident and sexier than ever. Her confidence is evidenced by the provocative photos she posts on her Instagram account, which to her are making a clear point about how our culture views older women in comparison to younger women. In the interview, Porizkova also says she wishes women could come together to fight against ageism.
I can't save you.
But at the same time, she understands why some women undergo procedures to make themselves appear younger, which is what Dr. Redpill was discussing earlier. Because we aren't at that point yet. Read on to what else the model has to say. We don't care about that. But what Dr. Porizkova actually said, when she says this, which is hilarious, he took one look at her face and knew that she had work done herself. Can you scroll up, Chris, real quick? And that's her. So click where it says she feels invisible. I think that's the Instagram post right there.
So she like, women are upset that they get cat calls when they're 18, but they get upset for feeling sexually invisible when they're 56.
No, let me.
The hyperlink doesn't work?
No, it doesn't work.
It doesn't work? Okay.
Let me just tag something on here while we're scrolling around. Is
when you Google it, it'll probably just Google like
right, no
women. She feels invisible on Instagram, and it'll show you the post.
so this is the
ahead, please.
remember the Ziggy Stardust analogy I just got, and I know I'm not supposed to use metaphor analogies, but like the women who become Ziggy Stardust, imagine what their sort of psychosis is going to be when they're no longer getting the props and the social reinforcement that they have been for being quote unquote Ziggy Stardust, right? They're for who their persona is online, when they don't look like that anymore, and they still have this collection of pictures, this archive, this gallery of curated photos of the highlights of their lives, and now they're 56 years old and they're no longer living those lives anymore.
Yeah.
And so you want to talk about the dark future here? That's you. She's a lightwait compared to like the 18-year-old girl in 2022 who, when she gets to be 58 years old, is going to be like 100 times worse than that.
She's warning these girls that
because that's not who she is.
And here's the thing: you guys got to remember, she still looks good at 57. She doesn't look bad.
Yeah.
A lot of these chicks, especially with how big obesity is, everything. This woman came from an era where being fat was unacceptable.
Yeah.
Can you imagine what it's going to look like 30, 40 years from now, where these girls are already big now at fucking 21 to some degree?
Listen, is she going to go to 5 guys to no guys?
You get
Five guys.
Literally. 5 guys,
Yeah,
5
I gotta
guys
remember
to
that
no
one.
guys.
I gotta remember
Literally,
that one.
bro.
I want to also point this out too, because we were just talking one moment ago about dysmorphia, like Zoom dysmorphia, right? Do you remember what we were just talking about, like back when she was, at her hottest, in her prime? We had things like bulimia, and we had anorexia nervosa, and we were like, oh, these horrible men, they have these high beauty standards that women are like starving themselves, or they're binging and purging, and it was like a really big deal for young girls who would, like, in some cases, die from being so emaciated because they wanted to look like Kate Moss on the cover of the magazine or something like that. No longer. When's the last time you heard about like anorexia? When's the last time you heard about bulimia? You don't hear about it in a society where 75% of the population is overweight and 40% of women are morbidly obese. She steps up and she's 56 years old, and she still looks pretty good for 56 years old. But
it's hitting her hard.
She's still losing her mind because it's ageism. And I was going to say the pain of aging, the pain of that thing is because, remember, women's their primary agency in life is their sexuality. How good do you look? That's why they have such trouble separating sexual market value from personal worth. Like I said, there's Mother Teresa is a wonderful humanitarian human being, but she's not a supermodel. And the sexual market value wise,
men don't care.
No one cares.
Just
right?
like Oprah Winfrey.
Exactly.
Yeah. Philanthropist. No one gives a fuck.
She's a great, maybe she's doing a lot of great things with her money or whatever else, Sheryl Sandberg or whatever. Nobody wants to bang Sheryl Sandberg. Her sexual market value is, I'm sorry, but her sexual market value is well below what anyone else would say. Well, she's got these achievements and accomplishments and blah, blah, blah,
and
blah,
I'll take it a
whatever
step
it is.
further.
And yes, I know she's getting hot water with Facebook right now.
And this is why, because if you ever meet a woman that's like, has a higher advanced degree or whatever, and she's like not that attractive, the first thing she's going to do if she sees you with an attractive girl is she's going to shame and insult you for being
She doesn't have a degree. Like
she's stupid.
She's not a doctor.
Women always shame men for dating younger, more attractive women because they know deep down they're losing to someone that doesn't necessarily work as hard as they do. Okay, I want you guys to really let that sink in for 2 seconds. The reason why so many successful women that have advanced degrees or whatever that can't necessarily compete in the sexual marketplace with a younger, firmer, more attractive woman is because they've worked harder. To their defense, they went to school, busted their ass, etc. But they're not being rewarded for that hard fucking
because
work
they believe
like
that their self-worth would be what would be their sexual market value.
Yeah,
that's why, because they were conflating. Well, if I become Sheryl Sandberg, if I'm the alpha, bad bitch kind of thing, if I'm the alpha female, then men will want to get with me. No, they won't, because you're only turning yourself into the man that you wanted to marry in the first place. Guys don't want to get with that. They want to get with a younger, hotter Paulina Porizkova from the 80s, right? They don't want to get with her when she's 56, and it doesn't matter what a great humanitarian she is.
Yeah, we did.
Okay, can we put it up on the screen real fast? And do you have something fresh?
But see, this goes back to what we say all the time on the show. Women, for the most part, don't know what men really want. Or, let me take it a step further. They don't know what the man that they want actually wants. And as a result, home independent, have money too. Bro, niggas with money don't care about that.
They do know what men want. They're not it. And so they're trying to convince men that they ought to want them And if they don't want them because of their achievements and because of their, their age, because of their thing, in spite of everything else, they want to change the game. Remember I talked about the WNBA and lowering the baskets and everything? It's the same analogy for that, in a sense that what they want to do is they want to change the game to fit the skills and the talents of the actual player themselves. So if you're a fat girl and the world seems unfair to you, change the world, change men's nature. I'm the hottest thing in the world. Put my picture on the cover of the Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition. I don't care if I'm morbidly obese. You should find me hot. And if you don't, there's something wrong with you. You are an insecure man because you don't find this fat woman that's on the cover of Sports Illustrated to be big bones. Doesn't find me attractive enough to get a boner.
I guarantee she wasn't complaining 30 years ago when she was at her peak, beauty.
And she's saying not bad looking. That's just a problem,
so, as you guys can see here, here's one of her Instagram posts, right? She's here with makeup, etc., trying to conceal the very thing that she's claiming to be proud of, which is her age. Many people confuse my desire to shed a spotlight on her. But just so you know, by the way, guys, quick little thing. Anytime a woman goes on a dumbass rant like this with some bullshit, you already know it's going to be something emotional that, oh my God, it's like this sucks. Oh, the world's dark. Could you imagine real quick with her logic, right? Because I've talked about this before. A woman that's old from a biological sense is useless to society. Just like a man that's 18 years old and cannot provide resources and is a detriment to other people,
reproductively obsolete.
He is also useless to society because he's not in a position to be able to provide value to the world a lot of the times, okay? Just like an older woman can't necessarily provide children. It is what it is. Men provide security, women provide sexuality, and most importantly, children. So an older woman like this, right, if we went back to our hunter-gatherer days, as we were discussing, would be useless to the tribe because she wouldn't be able to provide children to us. So what do we have to do? We have to take our excess resources and provide for a woman that can't even give us children? What the fuck? No. Kick her out the tribe. Get out of here. You turn into fucking Leonidas. Do you want me to give you the I'll give you the bong, and you kick her into that hole because she's useless. But to reverse it real fast, okay, because the women tend to get mad at me when I say this shit, when I say, yo, when you're older, you're biologically useless to the tribe and guys don't really see a need for you. Oh, well, that's sexist and misogynistic. Let's use your female logic. I see bitches all the time saying if a guy can't do nothing for you, or if he lives with his mom, he's a bum, blah, 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 he's fucking useless. No one bats an eye when we talk about men being dispensable if they're not able to provide value. But no one talks about women being dispensable if they're not able to provide value back. And unfortunately for women, that value is tied to your age and your ability to have children. And unfortunately for this woman, the reality is why you're invisible is because you are not biologically useful anymore. This is not to attack her character. This is not to say she's a bad woman. This is not to say she's a bad person. But from a biological standpoint, she is useless. And we have a problem in society nowadays with letting women know the cold hard truth. As you age, your leverage in society goes down. Just like as a man, as you're younger and you don't have resources, your leverage in society hasn't been created. Okay? Men gain their value if they do the work. Women lose their value if they don't go ahead and get a guy that does the fucking work early enough. That's the key. But women think, oh, well, I should be able to be a lady when I feel like and be a man when I feel like. In other words, I want to be able to enjoy the benefits of my sexual market value prime in my 20s while simultaneously being able to age like a fucking man. That's not how it works, bitch. You got your money up front. You're the trust fund baby. Therefore, it's on you to cash out before you lose your fucking money, okay? Because it's on a time clock. However, for the man, he's born poor and he has to work to become a millionaire. He doesn't get it at the beginning like you do. So we don't play by the same set of rules. And the thing with this woman is she embodies and echoes how a lot of other women think. And I got to tell y'all right now, for the women that are watching, and a bunch of you guys have messaged me saying I saved your life, saying, yo, thank you for letting me know, but that my time is finite. I'm here to tell y'all, motherfuckers, your time is finite as a woman. And if you don't believe me, look at this is going to be you in 30 to 40 years where you're making long ass, dumbass Instagram posts trying to excuse the fact that you're old and people don't care about you anymore. From a sexual standpoint, of course.
Now, let me be okay. So that's evil level 5. Now we're going to go to evil level 10. Okay. So here's what I got one word for you. Menopause. Okay. So no eggs. Empty egg carton. So when we look at things from an evolutionary perspective, which you just hinted at a little bit here, is like when we're back in our hunter-gatherer tribe days and everything, it's like a reproductive woman. That's one of the reasons why, like, if you go and you look in the Old Testament, and God said, go in and wipe out that tribe, gentlemen, and kill off all the men and kill off all the boys and the women who are old, who have known a man, but take the virgins for yourself, right? Because that was a practical decision. You can add to your tribe because you're going to take fertile women from one tribe and add them to your tribe, and therefore you will expand your territory and your population, your tribe, and amen. Okay, but then you've got menopause that comes in there. So she's clearly past menopause.
Yeah, way past.
What happens? God, this is going to sound so bad. What happens to women when they enter into menopause? Okay, osteoporosis. They need more vitamins. They got to start taking hormones. They got to take estrogen, whatever it is.
Mustache.
They might grow a mustache. They get really bitchy. They have weight gain. Their immunities decline.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of things that sort of like, just this hurricane of, perfect storm of shit that happens once women get into their perimenopausal.
You just said a whole bunch of liabilities, baby.
A whole bunch of liabilities right there. And I hate to put it in these terms, but evolution and nature says, women, you're useless. Your vitamins go down, your osteoporosis goes up, your weight goes up, you're bitchy, you have mood swings, you have night sweats, now today so the human side of me says it's okay, we love you, and we have other ways of men have combat this. Men have invented ways for you to sort of have an end run around that and live a much more productive life because you're more valuable to us than just what the evolution says. But if we were back in our hunter-gatherer days on the sub-Saharan African plains of 100,000 years ago, 200,000 years ago, yeah, once you hit menopause, you're in really rough shape. You better have some value fucking added for the tribe to want to keep you alive.
You better cook.
And so essentially what reality and what evolution can do that. Well, what reality and what evolution is saying is you're reproductively obsolete. And that goes back to exactly what you're saying before, is like, we want to change the game. I'm not really reproductively obsolete because I was so powerful when I was 21 years old. And I want to get back to that with Instagram and becoming Ziggy Stardust and Zoom dysmorphia and everything else that goes along with that. I want to get back to my youth, just as Dr. Oz was saying, because youth implies power. When women are at the top of their game, right around 23 years old, as I've pegged it as the sexual market value peak years, that also implies power. Because if women's primary agency in life is their sexuality, when do they have the most potential to have that power or that agency? When they're young, when they're fertile, when men want to give them the fucking world, because that's what men are after. They want that. They want youth. They're younger, hotter, tighter. They want fertility. They want availability, and they want to have a young woman, a woman who is clearly past menopause. Even on a hindbrain level for men, we realize she's probably not. You love your grandma. Don't get me wrong, but it's like, reproductively speaking, she's obsolete, and everybody knows that she's obsolete. And I hate to put it in those terms because it sounds like it's a negative connotation, but I just work here, man. I just give you the data sets here, and let you guys parse this shit out
to what she's experiencing. She literally said it with her own fucking mouth. Men don't treat me the same. I'm invisible to them. Okay. We're answering why she's invisible.
Now let's go one more. This will tie into the abortion debate. Okay. Just when we were talking about how Elon Musk and Tesla and all these other companies are offering you all of these stipends to freeze your eggs. And don't worry, girl, your sexual market value is evergreen. Don't worry. You want to make $1 million in any market, sell FOMO, fear of missing out, to women. And it works even better when you sell that FOMO that is attached to the idea that their sexual market value is imperishable. It's evergreen. They're never going to lose. He's sexy at any weight, sexy at any age, sexy at any. It's like, at what point do we have it becomes so ambiguous that we go, that's bullshit? Because they want to live in a metaverse that is girl world. Everything, they have the cheat codes to, I want to play in God mode. And I want men to find me irresistible no matter how fat I am, no matter how old I am, no matter what I look like, no matter whether I have makeup on or I don't have makeup on or blah, 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 because men are just horrible, patriarchal sons of bitches and they want to control my body. And so guess what? Instead, I'm going to control them by trying to change the narrative. So they find the fat chick on Sports Illustrated's, swimsuit model cover to find that woman beautiful and irresistible.
You know what, bro?
Change reality for me, please.
I just had a eureka moment. Pretty much girls, the way they live life, bro, is if you ever played Grand Theft Auto, you play it on PlayStation 2, Vice City, right?
Yeah.
Which the studio is modeled after. You hit left, right, with L1, L2, blah, blah, blah. Next thing he goes, do all this weird stuttering shit. That, got a rocket launcher. Got an AR-15, blah, 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 all this other shit, right? If you do that at the beginning of the game, well, guess what? When you're Tommy Vercetti playing mission 1, mission 2, whatever, and you got a rocket launcher, you got these crazy guns, don't run out of ammo, you got body armor, all this shit, the game is easy, isn't it?
Yeah.
But guess what? You get to the final boss, you got to kill Lance and do all this extra shit. Now you can't use those cheat codes anymore. Oh, fuck! Are you going to be able to beat the fucking game? Probably not.
You can't kill Lance.
And then you're going to say, what the fuck is going on? You're going to be mad as hell because you can't beat the game now. However, if you play the game, right, without necessarily the cheat codes from the beginning, right? No body armor, no guns, whatever, using a shitty ass fucking pistol or a katana to kill motherfuckers. Then you get to the final boss and you earn those weapons and you know how to use them properly and you conserve the ammo, whatever the fuck it is, and you figure out how to play the game properly. What do? When Lance shows up, you fuck his ass up. And then to make it better, you add those cheat codes in, you're really going to fuck his ass up. The problem is that women have never played the game without the cheat codes. And when they lose the cheat codes at 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, they fucking lose their shit because they can't kill Lance without the fucking rocket launcher.
You picked the wrong house, fool.
You know what I'm saying? So
Good analogy.
you know what I'm saying? I hope you guys enjoyed that analogy because I just came up with that off the top of my head. But the reality is that this is really what it is. What you guys are saying with Paulina, and we picked her on purpose. The reason why I picked Paulina to show you guys of where women are headed is because she's the only girl in my head that I could think of that had some semblance of fame and some semblance of a lot of male attention back in her day.
Yeah.
Which is a fucking small percentage of what these girls are experiencing today. Summary. In 20 to 30 years, you guys are going to see a lot more fucking girls like Paulina Porizkova on Instagram crying about ageism and how men don't treat them the same now that they're older. The very instrument that has gotten them the attention and the ability to have access to unprecedented levels of amount of men, aka Instagram and dating apps, is going to also be their downfall when they become older and they're replaced by the younger generation coming up.
You know who's next? Kim Kardashian.
Oh, man.
I'm telling you, bro.
Oh, yeah.
On a matter of time.
She's already feeling. I mean, she cried when she broke up with Kanye because deep down she knows. Again, guys, and women love to use Kim Kardashian as an example of a model woman. And my argument is she's actually a terrible example of a model woman when it comes to a family and/or having some kind of substantial relationship with a man. Because Kim Kardashian she knows deep down that her having the sex tape, the failed marriages, etc. She clowned herself and said, I can't keep a man. And she was crying about it after she left Kanye because she knows this is the end of the road, my friend. This is the end of the road. From this point forward, she does not have the sexual market value to be able to command a man that she necessarily wants. As a woman she's a billionaire now. She has kids already. She's a single mom. She's famous. She has status, etc. No guy on her level is going to want her and take her seriously. That's the most important part. Take her seriously. He'll want her for sexuality. He'll want her for the name. He'll want her maybe for some ulterior business motives, but he's not going to like her and love her idealistically like she fucking wants. It's not going to come because she comes with a past. Yeah. So now she's going to have to do one of two things. Be a sex object to the men that are at her level that she wants, or B, settle for skeet or settle for guys that are lower than herself that she is not capable of necessarily respecting. And I'm telling y'all right now, Ski is just a rebound. She don't really fucking respect them like that.
She don't.
Okay? But this is what awaits a lot of women in the future when they chase that success, which segues perfectly into our next case study.
Yes, it does.
Let's pull up this girl's Instagram here. And again,
this is sort of the in-between phase, I think, is what and I'm glad you brought up Kim Kardashian too. I would also add Ayesha Curry to that list. I would also add Jada Pinkett Smith to that, who's a little bit older and a little bit younger. You've got Ayesha Curry, who has Steph Curry as a husband, for crying out loud, and still wants to be, sell her ass on Instagram after two kids.
Let's have it ready, Chris, the doctor.
Yeah, I mean, it's that desire to be, again, to have your sexual market value be evergreen. You don't have to be 56 years old to want that. You can be, Ayesha Curry's like 30 or something like that. She still wants to be desirable to other men, even though she's with a really high value guy. Let's just be honest. And two kids. She has everything like most women. Yeah, way out of her league. And yet she's still on Red Table Talk, and they're saying, "Don't worry, girl, you can have it. You can have it all. You can go on Instagram and still be hot for the rest of your life." FOMO and selling the idea of an evergreen SMV.
That's sad, man.
Another woman, and this is the problem why it's so bad to live in a gynocentric society. Women don't hold each other accountable. A woman should be sitting there at the table, smack her in the face and say, you're a dumb bitch. You literally have a world champion, multiple time, one of the best 3-point shooters that's ever going to go down. And your fucking dumbass is crying about not getting enough attention, you stupid ass fucking bitch. When there's women over here that can barely find a man and you got a guy and you have his children and you're out here embarrassing him. These are conversations you have in the house with your guy.
Enough. Yeah.
You don't fucking go to the news outlets and say all this other stupid shit when he's in the playoffs playing, embarrassing him, making him look like a clown. Like, it's amazing to me how we live in a world now where women don't understand that what they say can not only damage their own image, but it damages their fucking man's image too. Mm-hmm. Because when your girl does or acts in stupid ways, you as the man are going to bear the responsibility. They're not going to say, it's not like the women are going to tell her, Aisha Curry, you fucked up for that, you dumb hoe. What are you doing? You got a championship guy. No, they're going to go to Steph, laugh at him and say, yay, bruh, your girl's over here saying she wishes she had some more attention. You need to reel her in. So why does he now have to deal with your inability to be, how do I say this, prudent and intelligent enough to know that you're with a high value guy, and anytime you say something stupid, you're gonna embarrass him. Why? Because your dumbass has his last name. But women don't give a fuck. They're more concerned with how they feel versus the real. This chick right here, prove my point. Paulina Porizkova says, well, I feel sexy. I feel empowered. Why aren't I getting this from men? I'm confident. Guess what, bitch? It doesn't matter how you feel. We're here to talk about the reals. Could you imagine? Let's use that female logic one more time. I feel like I'm a fucking millionaire. I feel like I'm fucking a stud. And I have 6-pack abs and I'm the best guy ever. But, you know, I'm fat, live with my mom, whatever. But I feel this way. Why aren't the bitches raining down on me?
Yes. Where's my pussy?
You're a king. You're a king. You guys would look at me like I'm fucking crazy. If I posted that shit on Instagram, I feel this way, but I'm really not.
Yeah,
I would get ridiculed, but we let women get on social media and say a bunch of clown world shit.
You know what?
I feel confident, but it doesn't fucking matter.
It doesn't put you on the cover of any magazine. I talked about this with Adam Sosnick last month when we were talking about the chick that's on the, I don't even know what her name, Yummy, the chick that was on the cover of Sports Illustrated. I was saying, where's the guy with the dad bod on the cover of Men's Fitness? Where's the guy who is like just sort of average dude who's like sort of a fat slob? How come he's not on the cover of like GQ? Because he feels like a GQ model, but he don't look like a GQ model, and nobody wants to see that fat ass.
Yeah,
right. And nobody's saying, says, well, you got to earn it. Oh, well, nobody's telling women they got to earn it. The women are saying we have to change the whole society so that it looks like we already earned it. Yeah. And so now here we are, and we can be held up and rewarded socially because we felt like $1 million, even though we look like $10.
Yeah. Yeah. No, and that's what it is. Fresh, you want to make quick?
Yeah. I'm a skedaddle.
Do you need to duck out? Yeah. You got a yacht party to get to.
Fresh got a networking thing that he's got to do right now, bro. So he's gonna be back.
Y'all got this.
Yeah, we got this. We don't want to cut the show short for y'all, bro. So we got y'all. Don't worry about it. But he's out. Black man out. Okay, so what we were discussing?
Naked hoes on yachts.
Yes, naked hoes on yachts. That was well before that. So yeah, a dark future awaits the women, because if she's feeling this way at 57. Right. And she's like, but I feel confident, whatever. Well, a lot of girls are buying into her stupid shit, man. A lot of women feel this way about ageism and everything else like that. And I think we got a dark future ahead of us if chicks think that way. It's like, bro, you got to accept objective reality that you have a finite amount of time.
I'm naming my next band Dark Future.
Yeah. We should probably take this one.
You want me to go over here?
Yeah. It'll make it easier for Chris. Quick little take a quick break here as we switch sides over here, man. But I'll read some chats while we do this real fast. Yeah, guys, we got a big networking opportunity right now that Fresh can't necessarily miss. Okay, run a limb. Okay, there will be cases based on states that allow fetus deletus from EPAR or CEST that women will claim that they have been raped in order to have be absolved from their bad decisions, thus putting the blame on men versus themselves. Yeah, you know what? That's a good point, man. This might increase false rape accusations, actually, so that women can go ahead and get abortions, because some states will still allow for abortions based on, if it was from a grape. And then the hardest realization I ever came to as a young man was realizing that women's liberation leads to the downfall of civilization. Just read Sex and Culture by J.D. Unwin or Sexual Utopia and Power by Roger Devlin. Also, Islam is correct about women. Okay. And that's from Panda Rosa. Thank you so much, $50. And then we got $20 from Mac Mula. Big fan of the show. Keep going. I would love for us to collab on YouTube soon.
Okay.
It depends. Simply too awesome. Can we, and this is from Great Britain, can we see that women are against a man having the right to a financial abortion because it's against women's strategy of getting the alpha seed and ensuring the beta need, even if it is via betas paying taxes? Yeah, I mean, again, like Rollo said before, an abortion is the ultimate expression of hypergamy, my friends. And women want to be able to have the last word when it comes to that. German in Zua, okay, I can't pronounce that. This is just another way to X off the races of specifically black and brown people. Okay. Where else we at, Chris? We got, okay, John Take, $20.
Is it? Because when we look at the rate of abortion, we're looking at women who make $47,000 and above who have more abortions than women who are below the poverty line, who is stereotypically below the poverty line.
Fair enough.
Black women or white women?
Black women by far.
Right.
Yeah, by far.
So maybe that ain't the case.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a population of, the other thing is I always break down, I never do this probably correctly, but when I talk about like out of wedlock births being like 42%, that's just in general, that's across cultures. It's much higher in Black community than it is for in the white community.
Yeah. No, for sure.
Yeah.
Because I know some of you guys, well, actually, there's more poor white people in per capita, but what we're saying is like, based on, black people only make up about 15% of the US population, guys.
Demographically.
So yeah, but they account for a large percentage, you know what I'm saying? So that's what we're saying. Where we at here? John Take, I'm surprised not more attention is directed towards the public funding of abortion. No one is entitled to anyone else's labor. I worked hard as fuck for my math comp science degree to create value, not for your hot girl summer. Okay. And then Zentian's $50. Wonder if there will be a scam that has women sharing a pregnancy test to the men they sleep with to finesse multiple men for flying out to a procedure of an approved state. We use it for vacation. Either way, Jen should always be careful. Yeah, man, it happens.
That's evil. Finesse. I love that. Keep going.
Dapper Day of 2022. Hello. We all have a good laugh when these 304s, obese and older women say delusional things. It is much sinister than that. Like Epstein, they are trying to groom a generation of men to believe that body counts, weight, and age does not matter. Red pill. Yeah. And then male, and that's from Dapper Dave. And then we got last one here. No internet goes. Males naturally pair bond by protecting and providing tangibles. Rollo as an alpha, losing your scarcity attachment. How do you emotionally view her as if you did 20 years ago?
You mean my? Is he talking about my wife?
I think he's asking you for your. Yeah. Let's pull the super chat up one more time.
Yeah, pull it up. Let me reread that.
Yeah. So he goes. Highlighted, Chris. Males naturally pair bond by protecting and providing tangibles. Rollo, as an alpha, losing your scarcity attachment. How do you? I think how to you, but I think it means how do you emotionally view her as if you did 20 years ago? Seems as I think.
So he's asking
in general. Yeah.
Okay. So first off, pair bonding. I think we got into that with the Drew Afawalo thing when we were talking about what is pair bonding and what is not. Really, it comes down to what's the formalization of pair bonding, and we've ruined that, which of course is marriage. That's the stereotypical, the formalized way of. Are you good? That's the formalized way of sort of finalizing or consolidating, I guess, on a compromise between two mating strategies, women's mating strategy and men's mating strategy. And I'll I feel like I got to give you a little bit of background here. Is the cardinal rule of mating strategies is this: for one mating strategy to succeed, the other has to be compromised, or else it has to be abandoned entirely. And as a result, what happens is you get like, I mean, think about mating strategies in general. You look at women's hypergamy, and then you look at men needing to get with the unlimited access to unlimited, like scattershot, right? It's almost like it's like a K selection versus R selection. Men tend to be R selected, meaning that they want to spread the seed. It's almost like rabbits have to breed and breed and breed. Whereas for women, they tend to be what's called K selected. And K selected means that they're looking for quality and quantity because they have to invest more there's more reproductive costs. There's more reproductive investment on the part of women. So what happens is they have to put more investment into their offspring, and so that's why you want to talk about how like there's always this adversarial nature between men and women. when it comes to their mating strategies, it's based on the fact that for one of those strategies to succeed, the other one has to be compromised. So
Facts.
if you can look at this in terms of like marriage vows, for example. Marriage vows is till death do us part, forsaking all others, in sickness and in health, for rich or for poor. It's kind of like you're with me no matter what the circumstances and what the environment changes as. And for men, it's like, okay, I'm going to give up all of my opportunities to have sex with multiple women out there, and I'm only going to stick with you, and I'm going to put all of my energies and all of my provisioning and all of my protection and all of my parental investment into you to help you fulfill your mating strategy by sacrificing my own.
Yeah.
Okay. And then what happens is that the marriage vows go, and you make sort of this compromise, formal before you and God and everyone else. And then what happens is you have women who have to compromise theirs. Okay, which is, you're the best I can do. I want to stick with you through thick and thin, forsaking all others in sickness and in health. It doesn't matter what happens. I'm with you till the bitter end, kind of thing. And the only stipulation that a man has in that compromise is the kid's got to be my goddamn kid. I will give up all these other bitches out here. All of my opportunity cost is out the window. I'm good with that because I love you and I care about you and I want to be involved with you. And that's sort of like I feel bad for Paulina Porizkova in a sense, because she's never going to have that guy who's going to have at least the history of putting in a lifetime of investment into her and her kids and whatever else that she has going on for her in her life until she's on her deathbed, right? But women need security, long-term security, longer than they have the ability to secure that in their 18 to 28 years.
Fantastic point.
Right?
Yeah.
And so the chips are down by the time a woman gets to be 29 years old and they go, oh, my biological clock is ticking. Of course it is, because you've wasted 18 to 28 trying to figure out if you're going to find Mr. Right or Jason Momoa or whoever the hot guy in the foam cannon party is going to be for you. And you can't lock that guy down by 28, 29, 30, and the lights are coming on at the club. You better find the guy to grab and walk out the club with really quick. And if that guy isn't the guy that thrills you, or he isn't the guy that like keeps you going or wants to invest in you in the future, you're going to be alone. You're going to end up being, you'll be a spinster, right? You'll end up one of these women, like we just had the stats, 32 to 38 are having children out of wedlock. They still want the kid. They still want to marry themselves because they're so but they want the wedding. They just don't want the marriage. They want the kids, but they don't want the dad because father is a superfluous thing right now. So how do you get around that 20 years later? It's the investment of 20 years into that marriage and that relationship and understanding the compromise that you're making from the time you got married to the time that you are, till death do you part kind of thing. So you have to remember that there's a lot. I've been married. It'll be on July 20th. It'll be 26 years. I consider that 26 layers of year. Each year is a layer, right? And so each layer that compromises the marriage or that composes the marriage there. People say, well, you got wife goggles. Well, yeah, probably, in a way. But it's not like I don't see, I'm here on Fresh and Fit all the time. I see, ratchet hoses. They look good, but I don't have 26 layers of investment with any of the girls that are on this show. Yeah. So there is something, there's something tangible. There's something like, I don't know, psychological or whatever, but it's for both. And that's the thing, is it's in women's best interest to get married. It is. Because what happens, well, security wise, of course, but also investment wise.
To get married young, I think
to get married young. Yeah. And then the earlier, the better, because for, reproductive purposes, of course, but also by the time that woman gets to be 40 years old and she's hit the wall and she can't compete with her 20-year-old self, if she's been with a guy for the last 10 or 15 years, she's in a better shape, like psychologically, than she was when she was 20 years old, because she has the layers of those years of marriage on there where the guy is still invested in the relationship and the marriage itself. And she's in a better position than the woman who never had kids and never had a husband and never had any kind of like long-term, like really deeply meaningful relationship, because they don't have those layers that are on there.
What modern women nowadays are effectively doing, going back to your casino analogy, is they're going into the casino with $1 million at about 18 years old. They're gambling, right? They're having their fun. They're fucking getting free drinks. They're living life, whatever it may be, right? Because we all know casinos get free drinks, and they're having an experience. They're there with ballers and everything else like that at the casino. And next thing you know, 10 years whizzes by, right? They're 28, 29 years old now, and they're down to their last $100,000. And they're like, fuck. And they're in debt. They owe people some money. Their credit score is dropped off, etc. and they want to be able to walk into the fucking Ferrari dealership and get a brand new Ferrari, right, with bad credit and only $100,000. What's the dealer going to say? Sorry, ma'am, you don't qualify for this vehicle. And that's where a lot of modern day women find themselves now, because they think, yo, well, why can't I find this vehicle? Like, I was told that at the end of the casino run, I can still come in here and get a vehicle because I'm a strong, independent woman. And, I gambled it out, and I competed with the best in the casino, and I might have won some hands and I lost some others, but I still have something in my name. I have $100,000. I might have a little bit of debt and not that great credit score, aka her past and her promiscuity and the body count, right? But I still deserve this Ferrari. And the dealer's going to look her straight in the face and say no. And there's a reason why we have a credit system in the United States. Do you qualify for this line of credit? And most modern day women do not qualify for the line of credit to get a high value guy to take them seriously for a commitment. And this is the train that's coming that's going to hit a lot of them in the future. And again, Porizkova is just an example of that. And my thing is that what she's dealing with is a microcosm of what's to come in the future for so many other modern day women, because a lot of modern day women now get more attention than she does back in her prime. So we're going to see a lot more of her. And then
that kind of gets, so as far as the dark future kind of thing, it's since that's, do
you want to do the doctor?
Yeah, we will do that. Yeah, that's coming right up, but right after this point. When I think I've said this on the show before, it's you want some hope, you want some advice, ladies, you want advice. You think, oh, these guys, they're misogynists, all they do is complain. What are we complaining about today? Well, here we go. How about this? How about you appreciate the guy that you are with? How about that? Because as I said before, a woman can't look up to a man who's her equal. The guy has to be a little bit better, right?
Facts.
So when I was just on Leah Halpern's show, and I was talking about this, is like for women, their sexual market value burns hot and fast, and then it falls off. For men, it's slow burn, and you have longer to develop it. It goes slow, but you have a potential to have more of it than a woman who's just like bop bop, and that's it. So for men who are, like I always say, that men hit their sexual market value peak years right around 36, 37 years old. That's when guys are hitting their stride, and they made partner in the law firm, and they're still good looking. They stay on top of their shit. They have the more potential to be the most of what women find most attractive right around that time, right? So, but it's low and slow, but there's you have more margin for error to maximize what makes you attractive, what makes you arousing as a guy, what makes you a high value man. You have a longer period of time than what makes a woman a high value woman in the sexual market sense. But what happens is women need to understand that their sexual market value is slow. It's hot and fast, and it's off, right? It declines really quickly, because when
it's a high peak parabola is what it is.
Okay, so think about this. When a man, let's just say you take a couple and they're both the same age, okay? And the woman is 23 and the guy is 23. The woman is at the peak of her power. She's at the peak of her sexual market power. And she's like, you know what? I'm going to give it to you because I think you have potential, blah, blah, blah. Okay. You stick with him. You married at 23, 24 years old, and you go off into the future together. Now you're 34, 35, 36, and the guy is hitting his sexual market value peak, but the woman right now is most definitely not at her sexual market value peak anymore. She's 10 years past it, or maybe a little bit more, 12 years past it, right? And so what happens is, ideally, what should happen in a relationship between two people who are like both the same age is that woman goes through her peak years and she's at the top of her game. And then when she is on her decline and the guy is on his incline, that the relationship should be strong enough so that woman goes, oh, goddamn, I'm actually with a really high value guy. I got with a really good dude.
Bam.
And now if that is you, that's why I get so bent out of shape with like
women got to build the equity, baby.
Exactly. Well,
build the equity, bitch.
And then you listen to, we were just mentioning her name, Ayesha Curry's like, oh no, it's not good enough. It's not enough for me. It's like, bitch, you're like on your decline of your hard on your decline of your sexual market value. And you are with an apex alpha guy. Where is that appreciation for that? High value. He's not referring like alpha, like he's as in like she's a top tier guy. High value guy. Yes. Yeah. So, but he's now. So you're with two people who are both the same age. Now they're 36, 37. Yeah. She is definitely on her age right on now. Her declination. I think she's 30, 31. But just our figurative, our theoretical couple here. When a woman is at 36, 37, she's definitely on the decline of her sexual market value because her sexual market value is perishable because men and women are different, right? And so men, if they've played their cards right, if they've maximized their potential, he is now at the apex of his, and that woman should be saying, damn, she's
33.
She's 33.
She's older than me. She's born 89. Yeah.
And how old is Steph Curry?
Let me look him up.
Yeah, look up how old Steph Curry is too. So now you've got this woman who is
34 years old.
34. So he's 1 year. Well, they're pretty
exactly,
close to the ideal right there. So when Steph Curry hits to be 36, 37, and she's 35 or 36, who's going to be more valuable in a sexual market? Global sexual marketplace.
Him by far.
He's already. Already he is.
But even if you were to attribute that to like a normal couple, right? It would be. Yeah.
And so that's what I get about like when I get a little bit bent out of shape. It's like women instead of being appreciative, they're like, well, he better live up to his fucking responsibilities. He better be, he's a man. He's a man. He's got to do what I tell him to do, right? And the reason why women get controlling at that point is because they become insecure because they know that he's at the top of his game and she is well on her way out the door as far as she's on her way to become Paulina Porizkova.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. She sees it coming.
And so rather than saying, baby, I love you. Thank you so much. Every Thanksgiving, it's like, oh, Lord, thank you. Lord, thank you for my husband. There ought to be some sort of appreciation right there. And not because I think the guy ought to be, it's not for the guy's sake. It's for the woman's sake, because a woman needs to have the insight to be appreciative of the situation that she's in. He's at his apex and I'm on my descent right now. Thank God that I got with this guy who really loves me, is invested in our kids and wants to be a good guy. And instead you're like, that motherfucker better do what I tell him to do. Like if that's the case, you want to know why women get that way is because we have a gynocentric social order that teaches women that the world is their fucking oyster and they don't need no man. They want a man. Yeah. If you are married to the man that you want rather than the man you need at 36 years old, you are in a world of hurt.
Yo, and you know what? That's a fantastic point that you made, that women need to build the equity. They want to be able to kind of like marry the guy when they're on their decline and expect loyalty, and that's just not the way it goes.
And that's what I mean about layers.
Yeah.
Like, there better be a lot of layers by the time she's at 37 and you're at 37.
Yeah.
For her sake, not your sake.
And I'll take it a step further. Yeah. Let's say you built these layers up as a woman, you've invested with them, you have kids, you help them build them up, whatever the fuck you want to say. Let's go worst case scenario. Let's say you find out that he starts fucking other chicks and there's infidelity, whatever it may be. If you're the mother of his children, you're not a raging bitch. You accept the fact that he's going to have sex with other girls or whatever. I promise you, there's an extremely high likelihood he's going to keep you around. And even if you end up falling out with him and you're not his main chick anymore, whatever, he's probably going to take care of you, or at bare minimum, the kids. But we know, statistically speaking, men don't initiate the breakups. The women do. Women also have this this unreal perception.
I can get better. I can do better.
Get better. And not only that, they think my guy's going to leave me when he makes it. And the reality is the numbers show it. Men don't leave women. Even when they should, they don't leave women. So if you have kids with him, that from a statistical standpoint that he's probably not going to leave you, just shut the fuck up and accept what you got. And if he goes out and fucks another chick, he's more than likely going to come back to you.
Appreciate what you have. Appreciate those layers.
Yeah. But you want to know why women are so scared when it comes to having a high value guy and him walking out? It hit me just now. Because if the roles were reversed, they'd be out in a fucking instant.
Right.
That's the difference, because women don't understand that men aren't hypergamous. Yeah. We are okay with consolidating with a girl that might not necessarily be the fucking best. We're okay with that. But for them, they can't fathom that. I said this on another podcast, guys. Women are not empathetic. They're sympathetic. And what I mean by that is that with sympathy is she could feel sorry for you. But with empathy, she'll never understand you or be able to be in your shoes. Okay? And this is a perfect example of this when I mean women aren't empathetic. A man, right, can be with a girl. That girl, if he has enough investment with her beauty fades or whatever it may be, they have children together, whatever, he finds a better chick. He might not necessarily leave his girl high and dry for that better chick. He'll go have sex with that better chick or whatever, but more than likely he's going to come back to the main chick. He ain't going to break up with her. Men don't throw away good things a lot of the times or whatever, unless you're a raging bitch and you're over here accusing them, not giving them peace or whatever. But the reason why women have such an insecure mindset when it comes to this is because if you were to reverse the roles, they would leave you in an instant. And what I've come to realize about a lot of modern day women is they look at the world and they look at life through a female lens at all times. Yes. They could never look at the world through a male lens and not understand that our concept of loyalty is way different than fucking theirs. If I fuck another bitch, it's not that serious. If you fuck another guy, it is that serious. And you're probably going to leave if you fuck another guy. But women don't get it that if I fuck another girl, I probably won't leave you for that other bitch because I have investment with you and I just want to have sex with other girls for recreational purposes only. It's not emotional. But women are not able to comprehend that we are different. However, men can. Why? Because any guy that is good with women needs to understand women. That's how you become good with women, because you need to be a step ahead of what the fuck they're doing. This is why I'm saying men have to be empathetic to be good with girls. Women don't have to be empathetic to be good with men.
You know why men understand differences in sex better than women do is because women are communitarian and men tend to base things on hierarchies. I know if a guy is above me in the social strata. Ken McElroy has a lot of money and I'm like, damn, I could learn a lot from this guy, but from sitting right here, he's and financially speaking, he is way up here, you know, and I go, I respect that. I can see that there's a difference between me and Ken. There's a difference between me and Robert Kiyosaki or George Gammon, right? I see those differences, and most men see those differences innately. Women think in terms of community. They are much more communitarian. It's the sisterhood uber alles. So they might still recognize those differences, like, oh, that bitch in the hot, you know, red cocktail dress and the high heels and the hoop earrings, she's ovulating, so you know we're going to talk shit about her. They see that difference, but they would much rather have this be a like society. When women organize societies, it's usually about communitarianism, socialism, egalitarianism. Oh, we're equal partners, right? The reason why you hear women say equal partners, not my husband, we're partners in this right now, and there's that sort of back and forth that they want to sort of have this idealized egalitarian equalism between them, is because the world that they live in is one where everybody, like men and women, ought to be equals, rather than men see, like when men see differences, we see differences between ourselves and between somebody who's lower than us or somebody who's higher than us.
They don't.
Yes. Yeah. And so we understand. But the thing is we live in a gynocentric society right now that says that what's good for the goose is good for the gander. That's why you always hear these women go, well, what about men? What about this? What about that? Like even in the abortion debate that we're having right now, they're like, well, if men could keep it in their pants, that's an effort to say that we're all the same, that we bear an equal responsibility for abortion and for childbirth and everything else. That's what this want, but we do not. Because when that baby is inside that woman's uterus, I'm powerless at that point. It's all about you, not about me. And there's a qualifiable difference at that point. Okay. So when women say, you just said a minute ago, they think that men think in terms of like hypergamy, like a minute ago.
Yeah.
The reason why they do that is because they don't have any other concept other than the fact that if we're equal, then you must also share the same understanding of hypergamy that I do, because we live in a female correct world. And if you don't have that, then there's something wrong with you.
And they don't know. Here's the other key. They don't have to understand men to attract them.
No.
That's the key. That right there is a fucking weapon. They don't have to understand men to attract them.
Yes.
Versus men have to understand women to attract them.
I know, and
that's the difference.
And because we even said that on this show, and the men's self-improvement sphere and everything else, why are you overthinking this? And there's this effort to dissuade men from understanding women, because men who understand women are more powerful than women who don't have to worry about understand. Why would they? Why would you need to understand women if I'm a woman and I don't need to understand men? We're all equal, right? We're all blank slates. That's the difference right there. And we live in a female correct society. So if you don't think like a woman, if you don't emote like a woman, if you don't have women's interests as your primary interests, then there's something wrong with you. You're toxically masculine.
Bam.
Yes.
Guys, I hope you fucking like this shit. That whole little segment right there should be clear.
Where else do you get this?
You ain't gonna get that shit nowhere else, man. The quality of content that we're giving y'all is fucking crazy. I need you guys to like the video, because I'm looking right now, and we only got Wayne gifted 10 Fresh and Fit memberships. Yo, thank you so much, bro. I appreciate that, my friend. You're the fucking guy, man. I'm looking here, guys, and we got 6,000 plus y'all in here. We only got 4K likes. Guys, do me a favor, bro. This type of content is suppressed all the time. And 6,000 likes.
We need 6,000.
Yeah, we need 6,000 likes, guys. Get us to 100% engagement, because we're going overtime. We don't normally film on Saturdays, but me and Rollo, I could already tell, are probably gonna have to give y'all a 3-hour plus podcast, because we still haven't even broken down the doctor yet.
Oh man.
So we're gonna show you guys this Instagram. And shout out to Plantation Boy, new member, and then we also got MX South Africa, new member. The thing you guys got to understand is that This is not to say that men are better than women or we hate women or whatever. We're just acknowledging that women look at the world through a different lens, and you need to be aware of this shit when you deal with them, that they are not the same as us and they don't look at things the same way we do. So for you to sit there and try to look at the world from expect them to look at the world from a male lens, it doesn't work that way. And if you don't believe me, look at the fucking nighttime shows. That proves it very much. Now, so this girl that we're about to pull up for you guys is a doctor. Okay, and we selected her. Shout out to Rollo for bringing up her profile. We selected her because this woman is the embodiment of what the modern day woman strives to be and strives to look like, etc. A lot of women look up to this girl as a model to follow. Okay, when it comes to the success sphere, so girls typically, I've come to realize, fall into two different demographics. Okay, there's one set of girls that wants to be the hot girl, right?
Right.
The bad bitch, etc. They're looking at girls that they're looking at girls like maybe like a Selena Powell or a Kim Kardashian, a girl that is uses her sexuality to make money. Okay, the beautiful girls that are monetizing their beauty,
influencers.
Right? Yeah, exactly, influencers. Then you got the other girls who are like, listen, I'm not a fucking stupid bimbo. I want to go to school. I want to be successful. I want to fucking be there and compete with the boys or beat the boys at their game. Okay. And this woman represents the latter. Okay. This is a doctor
in a
very successful Dr. Culver here. Right. And we use her profile because a lot of women look up to this girl. She's a typical, how do I say this?
Empowered.
Yeah. Indoctrinated, empowered woman that is a careerist, a career-oriented individual, I should say. And what I want people to understand, or the guys that are watching the show to understand, is that a lot of the girls that you see and or date look up to women like this that pursue higher education. And my only warning is, you guys have heard me say this on the show a million times. I have no issue with women in the professional world. I have no issue with women in the higher education field, girls that are earning money, etc. However, we got to keep it 1,000 and let women know the cold hard truth that your career will hurt you when it comes to the concept of finding a man, getting in a relationship, and ultimately getting married. And we know that marriage is a very large predicator, aka a woman finding security, right, is a very large predicator on her overall happiness. So if you're going to pursue education and earning money and becoming successful, understand that a consequence of that is that you're either going to A, be single, or B, have to settle on a guy that is probably of potentially a lower value, and your hypergamy is not going to be satisfied to a degree. Now, we picked this girl not only because she's a doctor, but she checks off a couple of boxes. She's a social media influencer with a blue check, large following, okay? She's a doctor, higher earning, and has some status. This, on paper for a man, is fantastic. You're going to have a bunch of dating options. This on paper for a woman is fucking bad, really bad, because what she's effectively done with her success is she's ostracized 99.9%, not 99.9%, but better than 95% of the male counterparts that would be able to fulfill it. And any man that does fall into this list that would qualify to date this girl is probably going to be deficient in something. The only guys that are going to make that kind of money and also be able to have the sexual market value, whatever, are going to be guys that, quite frankly, are going to have a lot of bitches, entertainers, athletes, other doctors, potentially. She's not going to be able to get a guy at her level that will take her seriously and make her the only one.
Right. I think she is 33 years old. I'm looking 33? At the chat here. I believe
she's been divorced, right?
She's been divorced once already. You'll know that's why there's no man in the picture here. Okay. It's not because she's like trying to cut him out.
There was a post you wanted to show us too, right?
It's right there dead in the center there. It says, how would I pay for my 44,000 things? I think it's a video.
Okay. So Chris,
there's no music to it or anything.
Yeah, there's no music. We're good. Hit settings real quick, Chris.
Yep.
And then go ahead and hit audio, echo cancellation, and then hit stereo audio. That will, I think, keep on check.
That might help.
Yeah, I think that'll fix it right there. No echo. Guys, in the chat, give us ones in the chat if the audio is good on her when we play this video. Let's go ahead. And the title is How I Paid $440,000 US of student loans in 3.5 years.
Can we?
Go for it. Is it? Why not?
All right, pause real quick. Okay. Yeah, we can keep the music off, but just play. You might get hit with a copyright.
Yeah, there you go. Okay. So pause it right there if you can. When it comes back around. Yeah.
Okay. So she goes,
how I paid off $440,000 of student loans. Okay. Now remember, student loans is a big deal these days.
Wait, echo.
Okay.
We're getting. It's no sound, so it's about.
Yeah, there's no sound on it right now. So okay, so I negotiated. Okay, this is I negotiated for a higher salary, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's her trying to say, well, women aren't. I think you probably heard Jordan Peterson or maybe David Buss or somebody says this. It might even be Steven Pinker. He says one of the reasons why
Peterson mentioned it.
Why there is a gender gap is because women are more agreeable and they'll just sort of take what they can get, right? And so here she's trying. This by the way is a common feminist talking point right now.
And this comment right here, liked.
Yeah, exactly. Who's that guy? Yeah, I actually responded to this because I was a little curious about like how she paid these things off. But the whole thing about her negatively, I negotiated my starting salary higher and plus a higher starting bonus. Good for you. That's I would tell guys to do the same thing. Mm-hmm. But the reason why that's even a thing for her is because there's this sort of stigma or there's this stereotype that women don't negotiate for more money when they are, getting a new job. Well, she's a medical professional. My wife is also a medical professional, and I also understand that depending on where you go, you're pretty much locked into and I know she's an OD, and I don't know what OD stands for. She's a doctor. I think it might be a family practice or something like that, but I'm not really sure exactly.
We got Zentius in the chat. He might be able to tell us what kind of doctor she is.
So there's like a general GP is a general practitioner, that kind of stuff. I don't know what an OD actually is. However, here she is negotiating a higher salary. Good for you. But again, that's kind of
optometrist.
She's trying to is that OD is an optometrist?
I think so, man. Let's see.
I don't know.
Let's see if that's
somebody. My medical professionals need to tell me.
We got a couple of doctors in the chat. Dr. B84. Let us know in the chat, bro. He's a doctor.
Orthopedic doctor. That's what I thought too. It might have been orthopedic doctor.
When I Google, I put OD meaning, and they said optometry here on Google.
I don't know about that.
Orthodontist. Some people are saying orthodontist. Yes, eye doctor.
Okay. Eye doctor. An OD is an eye doctor. Okay. So, I mean, so that might be why it was $440,000 for her to do student loans. Okay. So that's number one. And then move on a little bit to the next one, Chris. Okay, wait till the next point comes up and then pause it. There, right there. And what did she say? I started 2 side hustles and the level, and lived off the money from these, so my full salary paid for her student loans. That was the next part. Okay.
Yep.
I always want to know because if you look at the rest of her Instagram, it's like, what are the side hustles?
Yeah, she didn't say
what exactly are those.
She's
very
vocal in her Instagram on all the accomplishments and everything.
Yeah, she's
mentioned that.
She's what Royce would have called a careerist.
Yeah.
She's a careerist woman, and it's no surprise that she's divorced because careerist women are the ones. I would also wonder if she divorced the guy because 70%.
More than likely.
Yeah, more than likely she did.
And not only that, we know the more educated a woman, the higher the propensity for them to initiate divorce.
Exactly, and the more money she makes, the more the higher the incidence.
I forget the exact number, but it's something ridiculous. If she has a bachelor's degree versus a master's degree versus this woman is a full-on doc. I mean, the propensity for her to file divorce is going to be extremely high. It says ODs don't make that much compared to ophthalmologist who may have an MD or a DO degree. Okay.
That's good to know. I didn't know what it was.
Can you let us know? And he's a doctor and he's one of the homies. Can you put in the chat how much an average would make? And I don't know where she's based out of, so we can only speculate.
Las Vegas.
She's out of Vegas.
Vegas.
Okay. Yeah, doc. Let us know what you think that would be around. So we can keep going.
So I was going to just to finish off there. I'm wondering about the side hustle. Okay, so the reason I even stopped on this one was because I'm like, what is the side hustle that is enough to pay a $440,000 student loans? And hey, I'm glad you're paying it back. Unlike most of the women in in the United States, good for you. However, I'm like, would it have not if the money you're making from the side hustle is more than you're making as an OD, would it not be better for you to simply just focus on the side hustle? Which, of course, if you look at the rest of her Instagram, That's exactly what she's doing. It's like she's making money doing what she's very proud of the fact that she's put in and should be, that she's got an MD, she's got a doctorate, she's done what she's, done a lot of good stuff.
The doc is saying about 120K per year. What the fuck? That's fucking peanuts.
Well, she's got a side hustle that can pay $440,000 in what, 3 years, I think.
To pay off 440K in 3.5 years in student debt on 120K salary.
She's making more money on her side hustles than she is at what she studied for, to become who she is, that she's very, very popular with. So what I see here is I see a woman who's a careerist. She is divorced, okay? And she is also making more money with side hustles than she is with the doctorate degree that she probably spent, and maybe the doctor can tell us about this. I want to say 4 years, or at least 4 years, probably more like 8 years, I think, to get a doctorate in that, maybe even 10. I'm not sure. But she spent quite a bit of her life getting to that point. And so she's she's very full of herself and very proud of herself. And I'm not saying that she shouldn't be, but I'm also saying that it's also, in some ways, it's a detriment to her on the sexual marketplace, because if you look at the rest of her videos here, she's like that. Oh, and then play that last one there, Chris.
Everyone in the chat is saying
and that I live below my means, basically, is what she's saying. Like I
go back to her main profile, guys, real quick. I mean, Chris, real
that's
fast.
okay. You can go. She's just basically saying I save money and I live below my.
Scroll to the top. What does it say though? Yeah, Dr. Medina Culver deal. You could look her up probably online, but she's in Vegas. But again, guys. And you scroll down real quick, and a lot of her posts, guys, are like, more like, hey, I'm strong and independent.
And I want to point out here, it's like I don't know her. I don't know her from Adam. I don't know her at all. I'm not attacking her or anything. I'm just saying that this is the mentality that is
keep scrolling down, Chris.
Is prevalent.
And I think she has a thing as well. Where's the caption? Something like, "It's doctor to you" or something like that.
Oh yeah. It's not Mrs. Culver. It's a doctor.
Which one is it?
I got a doctor.
It's somewhere here. Keep going down, Rollo, because I know you've seen this. Because you brought it to my attention. Let's see here. Keep going down. All right. We back, ninjas. We back. So test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. All right, we're back, guys. Sorry about that. So what ended up happening, guys, was I got this like a surge protector that I use, and it just like gave out. So I had to go and restart the modems and everything else like that. But we're back on, guys. Don't worry, we didn't get canceled or anything like that. We're back on fucking air. We ain't going nowhere, baby. Okay, we ain't going fucking nowhere. I'm not fucking leaving. All right, undefeated. The show goes on. This is my home. They're gonna need a fucking wrecking ball to take me out of here. You ain't going fucking nowhere, baby. We got y'all. So anyway, going back to where we were before. Damn right. Okay, if you just tuned into the show, okay, quick rewind. So we were talking about the doc and how
down long enough just to take a piss.
Yeah. So she exactly. So what ended up happening, guys? Can we pull up her profile one more time, Chris? So we had so this girl, we were talking about how she was paying off that $440K, making let's go give her the benefit that let's say she's making $250,000 a year.
Okay.
To pay off $440K in 3.5 years with side hustles or whatever. I wouldn't be surprised if the guy that she was married to or whatever probably had someone to help her pay that shit down significantly. Because you're not going to pay that kind of debt down.
But that's not good copy. That's not good PR if you're an influencer.
Chris? More. It's she's going to be showing like an ID badge. That's how you know it's that picture.
I'm fairly sure she's like pretty big on TikTok too.
Yeah, and she made a comment basically, guys, before we pull this picture up, where she says, "It's Dr. whatever to you," right? And this comes from. Let's be honest here. You look at her, you think, okay, she's blonde, whatever else. Is this girl like just some random bimbo, whatever? Mm-hmm. And, she's got to, put her foot down and let y'all know, no, I'm a fucking doctor. I'm not a nurse. And I've met a couple of female doctors or girls that are nurse anesthetists or women that are higher on the totem pole in the medical field, right? Or physician's assistant, whatever.
Sure.
And they make a point to always let you know they're not a fucking nurse, okay? Right. With women
because it's a flex. It's a female empowerment.
You went all the way
flex.
back, Chris. You have to go that way back, far back. Damn, nigga. Okay.
I know. Look how far.
Yeah, Chris went all the way back.
What is she? 20?
Damn, man. What the hell?
I thought she was 33.
Fuck, man. Go back in time.
I think she's hotter.
Yeah. I tell you, that's funny. That's a good observation because remember
right there. That middle picture, next row down. That one right there.
Remember we were just talking about like Paulina Porizkova is like it's doctor to you.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So was it that one? No, it wasn't. Fuck it. Who cares?
You know what's funny is like, and this is actually
scroll back up.
This is a perfect exercise here. You can scroll all the way back to when she started Instagram, when she was maybe like in her mid-20s. God, how far back does it go? But like you see how young she is here.
Yeah.
Now imagine she keeps this going. Until she's 56 years old, like Paulina Porizkova.
Yep.
You can actually watch. Oh, she was 29 in that one picture. Yeah. That's her birthday.
Wow, that's way different.
That's her birthday picture. Yeah. You made a doctor there. Yeah. And so imagine.
And now scroll all the way up to the top now, Chris.
Imagine you're 56 years old. Or she's 33 right now, but imagine you're 56 years old and you started when you were 29 and you go back and you go, damn. Where's all the time gone? Yeah. I was so cute and full of myself back then, and now I'm Paulina Porizkova and I'm sexually invisible.
Yeah. The only thing that's changed is the cameras have gotten better and she's got a little bit older.
That's rough,
you
man.
know what I'm saying? And
we've never been able to do that in human history. We've never been able to like have it and like essentially relive it in real time.
Yeah. So and again, guys, I don't mean to this. Let me make this extremely clear. This isn't a hit piece. This isn't us attacking her. What I am saying is that what you just saw right there is the archetype that a lot of women strive to that are in the professional world. You understand?
Right, yeah.
So we're using her as an example because not only is she a doc, right, which a lot of women want to be, but she also has some social media influence. So she's getting the best of both worlds, right? And she's not necessarily she's still using her sexuality to monetize, but she's not overtly doing it. You get what I'm saying? It's a little bit more covered back because she's a professional. Now, my only thing is that since a lot of women aspire to be one of the two, whether it's a hot girl that's using her sexuality overtly to get money and attention and resources from men, or women like her that are successful and still making money but doing it surreptitiously using their sexuality to get attention and resources from men, both women basically have the same end goal of getting the highest status guy that they can get. They're just using different tools to do it. And my argument is that what's going to happen, guys, is that girls or women that follow this trend don't understand the basic concept that men and women are different, and guys don't necessarily care about your money or your clout or your ability to create your own security. That's great for you, but it doesn't necessarily help men. And the second part of that equation is the more money you make and the more status you acquire, the higher your propensity to be single. And I don't think women understand that this is what comes with the territory of success. On paper, if you take this doctor and attribute that to a man, it's fantastic. 33 years old, doctor, making that kind of money.
He's on his way up. He's on his way up.
Fantastic. Woman having this, very bad. Very, very bad. And what's happening is a girl like her is going to follow in the footsteps of the Porizkova, right? Who we were discussing earlier, because this is a woman that had fame and status and everything else like that back in the fucking like 80s before social media was a thing, and she's losing her mind. Can you imagine this girl in 20 years?
What I see,
she's gonna go crazy.
Her Instagram is it serves three purposes. The first purpose is that she's an influencer. She makes money off of this. That's number one. She's on there, and young women. She wants to be a woman that other women aspire to be.
Yeah.
Okay. So here, you can do it too. That's why she put out that one post about how she paid off $440,000, and you can do this too, girl. Yeah. All you got to do is eat top ramen, and you got to get a side hustle, and you got to negotiate for more money, because that's what really tough bitches do, right? That's each one of those is a trope, by the way. It's a feminist empowerment trope.
I wonder what her ex-husband
is about. I wonder what he would have to say. But her side hustles probably pay her more money than her actual job that she went to at least 8 years of college, and in medical school to get to. And so it's almost self-defeating in a sense. It's like she's a good-looking girl. She could probably make more money doing OnlyFans than she could doing what she's doing here. Now, I'm not saying she should, and I'm glad that she's not doing that. And it's like, in a way, it's kind of a positive message, because it's like, you don't have to do OnlyFans. You can be a doctor like me, but the doctor part of all that is just it's like an accessory to what she's really doing, which is her side hustle and being an influencer. I'm a doctor. Doctor is just like the costume. She's like cosplay, right? She's a doctor. Oh, great. But her real personality, remember we talked about Ziggy Stardust, her real personality, her online personality is her Instagram profile, right? So that's who she really is, but she wears scrubs, and occasionally she wears something hot, and she wears scrubs?
Yeah, Chris, anytime a girl's in the medical field, he immediately says,
scrubs. Yeah. And she's wearing scrubs, but the scrubs is almost like she's LARPing, right? Live action role playing. It's like she's cosplaying a doctor. And that's just sort of like, oh, and I'm a doctor too. See how great I am? But really, here, buy my cosmetics, buy this, buy that, buy what. I'm doing affiliate marketing, which she says, I did a side hustle. I would guarantee you that those side hustles make her more money than she makes in the medical field, which is kind of sad when you think about it, because she should be making money that would outclass that. And I'm glad she has a side hustle. I'm glad she likes her job and her career. But you're right. It's a net disadvantage, at least in the sexual marketplace. And the older that she gets, she's become the man that she wanted to marry, right? She become the guy who I'm sure she would love to be in the medical field and marry a guy who's a doctor, who's maybe not an OD, but he's like an ER doctor. He's a radiologist, or
we talked about this with Dr. RedPill.
Yeah, exactly.
Women that are doctors, actually what we were discussing with Dr. RedPill was women that are doctors that are involved, especially that are in specialties or whatever, typically want a doctor at least on their level, if not higher status than themselves.
They're not getting
medical field.
Yeah, they're not getting with scrub techs and transport nurses.
It's very difficult for them to date. Like he was explaining how like so many of them are chronically single, and it's very, very difficult for them to find a guy that's on their level from a socioeconomic status. And then here's another thing too. I don't know if you guys have ever dated a girl that is educated at a higher level, whether it's a graduate degree or a PhD, whatever. These types of women, guys, are not stupid. They're intelligent, which means they need immersive conversation. They need a guy that is articulate. They need a guy that can go ahead and have deep conversations to a degree. So women that are educated a lot of the times also need to be cognitively stimulated by the man that they're dealing with. You understand?
Right.
So it once again adds another metric that's required upon the man to be attractive to them. And the more standards a girl has, the higher her likelihood of staying single. And if you find this guy is he going to commit to you? And my argument is, if you find a guy that's a full package, well, guess what? Other women have found that guy too, more than likely.
Right.
And he's going to go ahead and exercise those options because, like I said before, you can't tell a self-made millionaire, aka a man that's successful, let's say a surgeon or whatever it may be, how to spend their money when you're a trust fund baby. And they'll be like, well, no, I worked really hard too. Unfortunately, your money is irrelevant. So I think women need to understand that. Now, I have a controversial take here, and this is where you can go ahead and say,
misogyny,
or hit me with the,
how dare you?
But, and this isn't necessarily for this doctor, I'm speaking in general right now. When a girl says, I'm focusing on my career or making money, or I'm like Lori Harvey, for example, right? She said to Michael B. Jordan, he wanted to take it to the next level. And
I did
go
a full show on this recently,
which is extremely stupid, but he wanted something more serious. And she said, I focused on my career, etc. I'm going to go ahead and translate that for y'all in womanese to English. I want to increase my own income and status to give myself the option to get the best I can get when I've done nothing to accumulate, when I've done nothing to actually make myself attractive to the very man I now feel entitled to have. That is what it means when a woman says, I want to chase my career. I would argue that women don't necessarily care about their fucking career. What is more important is the doors that open from said career. This is why I've seen so many girls that are successful, become a doctor, become a lawyer, whatever it is. Once they have children, that shit falls by the wayside. They start spending less time at the office and more time at home. However, on the other side, the man starts to spend more time at the office and works more hours to make more money for the kid. There's no more honest way to get a guy off his ass to make money than having children. If he doesn't want to work for his fucking children, more than likely he's never going to work. And I also want to say this too for all those people out there that say, Myron, that's fucking misogynistic. Oh.
How dare you?
They did a study in Ireland, and what they found was a bunch of women, thanks to the pandemic, right? A lot of people had to go home and work from home. And you know, when you're working from home, you're around family and you caretake them as well and everything else like that. And what they found is that when it was time to return to the offices, back into the workforce, traditional 9 to 5, working from the office, not from home, etc., a majority of the women did not go back to work. They preferred to be around loved ones and taking care of them versus entering the workforce. A lot of the times when women are in the workforce,
it's almost like pregnancy leave.
It's because they have to do it to a degree. But this is why women are so hell-bent on getting a guy that makes more money than themselves. Women want the luxury of being able to work from an elective standpoint, not a necessity standpoint. They want to be able to go to work, but be able to tell their boss at any given time, fuck you, I don't want to do this anymore. Go home and have a man that's going to provide for them. That's why women love marriage and security so much, because it allows them to still be independent to a degree. But if things get too hard or family comes in or whatever else, they can go back and revert to their biological hardwiring of, I'd rather be around people. Fuck things. And my thing is women just need to understand this. I mean, I wanted to ask you about
Lauren Harvey. Do you think that did they ever say why they split up or who broke up with who?
She didn't want to commit to him, so I think it just was like
was it mutual, or do you think it was like he's like, okay, screw you, I'm out, or like because he's older than she is? Obviously, she's 25, and I think he's like 30.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I mean, I don't know. I mean, because in this situation, normally I would default and say the girl probably broke up with him, but him as a guy that has options and everything else like that, he probably sat her down and gave her an ultimatum. But my thing is that, you said a bunch of times, which I agree.
I think it's important.
Ultimatums are a declaration of powerlessness.
Exactly. I think it's important to make that distinction, because I think that because everybody wants to, like, they broke up, and so you're not hearing Michael B. Jordan talk about it. You're hearing her talk about it.
Yeah.
And so and at 25, it's like, I made the decision. I did this because I wanted to, or I want to feel empowered. And so we kind of look at her as being this. Am I good? We look at her as being empowered for Michael B. Jordan's definitely a high value man, right? He's definitely an apex alpha, right? And so to lose that, to say like you're with a guy that other men want to be and other women definitely want to fuck. So to say, well, I'm so good, I'm such a badass, I can dump this guy because I'm more important than he is. Yeah. I'm my happiness and my future and everything else is more important to me than being with the guy who's the hottest man on planet Earth.
Yeah.
Right.
And this goes to show,
and that should show you hubris. That is hubris of the highest degree.
I was just gonna say that goes to show her hubris. And then not only that, I've always said that men have a scarcity mindset that sets them back, and women have an abundance mindset that sets them back, right? And it's amazing how the two genders literally are on opposite sides of the spectrum, but both are a huge detriment to their ability to be attracted to the opposite gender. So on the male side, a lot of guys think, damn, I don't have enough girls, whatever. What do? They start simping. They start doing all this other stupid sucker shit. They start pedestalizing the girl. The girl starts to lose respect for them. On the female side, women get a bunch of DMs. They get a bunch of attention, etc., especially in today's marketplace, where they think there's always a better guy around the corner. And not only is there a better guy around the corner because I get all these DMs and messages, they actually have the ridiculous entitlement and hubris, as you would say, that they think that these guys actually want to commit to them. And what I need to put through the heads of a lot of these modern day women is that just because you're getting attention from a man does not necessarily mean that you're going to be able to get retention from that man. Yesterday on the podcast was a very telling segment. One of the girls mentioned or asked a question and said, hey, well, if I fuck a guy on the first date, because you, Fresh and Myron, talk about you want to fuck a girl as quickly as possible. But isn't that counterproductive? And he's going to think I'm a hoe and I won't be able to get that security to a degree. And what I told her is that, yes, I'm not going to lie to you and sit there and tell you that if you fuck a guy on the first date that he's going to commit to you. But what I am saying, and it is going to decrease your chances of potentially finding, getting that guy to commit to you. But then I asked them a question and put it back on them to see where their knowledge. And I said, okay, well, what is your job as the woman? You know, what's your goal in a relationship? And it took them a while to kind of figure it out. But then, you know, they finally kind of like loosely went and said security from the guy. And I said, fantastic. Okay. How do you get the security? And when I said that,
nothing.
They didn't understand that the burden of performance to attain that security falls upon them, not on the man, right? So I told them, well, it's your job to keep the guy. And they're looking at me like I got 3 fucking heads. And this is why so many modern day women fails, because they don't understand that there is a burden of performance for you too. It's just that your job begins after the guy fucks you. And a lot of girls think, well, I made him work to get the sex. I'm just going to, you know, now he's got the sex. So, you know, I'll just dangle it a little bit more and I'll be able to, you know, leverage sex for compliance and he'll stick around. And what women don't understand is that guys will play the game as long as they need to get the sex. But if you don't add value outside of that, especially if he's an attractive man, which is why you're in the fucking with him in the fucking first place, he's going to have other options to be able to replace you very quickly. So it was scary to me how the girls didn't know what it took to be able to retain a guy. And this goes back to what I said before. The reason why they don't know what it takes to retain a guy is because they have an abundance mindset where it's almost to a fucking detriment because they have so many guys hitting them up that they don't even understand the concept of the performance is on you to keep the fucking dude. They think just getting attention is good enough. No, baby girl, that's not how it works. Your job is you got to keep the guy. It's not upon him to keep you. And once I could see the fucking gears turning in their fucking heads and all the dots being connected as to why they might have been ghosted in the past. They didn't add value quick enough.
Right. I also get this quite a bit. Like, whenever I am explaining Iron Rule of Tomassi number 3, which of course is like anytime a woman makes you wait for sex, the sex is never worth the wait. Now, it's not, that rule is not about the sex. It is not about, I'm telling guys to go bang anything on 2 legs. That's not what it's about. It's about genuine desire is what it's about, because there's usually something that is mitigating that's kind of hot monkey sex, where that woman will break rules for an alpha and will make rules for a beta. Making rules is making you wait. There's no bigger rule than making you wait, because that woman says, you know, there's a difference between the woman who's like, fuck the shit out of me right now because you're so high value to me. You're such a good opportunity for me that I can't wait here because somebody else is going to snatch you up, or you look like you would be really fun in the sack, versus I'm going to make you wait because I have other options. I got other things that are going. I've got other irons in the fire right now. And that's why I always say, you know, like women make rules for betas and they break rules for alphas. But what I usually get in the second part of that criticism is, well, do you want a girl who's loose? Do you want a girl because men don't respect women who give it up on the first date. And I'm like, oh, well, how about the second date? You know,
and that's a fair argument. You know? I even told her, I told her with most guys, they're not going to respect you. Like it takes a certain type of guy that's good with women to be able to like bang you on the first day and understand and know his worth and be able to like kind of move on past that.
I think it was Sterling Cooper who said this on this show. He said something like, I want a woman who wants to get with me and wants to break rules for me, like break rules to get into bed with me, already understands my value. And he says, I appreciate that. That's a compliment to a guy, for a woman who, even if you don't have sex on like a same night lay or something like that, the fact that she has so much desire for you that she would do that. He says that's a compliment to me, because what it says is she understands and she reads me well enough to know that I'm the kind of guy that other women want to bang and other men want to be. And so therefore she's more willing to say, you know what, I'll break rules for you.
And what I told her also was, because I'm dispensing advice now from the female lens, right, to give them that advantage, which, as you know, anytime you give one gender an advantage, one has to suffer a disadvantage. So I was like, okay, listen, it's probably, with most guys, it's probably in your best interest to not fuck them on the first date and wait a little bit. However, and this is where so many girls fuck up, you need to add value in that period that you're making him wait, immense value.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And just because if you're with a guy, right, and let's say you get with a guy that's good with women or whatever, and you don't fuck him on the first date, and then you don't also add some kind of value, he's going to write you off and be like, fuck this bitch, and go to another one. But if you're able to add value, right, especially in today's day and age where so many women are entitled and think, I just need to bring myself and I'm good, you're going to be heads and shoulders above a lot of these women, because a lot of girls don't like this concept of competing for a man. Oh, competing for a man? I'm not a fucking pick me, all that other shit. So if you do act as if a pick me girl, well, guess what? You're going to be an anomaly compared to a lot of these other chicks. You know, a lot of the times, men don't respond with the same unfavorable dating outcomes that women do when getting showered with attention. I'll explain what I mean by that. Okay. If you compliment a guy or you show a little bit of effort as a woman, more than likely he's going to appreciate that, because men don't get the same level of attention, compliments, and gifts that women do. But women, again, going back to that lack of fucking empathy I discussed earlier, they look at it through the female lens. So when a guy does that to them, what do? Their vagina dries up a bit. Oh, he's being a little too attentive. He's being a little too nice, blah, blah, blah. But men don't think that way. If a girl's nice to you or treats you well, right, you're going to be like, I want to marry her. You know what, man? This is because
I think she's a one.
Yes, she's a one. Bro, real talk. And this is fucking deep shit. Most men will never get flowers from a woman until the day they die.
Oh, yeah.
Let that sink in, guys.
Or a compliment.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like a lot of guys will not get fucking flowers from a woman until the day they die. So when a girl gives you a gift or says thank you or shows appreciation, we were discussing before, a lot of the time it's going to be met with a favorable outcome, especially if you didn't fuck the guy, but you're adding value in the meantime leading up to fucking him. But the problem is that girls go on a date, they don't fuck him. They try to show lack of interest. They try to show, oh, you need to chase me and all this other shit. And a man that has other women that has options isn't going to chase you, bitch. You need to chase him. You forgot the power dynamic that you're common as a woman and your beauty versus a guy that's in the top 1%, that's a higher earner, etc. He's rare. You are not. Now, let's say we take this woman here that's a doctor, because women love to say this shit to me that are successful. I've dated so many doctors.
I'm a doctor.
Well, I'm a 1% too. I speak this language and I have red hair and I'm rare and I'm special too. Who cares? You being a doctor, you speaking another language, you being rare, though it sounds good and you are technically rare on paper, you're not rare in the sexual marketplace to men. That's what women make the mistake of. They use male metrics of sexual indicators of high value, right, to go ahead and put it on themselves as if that matters. It doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah, you're not an alpha female. You're an alpha male with tits and a vagina. That's
if I'm playing chess with someone, right? They have their pawns lined up and their king and their queen and all this other shit, their bishops. Then my dumbass takes my entire chess side and knocks all my pieces over and puts a bunch of checkers boards on there. How the fuck do I look? I look like an idiot, don't I? I'm trying to play a simpler game when someone else is playing a more complex game. And that's what women don't understand. They're trying to play checkers in the sexual marketplace thinking, well, I have a career and everything else like that while you're moving fucking pawns and kings and queens around and shit. We're not playing the same game. We don't play by the same set of rules, okay? Men are playing chess in the sexual marketplace. Women are playing checkers. So I say all that to bring it back full circle that women don't understand this concept of adding value. And just because you show effort or interest in a guy or you treat him well does not mean he's going to respond the same way you fucking do. Girls ghost nice guys. Men don't ghost nice girls.
Here's a question for your girls when you're on here next time with I don't know when you do the next after hours. Ask them if they've ever faked an orgasm. I know you're gonna spit your coffee out now. Ask them if they've ever faked an orgasm, because statistically speaking, research-wise, women do fake orgasms quite a bit, but they fake them for alphas, not for betas. You know why? Because they want to retain the alpha. They would never bother with a performance of a faking an orgasm for a beta male, because they're probably never going to see the guy again after that. Like, okay, this guy sucks. They don't care about that. Women fake more orgasms for guys who are stereotypically more alpha. Now, beta male guys go, yeah, that's us, man.
And so you guys know, when we say alpha, it's a placeholder term.
Placeholder term, abstraction. We got to explain it.
Yeah, we got to explain it again.
Everything. High value, man.
Before they clip this shit and run around and say, my Rollo and Myron are talking about being alphas. No, we're talking about
they're silverback gorillas.
Being an attractive man from a holistic standpoint, money, muscles, game, frame. Shout out to our guy John from Model Life Dating. That's what we're talking about. Sorry, Rollo.
Exactly. So, anyway, statistically speaking, women fake orgasms more for high value men because they want to retain those guys. I also want to throw this one out here too. Is that when I talk about how hypergamy is not a straitjacket, one of the examples I use is this. Women will still have sex with a guy when they're on the rag, okay? When it's Shark Week.
So true.
They have sex with guys who are stereotypically high-value alpha/high-value men, okay? Primarily because even though they're not in their proliferative phase of their menstrual cycle, clearly they're not, because they're on, it's Shark Week, right? But they will still have sex with that guy. They'll still give that guy a Hummer. They'll still in some way have sex with that guy because they want him to come back 2 weeks later when she is and she's hot to trot and she's ready to freaking go, right as she's ovulating, right, 2 weeks before the egg drops. That's when she wants to get with that guy, and she's not on the rag anymore, and he's in the Rolodex or whatever, and so they can get together at a later date when the possibility of fertilization is much higher. Of course, I'm playing Mr. Wizard here, but the reason why hypergamy is not necessarily a straitjacket, or ovulatory shift is not necessarily a straitjacket, is because women will still see an opportunity. Hypergamy cannot afford to miss a high value guy. It cannot afford to say, oh, here's a high value guy, but oh my God, I got a tampon in. Oh, well, here we go. I'll give him a Hummer. I'll find some way to keep this guy here. That's why women also fake orgasms more for alpha men than they will for beta men, because they want to have that guy on tap for when they come back full circle back around to their proliferative phase in their ovulatory cycle, when they're more prone to proceptive to sexual advances and who want to go out and seek out a masculinized high value guy. They want to have that guy on tap. If they're not in the right phase, it doesn't matter if they can keep that guy on the hook by breaking rules to get with that guy, to retain that guy so other bitches don't get him.
Bam.
Yeah.
Like the fucking video, guys. We got 5,500 y'all in here, man. I see that we're at 5K likes. Can you guys get us to 100% engagement?
Get it up there.
Because we're giving y'all a three-peat on the hours here and giving y'all a lot of game. And this is why I love doing shows with Rollo, man. Bouncing ideas off each other. This is kind of what it was like when we were having our discussion before. I read some of these chats real quick.
Yeah.
Guys, do me a quick favor. Go and get his fucking book, The Rational Male. The author of several different
and the
books.
fifth one is the Players Handbook, by the way, which I've get to rave reviews because everybody loves it, because it is actual practical information
in the current sexual marketplace.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes, and updated for 2022.
Bam. Ken Fachan, Rollo, if it's in a woman's best interest to get married, why do 80% of them choose to blow up their marriages and initiate divorce?
Because of the idea of he's not good enough, is he the best I can do? Okay.
Goes back to our conversation we just had, actually.
Well, and then the other part is you're also living in a gynocentric social litter right now that says no man will ever do. Even the girl who we were just talking, Dr. Culver, just a minute ago, she's no. The other, I meant to finish up that thought here. Is like she is it's female empowerment. First of all, she's an influencer, and she expects that young ladies all over the world will be like, oh, I can pay out $440,000 in debt, right?
Yeah.
I can be like you. Well, she's also an influencer. She's also an affiliate marketer. But moreover than anything else, that whole thing is it's a dating profile. The whole thing's a dating profile.
And she's attractive, and I guarantee you, she used her beauty in those side hustles. Guaranteed.
Oh, she's using it right now.
She's using it right now. So you know what I mean? Like like a regular girl. You know what I mean? Like, are you going to be able to leverage your beauty to that degree to pay off $440K in loans in 3.5 years?
But why is she divorced? Why is she divorced, right? Well, why does the 80% of women divorce? Like, well, the reason is because it's what I've called is the hypergamous doubt. Okay, is he the best I can do? Clearly, for Lori Harvey, Michael B. Jordan was not the best she could do. And at least that's the cover story that she's telling everybody right now, because she's a bad bitch, and she's a badder bitch than a guy who is as high value as Michael B. Jordan.
I'll give the guys an example here. Shout out to Alpha Male Strategies. We're going to have him on July 19th, guys. And he talked about this. And it's a fantastic analogy. When you take a woman, because to answer your question, we just answered it basically that, women having an abundance mindset on steroids. That
Superman is not good enough.
Yeah. Perfect.
And even when you are 20, whether you're 25, 35, 45, 55, Superman is still not good enough. And it's eat, pray, love, right? It's divorce porn. Divorce your husband because there's a hot guy in Jamaica who's swinging his dick that you want to get on right there.
Yeah. So women have an abundance mindset to a detrimental level, and men have a scarcity mindset to a detrimental level. Neither party is really in the middle to understand that the sexual marketplace is open, and you got to play to your strengths to be able to get the other part that you want. Now, so that you can understand where we're coming from here, why do women initiate in 80% of divorce? I need all you guys to go into a dream world. And this is for the men to understand. Imagine that you had a bad bitch at your house at all times. Okay, this bad bitch it cooks for you, cleans for you, gives you sex on command, doesn't argue with you, doesn't give you a headache. Imagine you have that at your house. Now, when you go out to the nightclub, when you go out to the bar, when you go out to do cold approach, whatever it may be, or you're dealing with a girl on Tinder or Bumble or whatever the fuck it is, are you going to tolerate disrespect? Are you going to tolerate flakes? Are you going to tolerate disrespectful women? Are you going to tolerate fat girls? Are you going to tolerate any type of fuckery from women that a lot of these modern day girls give to guys nowadays? The answer is
nope.
That lack of tolerance for fuckery, that's exactly how women feel that make their own money. That is why so many women are able to walk away from marriages and divorce even though they wanted it. And the reason why, guys, is because when a woman makes money, okay, and is able to provide her own security, that's the equivalent to you having a bad bitch at your house, being able to provide yourself sexuality whenever you want. This is why so many women initiate breakups and are indifferent to how the fuck you feel. If you had a bad bitch at your place, you would be just as cold-blooded as these women. But a woman's career and money is the bad bitch that you have at your house. That's why women initiate divorce, and they don't respect men in general. And you wouldn't respect women in general if you had a bad bitch at your house at all times. You would literally be telling bitches like Future, bitch, get the fuck out. Fuck your bitch in Gucci flip-flops. Why do you think these rappers disrespect women the way that they do in their rap songs and have a bunch of them shaking ass, whatever? It's because they always have a hot chick lined up at their place. So if you ain't going to do it, bitch, I got another one. This is why Chris Brown, a lot of these rappers and celebrities, they have the sexual market value to tell a woman straight up to her face, don't come to this party unless you're trying to fuck. Don't come to this hotel unless you're trying to fuck. The difference is that most men don't have that sexual market value to negotiate these crazy terms with women. However, women do have the sexual market value to be able to negotiate these crazy ass terms with men. They do it with their careers, though. Men have to do it with their own sexual market value that they have to earn. That is why women don't give a fuck about you a lot of the times when they make money. It's the equivalent to you having a bad bitch back at your spot.
I also think that we especially in this day and age with the rise of social media, I mean, you don't have to call it up right now, Chris, but you've seen the stats of women on SSRIs, on antidepressants, right? You've seen that huge spike in that kind of stuff. And usually it's women in between.
Let's pull up real quick.
You can. It's part of it. You can't miss it.
I think people will really
appreciate
to see that.
Yeah, I love that one.
Crazy.
But while we're at it, I think one of the reasons why we see that increase in antidepressant prescriptions in women is because women are spoiled for choice. That in no other time have we, like, we got to remember that back in the day of before we had social media and everything, most human beings didn't live in towns that were much larger than a few thousand, and then maybe even a few hundred as far as the tribe was concerned. And so the only thing they were really concerned about was their social standing from within a very much smaller community. Now it's worldwide. That's it right there. That was it right there. That's it.
Can you enlarge it for the audience, Chris? Hit Control+ a few times. just so they can see. So can you explain the chart to the people here?
Sure,
fast,
sure.
Rollo?
That's for white women 45 plus. And remember that this is for women who've been using it for over 5 years. Okay.
Okay. So demographics of long-term antidepressants. Older white women account for 58% of adults who have used antidepressants for at least 5 years.
Yeah.
And you can see here,
look where this, scroll down just a touch there so you can see the timeline there at the bottom. Okay, that's from 2000 all the way up to where really, I think it's 2020 is where, where
Chris,
it ends.
enlarge it more so people can see. Yeah, enlarge it a lot. Like maybe 3 more clicks.
I think that's where he can only scroll at that point. But
yeah, that's fine. We can scroll to so that people can see what's going on here. So let's go up to the title again. Okay, demographics of long-term antidepressants. Older white women account for 58% of adults who have used antidepressants for at least 5 years.
That is quite the spike, my friend.
Yeah, and if you guys look, now we'll scroll down, right? And we go from the year 2000 into 2010. We haven't even went into the 2020s yet, which I guarantee you probably went up more.
It's almost just what 1.8 million, because that's the 2 and the 4, that's millions, right? So you're looking at maybe right around 2000 women in that age demographic are at about 1.6 million, 1.7 million, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
And now look where they're at up at the top.
Yep. And then see how it explodes
from just look at that and explodes with explain to me what happened right around 2006-ish. Facebook, social media, right?
Damn. And then you look at
MySpace,
2010, right around 2010, 2008, explodes again. And I guarantee you, this chart went out further, a little bit further. Does it go out a little bit further?
Now remember, these are the age demographic here is 45.
That's probably right around 2012, right there, 2013. What came out around that time? Ooh, Instagram, and goes back to the beginning of our conversation. Open hypergamy is great, but it's also bad for women.
Right.
On the good side, it allows women to go ahead and vet and source and have unprecedented access to high value men via the internet.
But it's bad because it constantly shows you what you could have had. My life that could have been. My life that could have been. Oh my Lord!
It's
that's
double-edged sword.
How much? Okay, so we already know. Like
the video, guys. We're showing you charts like this. We're showing you hypergamy.
That's the demographic
on a Saturday.
That's the demographic of women 45 and older. What's the demographic for, like, say, women who are between the ages of like 25 and 40? Somewhere around there. I don't know. I don't have the there's probably stats for that somewhere as well.
And here's the other thing too. You guys got to remember, this is just with white women, and let's be honest here. You know, white women are probably.
What do they say? 1 in 5. What is it? 1 in 5 or 1 in 4? I don't know what the percentage is, but like 1 in 5. I believe it's 1 in 5. Like 20. 1 in 4 women are on antidepressants.
Yeah,
of some sorts.
Shout out to Karen.
And the other crazy thing too is that you guys got to understand is that this is accounting for white women. Well, let's be honest here. White women are probably the most privileged class of human being.
Oh, but let's
in the United States.
But let's also look at women who are earning $47,000 per year, over $47,000 per year. Who is that?
Going to be Caucasian women.
Ka-ching, yes.
Now, the only thing is, and you got to remember, this is just self-reported, guys. This isn't the people that aren't necessarily going to a psychiatrist and getting it reported. There's going to be minority women as well. It's not like race changes things that much, right? Yes. We all bleed red. We all think similarly. We're more alike than we are apart. Yes. You know, don't let
all them women you see out there with like underarm hair pits and purple hair and screeching at the Supreme Court today. How many of those women are on antidepressants right now?
You know what I mean? So, like, you can extrapolate from that, right? Maybe not to the same level.
They're off their meds today.
That other races are fairly close. You know what I'm saying? Because human beings are more alike than they are apart. You know, they'll try to sit here and separate us by saying, "Well, you're black, so you don't understand," or "You're white," or "You're Latino," whatever. Man, that's a bunch of bullshit, bro. We all think alike to a degree. So if these girls, white girls, are suffering from depression, I'm willing to bet that if you live in the United States, whether you're Latina, black, whatever it is your race is, you're probably suffering from depression regardless of your race.
Do you think Paulina Porizkova is on antidepressants?
I wouldn't be surprised if she wasn't.
Yeah,
she probably is.
45 plus.
Yep. Yeah, and
statistically speaking, the odds are she probably is.
She probably is, man. And that's what you guys got to understand is that this deregulated sexual marketplace that we're in, guys, right, where you can basically smash anyone that you want, assuming age of consent is met and then actual consent is met, is it is detrimental to a degree. And what women haven't realized, right, is that with Roe v. Wade, with feminism, with women entering the workforce, with women making their own money, etc., what they've inadvertently done is they've given the leverage to all the higher status men that now can play the field.
Of course.
Because women like, let's say this doctor here, right, aren't going to settle. I promise you she won't. She busted her ass to go through
Dr.
medical
Culver
school.
doesn't need a man, but she wants a man.
She wants one. So what are the guys that are going to qualify to be attractive to her? Well, I guarantee it's going to be guys that can get other bitches.
Right.
If I'm a successful guy.
Who does Dr. Culver want?
Those successful guys.
Right. Not the guy. She doesn't need security from a beta male. She doesn't need provisioning. She doesn't need clear. She's very vocal about this on her Instagram. Like, I got it all taken care of, you know? And then I always bring this up. I did a show that had Steve Harvey on there, and I had the woman that was on there. She had her mom there in the show with her. And she's like, she's 35, 36 years old. And or maybe 37 years old. And she's there with mom, and mom wants grandkids. And she's done everything by the book. She's a bad bitch. She got her education. She's got her own business. She makes her own goddamn money. She doesn't need a man. She wants a man.
Great resume on paper.
And she is talking to Steve Harvey and saying, "Where's my man? Where's the man that God preordained for me before I was born?" Right? That kind of thing. And she's there, literally there in tears, talking about like how, you know, where's this guy and what do I have to do? And it's very simple. The reason I use it as an example is because I always have to, when I'm counseling women, it's usually the same question. Where is my man? I did everything right. I did everything that a gynocentric social order told me to do. I'm Dr. Culver. I did everything I was supposed to do. And I'm God damn it, I'm Dr. Culver, not Ms. Culver. And so now here I am, 37 years old, and mom wants grandkids, and all I got is a couple of, you know, very nice looking golden retrievers. But I want to go forward. Where's that guy? Well, she's looking for a guy who's not low on the socioeconomic status. She's looking for a guy who's economically attractive. He's also tall. He's also fit. He's also everything that we always look on the calculator, on the female delusion calculator, who is probably 0.0157% of the population. Odds are you're going to die alone.
I've had girls literally come on the show and say a guy that's 6 foot tall is like 50% of the population, or a guy that makes 100K per year is 50% of the population.
And they don't realize it. Yeah, they have and that's the only thing that will do. Hell, they've done there's research. I want to say it's on Tinder, Hinge, and Bumble. I think where like you have to put it in. It's not like, oh, they responded and this is just the way it worked out. These are the preferences. These are the filters that women put on. 6 feet tall. Yeah. That's the filter. I don't want to see any guy who's not 6 foot tall. And so they're preempted. They're
eliminates all and eliminates what, only 3% of the Bumble population now.
And they wonder why. And they wonder why they can't find they're 37 years old and they're crying to Steve Harvey.
And I would argue that you know, women like this influencer here, or a lot of these women that are telling these ladies don't settle, are setting them up for a fucking bruising. They're cruising for a bruising, because you need to understand that your success comes with consequences.
It's also why I say poly is the future, right? And dark future. Here's your dark future. Polyamory is going to be. People keep.
Yeah, well, let's get into predictions.
I think it was okay. So we live. First and foremost, I'm gonna rip off Aaron Clarey, who is a homosexual. No, he's not. But in his most recent book, and I'm going to give him a plug, The Menu, which is very good. I don't know if you guys have read it or anything, but in there, he makes the case for the fact that we are now in a post-marriage society. And that is I'm stealing that from you, man. Because so I 100% agree with that. And people go, well, where are we going? What's happening, Rollo? Tell me how to live, Rollo. Oh, I don't know how to solve my problems. I want to get married, but I don't. We live in a post-marriage society right now. And I had to put it in those terms because people are still getting married, but it's just like we're doing marriage in a 20th century, in some cases even 19th century way right now, where we still think of it in those terms, but we're facilitating it in 21st century terms. So it's old order marriage ideals and hopes and dreams and everything, with new order stats that are saying, you know, 80% of divorces are initiated by women, 50% of marriages end in divorce. Marriage rates are at their all-time lowest, and not because there's like it's 5.1 per 1,000. So let's just since I have the numbers for that. But when you look at a post-marriage society, what does that look like? Well, it looks like exactly where we're at right now, where you have women who It looks like Dr. Culver. That's what it looks like. That's a post-marriage society. That's a post-marriage society woman right there. She's very entitled, very hubristic, very full of herself. And I'm not just picking on her. I'm saying like in general, that's the ideology.
A lot of queer women think the way that she does.
Yeah, exactly.
A lot.
And it's like it's not like I hope the worst for her. I hope the best for her, actually. But it's like that. But with that mentality, that's a handicap for you.
Big handicap. That's a good way to put it.
To get to the point where you can layer 26 years of marriage on top of a relationship, so you have a good, solid, healthy relationship, very much like what I have, right? But the idea is you've got to be able to sort of see past the choice, see past the social media, see past the post-marriage society. Looks like that spike in antidepressants. That's what it looks like. When you have a post-marriage society, you have women who don't need men because men have become superfluous in so many different ways. I was talking about this on my Father's Day show, and every year I come back to the same thing, and I've been doing this for over 10 years now, is when it comes down to Father's Day, men are either bastards and abusers and sons of bitches, and I hate my dad, or my dad's a beta male, or my dad was just completely gone. It's a moment for people to say, do better. Always. For women, it's like, oh, you're a saint. You're a single mom. You're doing the job of two parents, and we don't need no man. We want a man, but he's superfluous. He's nice to have around and to, build a cabinet here and there from IKEA. But other than that, we don't really need him. We could probably figure it out on our own. But men become superfluous in so many different ways. So that superfluousness and that need versus that want are two different things. So so what is it that if women they can make their own damn money, they're careerists, they have all that, they're taking care of all the beta buck side of hypergamy, what's left? Well, I don't need a man for that, but I want a man. What man do they want? They want the alpha seed. They want the alpha guy. And so what happens is those are very few and very far between. And so therefore what they have to do is they have to share that guy. So.
Bam. No. Keep going.
So what I see happening, one of the reasons why, and I have a real problem with polyamory, not on a moralistic sense, but from a logistical sense, in that we tend to be very envious. We tend there is a mate guarding. There's jealousy when it comes to this bitch is mine and not yours. And that is that causes a lot of certainly intrasexual violence, but also women are going to start sharing that high value guy, whether they realize they are or not. They're all going to hope that they're going to get with that guy. They're hoping that they'll be the one girl who locks that guy down. But then you look at something like Lauren Harvey, who basically blows off Michael B. Jordan, who clearly is a man that other men want to be and other women want to fuck. But she's so full of herself. She's like, oh, it doesn't matter that I broke up with him because I'm better than that. I'm bigger than that. Michael B. Jordan is superfluous. He's nice to have around, but I don't need him. And I know there's probably like a world of women going, what the fuck are you talking about? But what's going to happen is you're going to look at high value men who are going to be the only ones allowed to sort of have even the brief relationships with women who are sharing those high value guys. They're already more invested in their own, in really being the primary consumer in society. But now they're making more money. They're in the workplace now. They are graduating colleges at higher levels with higher student debt. Of course, that goes along with that, which of course taxpayers got to pay. But you look at women get into those situations because they want to avoid having to be locked down by a beta male. They will go to 4 to 8 years of college. They will work soul-crushing jobs. They will put themselves into really bad positions because they don't need a man. They want a man. And the reason why they put themselves in there is because they realize that they have to provide their own security for themselves, because they got to be every girl's got to be an alpha male, but alpha female. And reason for that is because they hate beta males. They hate them so much that they hate their genes, their shitty genes so much that they will go to all of that self-sacrifice just so they don't have to deal with that guy anymore. And so what happens is they end up sharing the alpha guy. So now it's we always talk about it's what is it? She's not yours. It was just your turn. The high value guy is going to end up being the guy that women get with, that it's just their turn. And even if they're not like contiguous, they're not like consecutive, It could be all together at once. But the thing is they're still sharing. Whether they know they're sharing or not is irrelevant. Whether they do it or they don't, like they're doing it actively or consciously doing it, it makes no difference. They're still sharing. If you have these girls that are on the show right here and you said, hey, would you share a high value guy? And you get into this all the time. In fact, you get into a lot of trouble with this. With Jackie O and Kyle? The first thing they want to come at you is, oh, a man should be able to cheat. A man should be able, a high value man should have the at least the options to say, you know what, I want to be with more than one woman, whether that's deserves, whether that's can, whether that has the options. It's not the man that's establishing that. It's the women who want to get with that man who are agreeing to that arrangement. So if you've got one high value alpha, what we're doing is we're going back to sort of this primal way of there being one alpha male, and then he has a harem of women that he gets to mate with. But it's not the man, it's not the alpha male that's initiating that. It's the women that are initiating that polygamy on their own. And if you ask any of the women here, you say, would you share a guy? They go, no, fuck that. I would never do that. Right. But they're probably doing that and not even realizing that they're doing it.
Bam. Yeah. All right. So you made a lot of good points.
That's your
here.
dark future.
Yeah. So this is my prediction as well. And it's very similar to yours. And we literally, I like the point that you made about, women will work soul crushing jobs just so that they can go ahead.
They hate beta males so much that that's the sacrifice they'll make.
And I agree with you on that, man. And this is why I made that statement, and people think it's controversial, but this is why I genuinely think women don't chase higher education and careers for the career itself. They chase it to be able to put themselves in a better position with more men. Now, are there certain women out there that really do want to be a doctor and a lawyer and they're going to dedicate their life to it?
By the way, that comes back to what I said about the existential fear of women. By the way, they don't want to have anyone control their sexual selection because they don't want to be put in a position where they have to breed with somebody that is a substandard male.
Yeah. And that goes back to
and abortion.
Do women, like, if a girl gets a high paying career and everything and makes the money and does it just for the career, are the women that are out there do it for that? Absolutely. But my argument is the shift changes once she has kids. Oh yeah. Once they have kids and they have loved ones to take care of, that career suddenly takes a distant second, third, fourth, or fifth in their priority list, whereas it used to be in the first. And again, the reason why that happens is because they went to school, found a guy that may be in the same major as them, that makes the same kind of money, whatever, maybe of a higher status or whatever it may be, or went into the workforce, found this guy through their higher education that they bust their ass to get to, by the way. Then once they get that guy, they get that security. Fuck career. It's not like, fuck career. I'm going to go back into my kids. Versus for men, a guy would never fathom, oh, I'm married now. All right, we got kids. I'm staying home. Bitch, you work. It doesn't work that way. The man's going to work more. The woman's going to want to stay home. That's how it goes. And for all the idiots out there that say that's misogynistic, I already cited the study from Ireland that proved this shit. When women went back home, thanks to the pandemic, what did they do? A majority of them did not want to enter the workforce again. Period. So we know now that women are predisposed typically to want to be around their family and choose family over career. Now, here's my prediction. So my prediction is, to get a prediction, you got to know where we are now. This is where we are, gentlemen, in the current sexual marketplace in the West in general. Women are making more money than men in a lot of major cities now. Okay. Women nowadays have higher education than most guys nowadays, right?
I just read that 16 major cities, women make more money than men.
Yeah. Yeah. It's great. And we're getting, and it's only going to continue to increase year by year where women are going to earn more money than men, because now, right, whether it's education, them making more money through education and going to school, because women are going to school at higher rates than men for to make more monny and getting more advanced degrees. Women are also making more money from the influence side. We know, thanks to OnlyFans, we know from entertainment, whatever it may be, women are afforded certain opportunities, especially in the influencer world, right, that men will never get. Now, I've always said it, like, as a girl, if you have 10,000 followers, that's not shit. But as a guy, if you got 10,000 followers, that's big. A guy that has 10,000 followers is equivalent to a girl that maybe has 500,000 to 1 million followers. Because for a man,
I really need that blue check, by the way.
Bam. As a man, you have to bring value. You have to when in the social media space. As a woman, you don't. You can get by on your pictures alone. So that's one thing, right? So women are making more money than they've ever been before, and they're in higher education, which is obviously a big predicator on earning more money. Not all the time, but it is a good indicator. Next, men aren't having as much sex as they have in the past. We have higher levels of men reporting abstinence, being sexually inactive, virginity, etc.
GSS studies
before, which we have the studies for that too.
General survey study.
Now we know, and I know this sounds terrible to say, but a lot of guys are motivated to create to get laid. That's just how it is. A lot of men are motivated
because they want to find an end run around. They want to compensate for the fact that they're not high value men, but they can be guys who can compensate for that by being creative and by finding ways to be attractive.
Yeah.
As they've done in the past.
And I had a discussion with Sterling and Justin Waller about this. A regular guy can be happy making $30,000 a year. It doesn't take much to please men. Like you can go ahead and have one couch and a TV and be good. Why do men get nice things? For bitches, bro.
Exactly. Well, let me explain something here too. Just hold that thought. When we talk about hypergamy, like I said, hypergamy, I'm never going to find the right girl, blah, blah, blah. They want to think it's a straitjacket. Okay, when we talk about hypergamy never seeks its own level. Okay, so if you got a woman who's a 7 and she's with a guy who's a 7, that's okay as long as the 7 guy has value added.
Yeah,
she believes he's at the same sexual market value level as she is, but he's got to bring something else to the table. He's got to have some money. He's got to be creative. He's got to be a good problem solver. He's got to have creative intelligence. There's something that's about that guy that he's still the same, but there's value added that just she goes, okay, yeah, he's the same as me, but he's also a doctor, right? Now, when we say, oh, well, women are looking for a guy who's like an 8 or 9 or 10, she's a 7, right? 8 or 9 or 10. Okay, that's fine. 8 still might have to carry some other, side value added as well.
Yeah, for sure.
If the guy's a 9, she's like, I don't care. Doesn't matter. I'm a 7. He's a 9. And I don't care if he's some broke ass bum, but he looks hot and he's fun. And I could clearly say that he is higher than me, 2 steps above me in sexual market value. Then he doesn't have to bring as much side benefits as the guy who's the 7, who she's like, kind of like, okay, I'll tolerate this because he brings side benefits. If she's with a guy who's a 6 and he's still trying to bring benefits, he's at a disadvantage at that point because it's still too far below. And now if he's a 5, it doesn't matter what the fuck. The guy can be the smartest guy in the world. But the whole thing you're just talking about right now, how society is built on beta males trying to find a way to get into from the 80% into the 20%. Yeah. Those are the guys who are the 7s, and the 7s who are trying to figure out that angle, right? Yeah. I'm a concert. Is a big part I'm a concert pianist. I paint a masterpiece. I'm a rapper. I'm a rock star. I'm a banker, whatever it is. Anything that gives him that edge, that pushes him up, even though he knows he's at the same, or maybe he even believes he's lower, he feels like he has to push more. And that creative energy or that creative drive that comes from that discontent to make him think of innovative things all comes from wanting to get that value added just to get from the 7 to like the 7.3 or the 7.5 because it gives him that advantage. Yoga fire.
No, so the things that we got working, right? So to understand the marketplace, what it is, right? A quick little recap for the people. Women make more money than they ever before, and they're more educated, right? So next, more men are not having sex, and a lot of them are suppressing their creativity and getting out there to work or whatever because they're not getting sex. I mean, there's a reason why Jordan Peterson came out with the book 12 Rules for Life and
they don't believe they ever will get sex.
Yeah. So their inspiration to create and get out there and become a fucking somebody has been decreased. Next, women are going to continue to get the ridiculous amounts of attention and validation on the internet that they're currently getting right now. These 3 things that I just mentioned, okay? One more time recap for y'all so you guys really follow what the fuck I'm about to say with my prediction. Women are more educated and making more money. Second, men aren't getting out there and creating as much, aka what we got going on right now with the Lost Boy generation, also thanks to fatherless households. Then third, finally, women will continue to get more attention on social media and undeserved validation and attention from the opposite gender simply for existing, okay? What does this do? This is a ripe breeding ground for societal depression, where a majority of men and women will suffer.
Yeah.
And what I mean by this is men won't measure up to the delusional female standards, and women won't have the retention game that we discussed earlier to keep a guy up that actually does finally meet their delusional standards. Mm-hmm. And if they do meet those standards, they're going to be a part of what a harem, which we talked about, polygamy being a thing in the future. Because what feminism has done, we've discussed it ad nauseum, is it's given the small percentage of men at the top all the leverage. And then to go ahead and give the even more dark prediction, I predict we're going to have a lot more Paulina Porizkovas that are on fucking Instagram crying about their age once they hit the 30 to between the 30 to 50 year mark. Mm-hmm. And in the next 20 years, guys, okay, 20 to 30 years, I know that sounds crazy to say, oh my God, that's whatever. Look at all the girls that are fucking lit right now. in the next 20, 30 years, you're going to see a fucking explosion of bitches on fucking depression medication, being sad, anxiety, etc. We're already there now. We're already seeing girls experiencing this now. But when they stop getting the attention and the validation and the fucking acknowledgement for their existence and their beauty that you're seeing right now, it's going to go fucking haywire. And like I told you before, to put things in perspective for you guys, this woman, Porizkova, was a model back 20, 30 years ago before the advent of social media. She was getting a percentage of the attention that these girls get today.
I was in high school when she was at her peak.
Her shit. She's losing her shit, and she got a small percentage of the attention that girls are getting now. What the fuck do you think is going to happen when you got girls that are getting 100 DMs a day, 20 messages on Tinder a day, all types of Snapchats, etc., getting all this attention and validation for nothing more than the fact that they simply exist? What the fuck do you think is going to happen when they're finally sexually invisible, just like Porizkova said? It's going to go fucking crazy, man. So at the end, both genders are going to suffer from this future.
Yeah.
Average men and a majority of women are both going to suffer because the men aren't going to measure up according to the women, and the women aren't going to measure up to secure a guy. They're going to have to share him.
I'm going to give you, since we're closing out here, I'm going to give you a bold statement here at the end, is that when we talk, you will constantly hear, especially trad cons, but like you'll also hear incels and some libertarians, and pretty much, I think pretty much everybody can agree. Like they're saying, okay, enjoy the decline. You've probably heard Aaron Clarey talk about that, right? Well, what is the decline? The decline, the reason why we're experiencing this decline, you've probably heard, like, what is it? Hard times create strong men create good times create weak men create hard times, blah, 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 blah.
Cycle of life, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, but we're in this cycle right now, and I would argue, and I know this is going to sound like a really bold statement, but it's because of intersexual dynamics right now. You want to know what's causing the decline? It's exactly everything that we have covered in this show right now. Yeah. When we talk about abortion and we talk about the political leverage that both parties can use with turning abortion back to the states, that wouldn't exist if there wasn't intersexual dynamics, if there wasn't anything that, like, we talk about the red pill, we talk about the manosphere, we talk about whatever, male self-improvement, whatever we're talking about. When I am doing the rational male, when I am writing these books, when I'm analyzing intersexual dynamics, all of this big macro stuff comes back to how men and how women get along together, the nature of men and the nature of women. And we still want to cling to this old order. Oh, it's morals. No, it's not morals. It's all this degeneracy you see in the streets. You can say, well, it's moral decay. No, it's not. It's the fact that men and women are relating to each other as we're relating right now in an era where we have the internet, where we have social media, where we have instant access to pleasure, where we have instant access to food, where we have instant access to porn, and all of that.
Fast food society.
All of that comes in to how does the machine run? What's our firmware? What's our software? How does the human body run? And how do men and women interact with one another? You want to stop moral decay? Don't go and say, oh, I better go and pray some more. No, start teaching your children the true nature of men's nature. And we are different. Treat men's nature and women's nature. Look at conventional masculinity and look at conventional femininity and look how that has decayed. Look how that has declined, and how can we
we're only acknowledging one's declination. We're acknowledging the male declination. No one ever talks about the female one. If you do, it gets suppressed.
If you want to course correct and don't start talking about ethics and morals and all this other bullshit, you can win the argument, as I keep saying, with stats and data. And that data begins by understanding men's nature and women's nature. So when you're talking to me about degeneracy, the only thing I see at that point is it's not like some nebulous, evil cabal of Moloch worshiping baby eaters somewhere, and I don't know, in some high tower somewhere. I see what's more like distressing is that it's not them, it's us. It's the way we're built. It's just how we are as human beings, and how we interrelate with each other, and how we have this inability, either we're unwilling or we're unable to process all of this in this now modern era right now. Yeah. Now, here's the good news. I'm going to leave you with some good news. Here's the optimism. You just had Ken McElroy, we had Robert Kiyosaki, and we had George Gammon on here, and I've also heard Patrick Bet-David say this before. It's like, because we're entering, everybody believes we're entering into this time of economic decline, and we're going into a recession or a depression or something like that. And you know what? These guys aren't worried about that. They're like, we know it's coming. We can plan ahead for it. We see the storm is coming in over the horizon, and now we're going to find a way to profit from it. If we say, here's the dark future for men and women, how can you make money off of that? How can you be optimistic about that? How can you live a better life because you know it's coming? What can you do to prepare? What can you do to put yourself in the best position and leverage an advantage in that dark future? And how can you use that to A, live a better life, and B, how can you like change society, change the environment as a result of you having that knowledge and you know it's coming? That's what I'm saying. Like, none of these guys who are on here, they're not scared of the recession. They're ready to make money off that recession.
Bam.
Now,
I like that.
Okay, that's the economic dark future that's coming, right?
Yeah.
How can you as a man be the Ken McElroy, the Robert Kiyosaki, and the George Gammon of the intersection of the intersexual dynamics and the sexual marketplace? How can you position yourself like these hustlers can? How do you do that? You got to figure that out. And you know how you do that? You watch Fresh and Fit, you watch The Rational Male, and you watch the best of the best that's here.
You take a holistic approach to dating.
We prepare you for the future. It's pragmatic. It's hope for the best, but prepare for the worst.
And let me make this very clear, because some people tend to think that, oh, Fresh and Fit, all you guys do is just tell guys to get in the gym and make money, and that's going to get the girls. No, you fucking idiots. We say you need to focus on yourself, but you also need to learn game too. You need to understand female nature and understand how to properly approach them and talk to them. We are by no means just telling y'all, just self-improve and that's it. No, you got to learn game and talk to girls too. You actually have to put the shit into practice. You know what I mean? You can't just be one of these gym cells or whatever. We've said that plenty of times when people like to pick and choose, what the fuck we're talking about.
Black pill doomers are the guys that everybody here, like McElroy and the rest of these guys, they're the guys who are, you're the guys that are going to get rolled. Yeah. You see it coming. You know what's going on. You go, oh, no, I'll never get laid. I'm going to either off yourself or you're going to go live in a shack somewhere and jerk off for the rest of your life. But you know what? The people who know better and are creative thinkers and they're the ideas guys, they're going to be the ones who, even in a dark future, are going to go, you know what? I saw it coming and I made the best of it.
Yeah, man. And I really like that, because we gave y'all the prediction and it's already happening. I hope you guys realize that a lot of these things I just mentioned, these things, the breeding ground of what's going to come.
All of this.
It's already fucking happening. I'm not even really like going that hard on the prediction. Like it's already happening with the women making more money, men not getting sex, men's ambition being down, testosterone levels being down, women already getting a bunch of artificial attention and affection. All we're doing is connecting the dots for you guys to let you see the dark future ahead, that if you're not a top percent guy, it's going to be very difficult for you. Okay. And if you aren't a top percent guy, you're going to have to be a top percent in something. Let's say you don't have your money together, but you got extremely good game. Well, you're going to be able to get some girls. God damn it. You might not be able to retain them, but you're going to get some fucking girls. For all those guys, you can still get the girls. All right, motherfucker. You're probably in a third world country then, in that case. If you don't have money and you're getting baddies and you're able to retain them, you probably live in a poorer country. You're in a fucking, I don't know, in a Brazil, in a Philippines, in a fucking Colombia, whatever it is. So you got to be, if you're going to be in the West, where women are making their own money, etc., you need to be on point. And then also one other thing before I read the super chats that you mentioned, which I forgot to acknowledge, is that we are definitely in a post-marriage society. I agree with you 100% on that. It's we're in a marriage only benefits female society. So for you guys out there, especially you guys that have some goddamn money or whatever it may be, this is going to sound terrible for me to say this. You're probably going to have to be selective when you come to, well, you need to be selective when you marry anyway, but you're going to need to look for unorthodox traits in the opposite gender. What the fuck do I mean by that? You're going to need to, if you are going to go down and take that plunge and marry a fucking girl in today's day and age, guys, you're going to need to marry a girl that has some skin in the game and has something to lose. You're going to need to marry a bitch that makes as much money as you,
need to start thinking of the sexual marketplace and the dynamics between men and women. You have to give up the 20th century way of thinking about it and start thinking in 21st century.
You can't rescue these hoes anymore, guys. You'll get punished for it.
You have to start like people say, well, how can I make the best of a post-marriage society or whatever?
Or leave.
Right. Yes. Well, and then, so let me ask you this, because I have seen you go from, because I started doing this show in January of 2021, and you guys picked me up in a rented Land Rover, and you had 20,000 subs on this channel, and I think I had 80,000 on mine, and I'm like, I'll come down and go out there and hang out with
you guys. We actually had 20K when you were here.
And I've seen you guys go from that to where you're at right now. Yeah. And I've seen the amount of money that you guys have made in that time, right? Yeah. You're buying properties, Fresh is buying a Rolls Royce, for Christ's sake. But like, a McLaren and all that other stuff inside a year. Like he had that McLaren by August.
Yeah,
2021.
Yeah.
And so let me ask you this: would you say that your attitude or your thinking about money has changed in that time?
It's made me realize. And actually, I was having a conversation literally with.
Do you think differently about money now than you did in January of 2021?
When it comes to a dating perspective or overall?
No, I mean in money wise. Like,
just strictly like
because I used to work in a day-to-day job, like in a sub 6-figure job. Right now, of course, I'm above that. But like my attitude and my thinking about money, and my thinking about my future, and my thinking about retirement, and my thinking about like planning for the future kind of thing, entirely different than now that I'm up to where
strictly
I'm at
money.
right there.
Okay.
So
not bitches, just strictly money.
Just
my mindset changed 100%.
Right.
And the reason why is because coming from as a government employee, you were told, work, not because in the government, right, especially if you're law enforcement, right, it's kind of frowned upon to have another job. Especially if it's federal, whether you work for FBI, DEA, whatever it may be, you can have an outside employment, but it's kind of frowned upon. Like your job should be the federal gig should be your main thing. If you want to do some side hustle shit, you can, but it's frowned upon. So what they tell you is, max out your TSP, max out which is your thrift savings plan. For some of you guys, may not be federal. So max that thing out, contribute to that conventional, 401ks, etc., single digit returns, basically, a tried and true method of building wealth and
stay safe.
Millionaire, stay safe, don't take risks. Now that I'm an entrepreneur and I'm doing my thing and buying real estate properties, I learned that pretty much, and we talked about this yesterday with George Gaiman and them, everything that I learned or that mindset is going to set you up to be perpetually average from a financial standpoint to a degree, or maybe a little bit above average. But if you want to be extraordinary, you have to do extraordinary things. And what that means is taking crazy risks, buying assets that, could potentially bankrupt you, whatever it is, like real estate, whatever, maybe crypto, whatever. So my mindset on money definitely changed, where I needed to procure assets to build the wealth, where versus before I was just taking that earned income and like kind of, saving it in a checking or in a bullshit Bank of America savings account, or putting it into my TSP, which that'll make you a millionaire 40 years from now with some compound interest, but that's not the real way to build wealth.
Right. Okay. Now, everything you just said, take that and apply that to the sexual marketplace. Yeah. That's exactly how you deal with a post-marriage world. Okay. You used to think about money in a 20th century way. And now that you are now you're wheeling and dealing with real estate, and we're hanging out with, in Ken's case, maybe a billionaire, okay, and we're thinking about money in different ways. You have to start thinking about relationships, and you have to start thinking about the intersexual dynamics and the sexual marketplace in the same way that you just described. We once thought this way, the blue pill. We once thought this way, and now we are unplugged, and now we're thinking about things in a different way. It's easy when we talk about money. We go, yeah, because it's money. Yeah,
it's objective.
But you start talking about women, and you start talking about yourself and families and everything else. You have to stop thinking in old order bullshit. That's 20th century. And by the way, that applies to intersexual dynamics. It also applies to politics as well. Yeah. Stop thinking in terms of 20th century. Donald Trump, 20th century brand and candidate. Hillary Clinton, 20th century. Biden, 20th century. Nancy Pelosi, definitely 20th century. Everyone that is making rules and pulling strings right now, they've all started their political careers in some cases the late 70s and late 80s right now. You have to stop thinking in 20th century. It is the 21st fucking century.
And tradcons will criticize guys like me and you that say, hey man, get out there and play the market, whatever it may be. Listen, man, it's not going back. You're never going to get women in aprons again, serving you and all this other shit. Like,
we don't have a time machine.
You know what I mean? Guys, I'm sorry for all the tradcons out there. A lot of you guys say you guys promote degeneracy, all this other shit. The days of women coming fundamentally feminine out the box are done. We live in a fatherless America. A lot of women nowadays, it's rare if you find a girl that comes from a two-parent household. So what are you going to do? Are you going to cry and wish women back to 1950, or are you going to adapt to the situation? We're telling you guys how to adapt to the situation. Yes. You got to play the field. You got to understand female nature. You're going to have to get your notch count up to understand female nature so that you don't get finessed. And if you do actually take that crazy ass plunge where you get married, well, you got to do it with certain things in place to make sure that you don't get destroyed, because unfortunately the rules don't favor you as a man and it favors the woman. You're getting into a contract with someone that's incentivized to break it.
The 20th century is now 21 and a half years in the fucking rear view mirror.
Yeah.
Let it go.
Let it go, yeah.
Start looking forward instead of looking backwards.
We don't cry on this channel, guys. We don't cry on the Rational Male. We don't cry on Fresh and Fit. Whatever we give you guys.
There's no crying in the manosphere.
We tell y'all what the fuck is really going on in the sexual marketplace, and we give you guys solutions, and you could choose to take them or not. Yep. But we're gonna identify problem, identify solution. It's up to you if you want to actually take the solution, take the advice, and do the work to get to the solution. So let's read these chats real quick and close the bad boy up. And I think we're at almost 100%. For any of you guys, we got 100% engagement. For any of you guys that just joined in, right, and you haven't hit that like button, please like the video, bro, because we're here on a Saturday giving y'all this heat right now. Rose, any of your chance of your books, blog, or videos being translated to Farsi? Iranians are thoroughly blue-pilled.
I'm actually working on Turkish right now.
There you go. In Iran, due to women's empowerment in Iran, due to women's empowerment, the birth rate is negative and the divorce rate is very high. Yes, wow, that's strange for a Muslim country.
I'm well aware of that, thanks to Dr. RedPill, actually. So.
Okay, I did not know that.
Yes.
PP, $100. Always a pleasure, gents. Thank you so much. Tyler 25.
PP wants you to say PP. Okay.
Tyler 25 goes the fresh black the camera FNF to the fucking moon. High quality content per usual. Road to 1 million, let go. And that's, I guess, from the power outage.
Well, yes, exactly. And by the way, as soon as I took over Fresh's spot, Chris had to go reset the white balance.
I was like, damn.
Sambada, shout out to him. With all of this value, why haven't you joined the channel? With all of this value, why haven't you joined the Fresh Fit Patreon? Buy Fresh Fit merch. Shout out to Rollo Tomassi for bringing the panel to yesterday with economic strategies to act on now. Thank you so much. And for some of you guys that don't know, Sambada narrates The Rational Male on Audible. Go definitely check it out, man. Yes. I have The Rational Male on Audible, man. Fantastic book. You can get a hard copy as well, man. Go get those goddamn books. FNF chat, the world Rollo describes is already here in Miami. Mm-hmm. That's very true. Specifically Brickell, Sobey, Wynwood, Edgewater, Midtown. No high value, no women for you, period. To the victor goes the spoils. Yeah, and this is what's gonna happen, guys, is this mindset is gonna start to leak out into other parts of the country, etc. It's just that here women can afford to be as overtly hypergamous as they want to be because they have the sexual market value to demand that.
I now realize just how much of a flex a Rolex is after walking around in Fresh is like the iced up watch yesterday.
Iced out one. $20, Derek the Trader. The most famous woman on earth is Kim Kardashian, and nobody knows why. I wish aliens would just kidnap me. Earth is the biggest joke in the galaxy. And then $20, Black Wolf Inc. Get ready for the rise and fall of Lizzo, the Fudgy Whale, Megan, the manly male horse, Sawadi, the chick, Lori Harvey, the walking used condom, and Dollface TV, the average at best chick is gonna be hilarious. This nigga, bro. And then we got me, Dania. Pro-choice being pro-abortion are in fact slave-minded to abort beta babies. Pro-life, in fact, are pro-choice, not being slave-minded, going against the grain. That's procreation. Okay. And then Daniel Rivera, Rollo, I recently purchased a book of The Rational Male. Thank you guys for all you do for the man in today's day and age.
Thank you for that.
And his Amazon link is going to be below, guys, where you can go ahead and grab his book.
Please do.
And then we got Rod right here from FNF Dallas. Shout out to you, bro. He goes, thanks. Thank you, Myron and Rollo. FNF Dallas, we build in here. Let's fucking go. Thank you. And then last one here, simply too awesome. This is totally fire. This episode, the Money Mondays, one yesterday, and many others. Thank you so much, guys. Keep up the good work. Don't stop and don't lose more hair. Thank you, bro. I appreciate that greatly. And this is a big reason why, even with all the hate that we get, guys, they can't fucking stop us because it's undeniable the amount of value that we provide. No other YouTube channel is going to give you guys the ability to navigate the sexual marketplace with our red pill lens. No one else is going to help you guys get your money on point to navigate the dating marketplace in an even better way. Getting in shape, getting your mindset on point, giving you guys the entertainment with women, everything, bro. So you need to. Is that the Fresh as y'all right there in the back?
Probably.
Is that down there?
Who knows?
Yeah, he's right down there.
Well, actually, it does kind of look like their fucking boat, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
No, more or less, same day.
But yeah, man, and no one's gonna give you guys this fucking production quality where you guys can see fucking yachts in the background. So there's a reason why when I'm starting to open up the show every time saying we're the number one men's podcast in the world, bro. It's because we bring y'all heat. We bring you guys authors like Rollo Tomassi. We bring y'all George Gambon, Robert Kiyosaki.
Once a month.
More plates, more dates. Fucking
Steve will do it.
Steve will do it. We bring you guys the diversified panel of different content creators so you guys get different types of value from different angles. You know, after hours with the girls, me losing my hair follicles, Chris dealing with the girls. So we really work hard behind the scenes here to give you guys the best stuff that we can, man. And we really appreciate it. You guys don't have to ever donate $1 to this channel. The only thing I ask is that you like the video and share it with a friend, man. and share the Rational Male with a bunch of friends as well. I promote that book all the fucking time, man. It'll save guys' lives.
Shit, you got religion was over here just today.
Yeah, religion and all that stuff, man. I'm always promoting it, man. So, Rollo, I mean, where can the people find you, man? Any announcements
you can find me? Well, first of all, I don't know if I'm going to do it tomorrow. My YouTube channel is, of course, The Rational Male. I do a 4-hour, not unlike this, a 4-hour podcast every Sunday, 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m.
And he does
Eastern.
it by himself.
I do it by myself. Yeah, I'm a one-man show still. The 5th book, The Rational Male Players Handbook, is now available. It is, as far as I know, still it's Audible, by the way, will be available within a week or so right now. So yes, and the read is done. We're just doing the file prep and everything else, and so it should be done by the end of this month. And you'll trust me, you'll know when it comes out because everybody keeps asking for it. So the Audible version of Players Handbook will be available by the end of this month. It is still available, of course, on Kindle and print, of course. It is a pretty hefty tome. It is like 500 pages. So, so that, I wanted it to be, that's my swan song for this series. So that's the last in the series of The Rational Male. I will be, it's not that I'm not going to write other things. I am, of course. And I've got a few ideas of what I want to start on next. But as far as my future plans right now, I will be talking with Patrick Bet-David, of all people, on Monday. Not on the show, but like we're just having some meetings and talking. You guys know all about that. I was just on Adam Sosnick's show back on Thursday, so go check out Saucecast, Sauce Money or whatever. That's on Valuetainment as well. I was also on Leah Hilpern. I hope I'm saying her name right. I was just on her show. She's the crypto girl, but we talk mostly red pill stuff and a little bit of crypto as well.
Cool.
And then, of course, I was pumping up my NFT, which is the Red Pill Alliance NFT, redpillalliance.com. Which is doing very, very well. Actually, much better than I thought, considering the downturn in Ethereum and Bitcoin, as everybody already knows right now. But it's almost like a fire sale for NFTs. So,
yeah, facts.
So that's it. We're doing really good with that. That's me and Kevin Savo and Rocky Savo who are doing that. But I got a lot of kind of side projects, a lot of irons in the fire right now. For video projects, and I'm also working on doing a full documentary on I don't want to say it's the manosphere now. I want to talk like the state of like masculinity or men.
Oh, awesome.
And who gave me that idea was Dr. Oz, Dr. RedPill, because he wants me to come to Turkey. So I'll probably be going to Turkey. I've got an invite to go to Kenya. Yeah. I will be in Brazil in October for a men's conference that's down in Brazil. I was invited to that. And so that gave me the idea of perhaps doing a worldwide documentary of the state of men, not just in the United States, which, we'll do, but all over the world. So Turkey, Kenya.
Everyone's dealing with the same fuckery, man.
Everybody.
I see the currency coming in from different, from different places, and I'm like, holy shit. This isn't just like an American problem. It's a problem even in places that aren't first world. Yeah.
And so when people tell me, oh, that's only in the United States. No, it's not. It's in Brazil, Kenya, and Istanbul. I'm sure of that. Yeah. I'm planning on one of the reasons why we did the NFT in the first place was to fund projects like that so that we can travel all over the world and go and talk to guys all over the world so we can do a full comprehensive documentary and possibly give it to Netflix. So.
Bam.
We'll see how it works.
But
that's what I got a lot of irons in the fire.
Bam. Shaking and moving, baby.
Yep.
And with us guys, I'll catch you on Fed It tomorrow. And we'll have Brandon Carter on Monday.
And I will be at Rebel Capitalist as soon as I walk out of the door here.
Bam. Fantastic. Hey guys, love you guys. Hope you guys enjoyed the show. Like the video if you haven't already, man. Also, check out Rollo Tomassi. All his links are going to be below. Get the books. And I'll catch you guys tomorrow for Fed It. And this was a fucking fantastic show. And man, love y'all. Wait, is that how we're gonna end this? Yes,
we're gonna end this.
Real quick if we're gonna end it that way.
Spartans, what is your profession?
All right. Hope you guys enjoyed that shit, man. That's what we're talking about, bro. United we stand, divided we fall. Okay, guys? Peace.